Hey guys, it's Chris and welcome to this course on Django. So this course is intended for beginners, so people have not worked with this popular Python web framework. So what I want to do in this one is I want to introduce you to the framework. I want to show you how to get started with it. We will look at the common Django concepts so you guys can get up to speed working on your next web application. So for the things we'll be covering, so we'll look at how to set up the project. I'm going to have two separate videos to set up virtual environments to run your project on both Windows and also on Mac. So we'll basically examine what Django provides out of the box. Then we'll look at how to work with the user model. So Django comes with this authentication system. Now a lot of the times you're going to need to customize it a bit to fit your needs. So I'm going to be showing you guys the different ways you can really extend it and have that very authentication that Django provides fit to any need that you're going to have. So also look at how to use ModelForms. So normally when building a web application, you're going to be defining your forms all the time. Now Django has a way that you can basically use these forms without actually creating them. So whenever you create like a model, let's say you have a user with first name, last name, you can quickly generate a form for them by using the Django capabilities. Now we'll look at the messages framework. So the message framework is the way that Django provides that you can use to show messages to the user. So you guys know those alerts that show up whenever a user maybe performs an action. So whenever there is an error, we can pop it up. Whenever there is a success, whenever something succeeds, we can show like a success green message. So Django provides the way to show those. So with every request, so we'll be looking into that. We also look at the Django admin. So Django provides this whole admin section that you can use to basically manage all the data that is created by users on the website. So we'll look at how to log in and register users, basically the whole authentication system that Django provides. I'll also be showing you guys as an extra how to like send activation emails, how to reset users' passwords and all that good stuff. So also look at how to do the basic CRUD operations. So Django uses this ORM. So we'll be looking at it's very high level. So we'll be looking at how to basically interact with that. Now, one of the best parts about this is the unit testing part of it. So if you're a seasoned developer and you haven't been testing your code, this is going to be a good way for you to get started writing tests for your Django projects, because whenever you work on a project, it's not guaranteed that you're going to be working on it every other day. So a lot of the times you're going to have to spend some time not working on the project, and mostly the projects can get really big, and you find that you're at a point in time when you change something in the code, it's going to somehow affect some other functionality somewhere else in the code. So whenever you have tests for your code, you can be confident that you can do some refactoring, you can change some things, and the tests that guard the other code will be letting you know if there's something that your new changes are breaking. So basically, testing is like one of the things you can't really do away with if you're going to write a successful application. So Django provides different decorators to be able to like protect some endpoints from being accessed. So we'll look at how to create our custom ones. So for example, whenever a user is logged in, we might not want them to access the login page because they're already logged in. So we'll be looking at how to create custom decorators for that. And Django provides actually like some cool APIs to be able to create this. So we'll look at GitHub Actions. Now, this is some other part that we'll have to incorporate, so that whenever we make new changes to our code and we are pushing it on GitHub, if we want, for example, if we want it to deploy, so GitHub Actions will be allowing us to build, test, and also report coverage for our code. So that means that whenever our build fails, let's say, so whenever our build fails, that would indicate that maybe one of our tests failed, or maybe our application is not able to be started. So that can help us to actually catch bugs faster before we push our code to GitHub for like deployment or review. Okay, so we'll be adding these badges here. So this badge is from GitHub Actions. So this shows that the current state of our application was okay, nothing broke before the new code was added, and every time there is an issue, this will fail such that we can quickly tell that something failed and we can go back to our code and fix it. So we'll also work on code coverage. So Python has some utilities to help us know which part of the code, which part of the code in our project is not tested. So whenever we write code, coverage gives us some insights on which parts of our code are not tested, so that we can add unit tests for those. Alright, so it's gonna be some cool series, I believe. So if you're interested to learn more, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Also put the notification bell on. So for the project you are going to be building, I'm here in the project. So this is the deployed application in Heroku. Of course, I'm going to be showing you how to deploy it. So Heroku gives us basically a simple way to test out our application, so which is cool. Now here I'm logged in. We're going to be doing a simple to-do app. So we'll be able to see a list of the to-dos we've created before. Now these are the ones that are created by only this user. So if I logged in to another user, this would be different. Here you will be able to see if it's completed or not. And down here we have some filters. So right now we are viewing for all, but if I clicked on completed, you see that it's going to go ahead and filter out the ones that have completed yes. The ones that are remaining, when we click there, you see that it's going to remove the one where it's not completed. And when we click on this one, it's going to go ahead and bring all of them. Now when we click on one, we're going to be able to view the details. So here on the details, we can decide to edit this or delete it. Now I'm going to click edit. So when we come here, this is a form that you would think you would have to like go ahead and code out the labels, the inputs, make sure you have the validations, make sure you handle these checkboxes. So with Django, we don't have to do that. We have something called ModelForms that we can basically tie a form to how a model looks like. So a model for it to do can have like a title, a description, and also there is completed field. So we just specify the fields and then the form is going to be given to us, which is pretty cool. So here we can decide to complete this. So if I click complete and submit, you see that now it has this and it's completed. So if we come back over here, you see that now they completed that 2. Previously it was 1. So also we can click here and then we will be able to go directly to edit it. Let's say we uncomplete this and come back over here. You see that it's not yet complete. Alright, and now they are back here. So here you see that we can show the current logged in user. Now when I log out, you will notice that we get this fresh message here. So this fresh message is one of those that Django provides us to, that the message framework provides. So we'll be looking at how to use that to show these ones. Now if I came here and change the password and change this password and logged in again, you see that we get invalid credentials, try again, which is another one for the error. Now here a user can create a new account. Of course, let me create a new account. So new user, I'm going to use new user here at app.com. Then my password is going to be that. So if I provide information that doesn't really match for the passwords and submit, you see that we are going to go ahead and clear out the passwords, and then we are able to persist the user's previous information, so users doesn't have to fill them again. So let me provide information that is correct. So I'm going to provide good information and then sign up. So here we'll have the account created. You can log in. So here I can log in with the new user. So when we get here, you note that the new user is here and we don't have basically any to do. Now we can go ahead and create a to do, and that's going to be the same as how you guys saw. So let me just create one. I'll just do test here and just do some stuff. Then if I submit, see that it's created, and when we come back here, see that it is there. So this is a simple application, but it's going to enable us to now know how to do things like testing, how to do the querying for Django, how to work with the whole user manage, how to work with the whole authentication of users. So yeah, so that's going to be it, and I'll see you in the next video where we are going to be setting up our Django project, our virtual environment, and all that good stuff. So thanks guys for watching. Be sure to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. Last time we took a look at the demo of the Django project we are going to be building. So in this video, I want us to set up Python for Django development on Windows. So I do this because I'm going to be developing on a Mac, and I want to make sure that every command I write in Mac, you know how to write it in Windows. So first off, we are going to need Python because Django basically is a Python web framework and we need Python to be installed. So if you have it installed, well and good, but if you don't, then you can follow along with the following steps to install it quickly. So you can go to downloads on python.org, then you go to the latest version available. So when you click download, you see it's gonna go ahead and download here. So let me give it a second so it finishes down here. Alright, so once it finishes to download, then you can double click on it and then it's going to open up the installer. So pay attention here because this step is very important. Now, the most important thing I wanted to show you guys is to remember to add this to path. So make sure you're checking add to path here and then click install now. Alright, so what add to path does is it's going to enable us to be able to access Python anywhere in our computer. So whenever we are in the command line and we type in Python, it's going to be able to tell that we have Python, and it's going to be able to use Python to do whatever we want to do. Alright, so let's wait for it to get done installing. Alright, so when it's done, it's going to tell you that setup was successful. Now for us to verify that it has installed properly and we can use Python anywhere, I'm going to go ahead and close this window here, and then I'll close this. Then I'm going to open up my CMD. So I'm going to type in CMD, and then this is going to open up the Windows command line. So in here we can type Python -- version, and then you see that now we have Python 3.7. So when we install Python, it installs pip, which is the package manager for Python that we need. So here if we do pip -- version, you see that now we have pip installed. So now we are ready to go. We are ready to use pip to install Django. So in the next video, we're going to be setting up our virtual environment and also setting up our Django project. So thanks guys for watching. If this helped you out, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you in the next one. Last time we were able to set up Python on our Windows machine. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and set up our virtual environment and also set up our Django project. So to get started, we are going to need to have Visual Studio Code installed and also Git installed. For VS Code, this is the editor we are going to be using to basically write all the code for our project. So if you don't have it, please come over here, download this, and you're going to be good to go. Now, whenever you download this, then also make sure you come over here and you download Git if you don't have it yet. So the reason why we are downloading Git here is, besides having to use Git in our project for source control, we are going to need to use Git to get access to the Git bash. So Git bash basically is a command line tool that gets installed when you install Git on Windows. So that gives us a Unix type of an environment, which is similar to what is available on a Mac. So that will make sure that every command I write in Mac will be able to even run if you're using the Git bash as your command line tool. Alright, so to get started, we need to first create our virtual environment. Now to work with the virtual environments, I'm going to open up the command line here. So we need to create a virtual environment. So before we do that, let me cd into my desktop. Then I'm going to create a folder here called to do site. So to do site, because that's what our project is. Then I'm going to cd into to do site. So to do site. And over here, we need to create a virtual environment. Now, to create a virtual environment, we are going to need to install a module called Virtualenv. So to install Virtualenv, we are going to install it using pip. So to do pip install Virtualenv. So run that. So it's going to go ahead and install. So you see that for me, I actually already had it, but if you don't, it's going to go ahead and install. Now we can use Virtualenv to create a virtual environment. So here we can do Virtualenv. Then we can give our environment name. So ours is going to be called venv. Alright, so when you run this, it's going to go ahead and execute a few things. But the important thing is it creates for us a folder. So here when we do dir, it creates for us a folder called venv, which contains all our packages. Initially, it's going to have Python and pip specific for this project installed. Now we need to go ahead and activate this. So the reason why I said we need to install Git is I want us to be using the same commands that I will be using on a Mac. So we are going to open this in Git bash, which is another command line tool similar to this Windows command line, but better in some way because it gives us a Unix type of an environment, which kind of makes us feel like we're working on Linux. Alright, so when we created the project, you see that it got created here on my desktop. So I'm going to say git bash here. So when I do that, you see we have this option git bash here. So when you have git, you're going to have it. So when you say git bash here, it's going to open up this another terminal here. Let me zoom in this font so you guys can see properly. Alright, so in here, if I do an ls, you will see that we have the folder that has our virtual environment. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and activate this virtual environment. So we can do source virtualenv, and we are going to be looking in the scripts, and then we are going to source in the activate script. So when we run that, you will see that now our virtual environment is activated and it's highlighted here. Alright, so when the virtual environment is activated, by default it's going to have Python and also pip installed in this virtual environment. So now we can use pip in this virtual environment to install Django. So here we can do pip install Django like this. So, alright, so once this is installed, now we can use Django to create a Django project. So Django comes with a tool called Django admin. So here we type in Django-admin. Then we want to run a command called start project. So when you call start project, you want to give it a project name. So we're going to call ours to do site. And now we want to create this project in the current folder we are in, since we already have a to-do site project created, which is where we are already. So we want to create this project at the root of this folder. So here we can do dot at the end and then click enter. So what that is going to do, if I do another ls, you'll see that now we have manage.py, then our website files, and also the virtual environment. So now we can go ahead and run the Django development server by doing python manage.py run server like this. Alright, so when we run that, you will see that we get some information, like we have some unapplied migrations. These have to do with the default functionality that Django ships with. So for it to work very well, we need to basically migrate all the changes so our database, so the database for application is aware of all the things that Django comes with. So right now, if we went to this in our browser, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this localhost port 8000, and then I'm going to go to the browser. So I'm going to open up my Chrome. We can navigate to localhost port 8000, and then you will see that now we have the Django landing page basically showing up. So this means that our server is correctly running on our development server and we are ready to start making changes. Alright, so when we go back to our terminal here, you see that everything that happens on the site is logged. So whenever a request is made to access something on our development server, we get to see that a user requested for this and then they were able to get it, those kinds of things. So now the next thing I want to do is to open this project in Visual Studio Code, because that's where we're going to be working from. So I'm going to stop the server here, and then I'm going to open this in VS Code. So if we do code dot, alright, so when it opens up, we want to go ahead and activate our virtual environment again. So we can come back over here and activate our virtual environment. And now you see that VS Code is automatically using git bash. So we can as well use all the commands we were using. So we can do source venv scripts, and then we want activate. And that's going to activate it. And now if you don't have bash selected here and you have git installed, what you want to do is you want to click in here and then you want to say select default shell. So what that will do is it's going to prompt you for the terminal that VS Code is going to be using by default. So make sure that you check git bash. So whenever you do that, then every time you open up a new terminal window, it's going to be using bash, and you can run all the commands that can as well be run on Linux. So here you can do source venv scripts activate, and you see that now the command is working fine. Alright, so let's run back our server. So python manage.py run server, and you see that our server is still up and running. So now if we come back to the browser and refresh, you see that our server is still on and everything is looking good. So that's gonna do it for now. So in the next video, I'm going to be doing a similar setup for Mac users. So after that, we can start working on our project. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will talk to you soon. So to get started, you're going to need to have Python installed. So make sure you have the latest version of Python installed, and then you're going to be good to go. So if you don't have the latest version, you can come over here and update. So if you don't have Python at all, and you can come here and download Python for your current system. So in this video, we're going to be setting up on a Mac. So moving forward, make sure you have Python installed. Any version of Python 3.6 and up will be good. For Django, we'll be installing the latest version of Django, but that's going to be through pip. So whenever you install Python, you're going to have access to pip, which is a package manager for Python projects. So I'm going to open my terminal here. So I'm going to search for terminal. Let me bring up tab. So here, once you install Python, you're going to have access to commands. So I'm going to be able to run python -- version. So when I run that, you see that it has Python 2.7 now. On Mac or Linux, you're going to be having Python 2.7 installed by default. So whenever you install Python 3, you want to check it by writing python 3 -- version. So you can see that I have Python 3.8 installed. So similarly, to check if we have pip, you can do pip 3 -- version. And then you see that I have pip 20.1.1 installed. So when we have these, I'm going to cd onto my desktop, and then I'm going to create a folder that will host our project files. So I'm going to call this folder Todo site. And then when we do that, we're able to, so when we do that, the folder is going to be created. So I'm going to cd into the folder. So cd Todo site. So in here, we need to create a virtual environment now. Now in Python, it's always ideal to isolate your project dependencies or project packages into one area, such that those project packages don't have to mess up with other Python projects you might have. Similarly, if you ever wanted to deploy this application, you're going to need to have an easier way to correct all the application packages so that you can deploy them with your application. So when we create a virtual environment, that will help to encapsulate all our project dependencies into one area where we can always access the dependencies that are specific to this project. So to create a virtual environment, there are different ways you can do it. So one of them is using the Virtualenv module. Another one is to use the pipenv module. So the pipenv module is like the popular one, but Virtualenv module also has been around and it basically works. Alright, so we need to install it. So to install it, you want to do pip. So here you want to do pip3 install virtualenv. So when you run that, it's going to go ahead and install it. Now mine is already installed, so that's why you saw it didn't take a lot of time. Once you install virtualenv, now we can use virtualenv to create the virtual environment for our project. So we can do virtualenv, and then we want to name our virtual environment. So I'm going to name mine venv like this. So when we do that and do an ls, you see that we have venv created here. Now whenever we create a virtual environment, we need to activate it. Now to activate this one, we can do source, the name of our virtual environment, then we can go into bin, and then we want to source in activate. So whenever we run that, you see that our current environment changed and the current environment is venv. So here, if we run python -- version, so remember earlier we had conflicts between Python 3 and Python 2.7. So right now if we run Python version, you see that it is using Python 3.8.5 by default, and that's because we used pip3 to install virtualenv, and by default virtualenv creates a virtual environment using the latest Python available. Alright, so now that we have this, we need to install Django. So we already know that we have pip installed and we can use pip to install Python packages. So now let's use pip to install Django. So here we can do pip install, and here we don't have to do pip3 because our virtual environment has pip that is of the latest version. So here you can do pip install Django like this. So something to note here, whenever we say pip install Django, it's going to only be installed in our current virtual environment. So whenever you try to access Django elsewhere and you didn't install it globally, you're not going to be able to install it. So now that we have Django, we can use Django to create a new Django project. So Django comes with this tool called Django admin. So we can do Django-admin start project. So when we say start project, we need to give our project a name. So I'm going to call ours Todo site. And then I want this project to be created in our current directory. So inside to-do site we are already in. So you can put a dot and then click OK. And then if we do an ls, what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and create a to-do site folder, and then it's going to give us a manage.py file. So over here we can use Python to run our local development server that Django ships with. So you can do Python manage.py run server and then click OK. So what that will do is it's going to spin up a local development server. So when we click on, so when you go to the browser to this to localhost port 8000, and then you will see that it opens up our project in Chrome. Alright, so then here you see that the server is able to basically log out all the requests that are coming to the web server itself. And yeah, so right now we have Django installed, everything is up and running. So in the next video, I'm gonna come in and we start exploring more with Django. So if you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I will talk to you later. Last time we were able to run our local development server, and we can go to localhost port 8000 and we have our Django application being served. So in this video, I want us to take a look at the core files that Django ships with and basically explore around before we start adding our own functionality. So the manage.py basically is used to hook in the commands we type in here, and then it sends them to Django, and then Django can execute them. Alright, so we are going to be running other types of commands. For example, here, if you come down here, you will see that whenever we run server, we get this text here that says we have some unapplied migrations. So these are required to set up Django's core functionality with our database. So we can go ahead and set them up. So here, we need to run a migrate command. So since these migrations are already prepared, we need to migrate them. So we migrate them by running python manage.py migrate. Okay, and you see it's gonna log out that it applied this and everything is okay. So whenever we run manage.py and then add a subcommand, that is gonna be sent here. And now this is now sent to Django and Django executes it. Alright, let's bring back our server. So on here, we have some other files. So we have the main project folder created. So in here we have this the init file. So don't worry about this one. This is just to make sure that this folder is looked at as a module and you can import things from it. So here, this is this asgi.py file. This is a new file that was recently introduced in Django. So what this does is it allows you to run some parts of Django as asynchronous. So by default, Django is a synchronous framework, meaning we basically make requests to the web server, the server processes them, and then it gets back to us. But if you look at the common use cases of a web application, some of the times we might not need to use that model. So if we wanted to implement things like real-time chat, things like sockets, that is when we can use this asgi.py to set up a way that this application can talk to clients in an asynchronous way. So moving forward, we have the settings.py. So this is like the manifest file of your application. So down here, you will see that Django has a secret key. Now this secret key is pretty important. It is used when doing things like hashing passwords, things like compressing files, and all that other stuff. So we need a way of keeping this secret key secure. So whenever we do things like pushing this code to GitHub, we don't really want to expose this. So here you see we even have a warning that keep this security key secure. Keep this secret key in a production secret. So I always advise that even when you're in development, always move this key away. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut this key and remove it from here and create a .env file on the root. So .env. So when we create a .env file, we can put it here. Okay, so when we create a .env file, it allows us to basically put this information here, and then we can hide away this .env file from version control. So I'm also going to create a .gitignore file. So .gitignore. And in here, I'm going to put .env. Like this. Save. And this .env file is going to be now hidden from version control. Every time we run a git command, we will not be able to basically add it. So also, I want to also here add the environment files. We don't want to be pushing these to GitHub. So right there, env, you can put a slash and maybe put this and save. So right now we don't have a Git project initialized, but we'll be doing that later. So now when we come back to our settings.py, to keep this one really secure, we don't want to add it in the code, so we can access this. So we can access the things we put in an environment, in the environment variables, using the os module. So here we can do os.envir.get, then the key. So we need to import os. So here we can say import os, like this. So when we run this, you will see that the server stops telling us that the secret key must not be empty. That is because by default our server doesn't know that we updated our environment file. So we need a way to restart this server when we tell it that the environments were updated. So here we need to first do source.env. So you will see that we get this kind of error saying that there is a syntax error in our .env file, and that's because our secret key basically has all these characters and we need to really add it as a string. So I'm going to wrap all this in this string format and save, and then down here I will source it in again, and now you see it works. And now we run back our server, and you see that the server is back up. So if you go here, you see that things are still working. So make sure you run source.env, and also make sure you're using git bash if you're on Windows. So coming back here, now down here you see that we have debug equals true. So this tells Django which kind of environment you are running in, so that it can know how to handle specific things. For example, when we are in development, so when debug is true, it's going to be giving us very descriptive errors. If we have like 404 errors, it's going to throw them to us. But if we are in production, Django will use this value to know to render different things to the user. So whenever, let's say there are some errors in our application, Django doesn't just throw the errors to the user. So it can maybe tell them a handy message like something is not good. So here we have the allowed host section. So this one here, basically you can define which domains your application is going to be served on. Alright, so moving on, down here we have the installed app section. So by default Django ships with these 6 apps. We have the admin, the auth, content types, sessions, messages, and static files, and we'll be looking at most of these as we go. So here the middleware. So this basically is some extra functionality that supports these built-in Django apps, and you see that these are arrays, meaning they provide a way of us adding more here. So when it comes to apps, of course, when we create our own apps, which we'll talk about next time, we'll also be adding them to this file. So we have the root URL conf. So this defines the entry point to the routing of our application. So apparently our routing starts from urls.py here, which we are going to get here too. So we need to define that file where our main URLs are. So here we have the templates. So the templates are basically you can think of them as the HTML pages for now. Login HTML, register HTML, those can be templates. So we need a way for Django to know how to work with those. Now, of course, they have an initial setup, but we need to tell it where those files will be. So we'll be adding those here. So we have the WSGI application. So this is the entry point to basically our web server application, so which is now WSGI.py. So like I said, we have SGI and WSGI, and WSGI is a way to serve our application as synchronous, and SGI, it helps us to serve it as asynchronous. And we'll be talking more about this as we go. So right now let's just focus on what is here. So down here we have where we define our databases. So when you set up Django, it ships with the default SQLite database. So this is good for development, so we'll develop on this, and then later we'll be changing it when we are going to deploy to Heroku to Postgres. Here we have things that help us to validate passwords. So we have the language code, so every time we change this language code, Django will update a whole things on the website using a new language code we set. There is a little more to setting up different languages on a site, that by default the value on the language code will be the language that the site will be on. So here you have the time zone. By default it's going to be UTC. Then we also have these other settings, so that helps when Django is serving our application to different locales or different people. It can know how to basically serve them depending on where they are and maybe the language they use. So here we have the urls.py. So like we said, this is the entry file to our Django project. So everything we write, all the functionalities we write, we need to expose that to the user, to the outside environment. So whenever a user makes a request to our server, we need to basically specify the routes that they can access here. So by default, we can access the admin. So right now you see we have /admin, then we have this. So if we came over here in our browser and go to /admin, you see that we access the Django administration page. Also, if we change this to maybe app/admin, then we need to now come over here and access this from app/admin, and you see things are still working. So this helps us to define where basically our functionality will be living and expose that to the user or the outside request. So we've talked a little bit about WSGI. So WSGI is a specification and all these Python frameworks implement it. So we don't have to do much here. This is just for Django to tell where our application is and how it should run. So this is our virtual environment file. Don't worry about it. This is the database file that gets set up. We looked at the manage.py. So those are the files that Django ships with by default. So before we go, I'm going to stop this server and initialize a Git project here. So I'll do git init, and so when you say git init, you see that this is hidden, but this is not. So we can go back to our .git ignore and do this. So down here, let's do this. So down here, if we save, you see that this is also hidden from Git. Okay, so looking good. So every time we create a .env file, it's going to be important that we expose what we have in our .env whenever we push this to GitHub. So if someone wants to check out our project, they can know what kind of environments they need to set up. So it's always good we set up a .env sample file. And then in the .env sample file, we can keep the keys but hide basically the values. So you can say maybe put your key here. Alright, so looking good. So I'm going to be pausing the video here. So in the next video, I'm going to come and we start creating apps. Last time we took a look at the default files that Django ships with. So in this video, we're going to be talking about apps. So in Django, apps is a way that we group related functionality together. So if we had things to do with like managing users, authentication, we would add those in an app. If we had other things like managing to-dos, create, read, update to-dos, we will add things that do that also in an app. So let's go ahead and first create our first app. So to create an app, you want to do Python manage.py start app, and then we give this app a name. So I'm going to be creating two apps. One is going to be the authentication app. So we do authentication. And also I'm going to create another app for managing to-dos. So I'm going to create this one, to-do. Alright, so when you create this, we also have the to-do app created. Alright, so basically when we create a new app, we get a folder created for us, and that folder contains different things. So it provides us a way to write our views. So views is a place where we will be basically adding all our logic. So things to maybe define what we need to send back to the user, things like handling the user's post request, those will be in the views. So here we have the test file. So here we can write all the tests for our app here. We have the models file. So the models basically is to set up our database tables and also define how those should be. So we have the apps file. So this is just for configuration. So by default it sets up the app name. We also have the admin py file. So here we can use this to add our app to the Django admin so that it can now appear basically in the admin section. So every time you create an app, you need to add it in the settings.py installed app section. So we want to come over here and add authentication, and also to-dos, so authentication. Like this. So this is a very important step, so never forget to do it, because if you don't, then your application is pretty much not going to work. So now that we have our app set up, the next thing we're going to need to do is see how to basically have something else that's not the default homepage. So let's create a view that should be able to show a list of a user's to-dos. So we said we put those views in views. Okay, so here in views, let's say we wanted to render out a list of items. So we would come here and define basically a function. So let's do def. Since it's gonna be the entry file, we can call it index. So you can say index. So this takes in request. So in here we can say return. Let's render. So we want to render a template. So by default, Django is going to be looking for the templates in our current app. So it's gonna go here and then it's going to look for a folder called templates. So let's create it. So in here, we want to create another folder. So by convention, it should be the name of our app. So here we can do to do, and then inside here, now we can create our file. So here maybe we can say index.html like this. So here I'm going to create a simple HTML page. So I'm gonna say maybe home. Then in here I can say, let me put an h3 and say list of to-dos. Then maybe I can say, let me have a UL li. So let's have go home. Then let me duplicate this and save. So for us to be able to render out this HTML page, we would come here in views and say render. So render takes in the request first. So we pass request, and then the next part is gonna be the template name. So to pass the template name, we want to put the route, the path to this. Where are we working in? Oh, we are working in authentication. So let's move this to the views for the to do. So here we need to now render out this index HTML. So we can do to do then slash index.html and save. So let's run back our server. So we want to run server again. So if we go back to the server, you see that it is still rendering this, and that's because we have not connected this view to a URL. So to be able to connect this to a URL, what we want to do is we want to create a urls.py file for our app. So here you want to do urls.py. So in here you define URL patterns, but before we define those, let's first import some utilities. So from Django.urls import path. So now here we can define our URL patterns. This is going to be a list of our path. So we can define a path, and then we want to define where the view that will handle the request to that path. So let's also import views. So from that import views. So once every time the user comes to the default page, we want to render out views.index like this. So also we need to specify a name for this. So specify a name equals something like home. So every time we are using this view in our application, we access it using the name. So that makes sure that every time we change something here, we like change the path or we move it to a different host and the path changes, we don't have to go on and refactor everywhere we are using this path. We can just, the name will still work even when we change the path. So now that we have this path, we are going to be adding other paths here specific for our app. So if we wanted to like create a to do, edit a to do, confirm a to do, delete, we will be having other definitions here. So for them to work, we need a way to add them to our main application URL routing. So we want to go to our main URLs file. So we'll go here. So here we need to import something called include. So include helps us to basically add in all the routes from a specific app with just one line. So here we can do, we basically have the same thing. So we'll have, so they're going to be on the home, and what we want to do is we want to include, and then we want to include all our URLs in the other file. So this is going to be to do .urls. I believe that's how we called it. Yes, and save this file. So when we save this, you see that the server restarts, and now if we go back, you see that now we have our HTML being served. Okay, looking good. Okay, so now that we have our URLs being hooked in and we can see our HTML, I want to show you how Django basically handles static files for an app. So static files can be things like images, things like fonts, things like CSS. So by default, we saw Django looks for the templates in the app/templates/the app. So when it comes to static, it is not a lot different. So Django will be looking in a folder called static. So here we need to have a folder called static, and in here then we need to also have the app name. So we need to have to do here. So remember, now we want to render an image to the site. So I'm going to bring in our application logo. Now let me just get it here. So I'm just gonna go to Figma. So let me export this file. Okay, so moving on. So we need to create the static folder, and then in here we have the app name. So now we can go ahead and create basically things like CSS, things like JS, things like images, so img. So I'm going to bring in this demo image, so I'm going to call it logo for us to see how it's going to work. Then I will move it to img. Okay, so now if we wanted to render this image or any JS file, we would go in our template. So let's go to this template we created, then index. So let's say here we wanted to show that logo. So what we'll do is we need to load a tag. So whenever we want to access static files, things like JS, CSS, images, we can use a load static tag. So here you want to do this syntax and then do load static like this. Okay, so when you do load static, then now we can have like our image. So img source equals. Okay, so by default, you would come over here and do things like to do /img/logo.png. So this is not how we do it in Django. So in Django, the way we do it is you use this static utility. So you want to come over here and inside here use these tags like this. So you want to now use our tag static, and here you put a relative path to that file. So when you use the site, now we need to specify a relative path to this file. So you can do to do /img/logo.png like this, and then save. Last time we saw how we can render templates and also static files of an app. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you a better way of doing it. So currently, if you see what we are doing here is for every app, we basically are creating a static folder for the things for that app. So similarly, we are creating a templates folder for all the templates for that app. So this is well and good, but we can as well do it in a different way. So one of the common patterns you will also see is people will be having a templates folder in the root, and then they will be putting there all the files, basically for every other app. So here we're going to create a templates folder. Okay, so now in here, since we already have two apps, now we can still have our own arrangement and have to-dos there. Actually, it should be to-do, and also let's also have other templates for authentication. So I'm also going to have a folder called authentication like this. And then, so in here, since we already have the other index, I'm going to move this index away. So I'm going to go to do templates and move away this index into to do here. Okay, then I'm going to delete this folder here because we are going to be putting everything up there. So I'll just delete it. Okay, so in here, of course, in registration, we will have things like register, HTML, things like login, HTML. Okay, when it comes to the static files, so we could come here in the root and create like a static folder that will be hosting those. But if you go to our settings.py, so that is here, you see that Django sets up the static URL. So this is where all our static assets would go. This setting here is used by Django every time it is optimizing those assets. So whenever we are like deploying, it's going to go ahead and pick all the static files we have in all our project and compress them into this static folder. So you see this static folder is on the root, so we don't want to use the root like we did for the templates. So we're gonna go in the to-do site, so over here, and then so in the to-do site main application, and then we are going to be putting the static there. So if we come here, I'm gonna move this actually to to-do site. Okay, so now things are here. So now if we went back to our application, you see that things basically are broken. So we have this template does not exist at to-do index.html. That's because when we come in our view, so in views.py, to-do index.html is basically not able to be found. So what we want is we want to point Django to also look at the things we put in our templates folder. So if we go to our settings.py again on the templates section, so that's gonna be templates here. We need to tell Django where to look for those templates. So we can come here. So on here, you said we have this empty list where we can add different paths to where our templates are. So here we are going to be using the OS emoji to basically locate where this template is. So we're gonna do os.path, then we want to do join. So we'll be joining our base directory. So base directory is this. So you want to pass in base there, and then you want to join it with the templates folder. So templates like this. So when you do this, this will evaluate to this path here where we have templates. And now if we come back to our app, so I'm gonna go back there, you see that now our templates are being rendered, but our image is not being rendered. So we need a way to render it. So to be able to render that image, we also need to set up some other settings in our settings.py. Okay, so for us to be able to render the image, if you see where now our static assets are, they are in static/to-do. So down here where we have static URL, let's add some other configuration. So I'm going to add static files there like this. So it's gonna be a list also. So for this list, we want to point here. So remember, we can use OS module to construct a path. So we can do os.path.join. So when we say join, we want to join Postgres directory like we saw for the templates. And now we want to go into to-do site, then into to-do site, then static. So in here, you see that things are still nested in to-do, but we want to be adding all the files for the website. So I'm going to go move these away. So I'm going to move them directly into static, and then I'll delete the to-do folder away. So now if we save this and come back to the application, so server is going to restart. If we go back, see that it's still not showing, and that's because we have a typo in static files. So this should be one word. So let's save it. So now of course that we have removed the to-do folder inside static, we want to go to our index. So index is going to be to-do index. So we want to go here and remove to-do from here and only access image slash. So if we save, let's go back, you see that now we are able to access these files. So I consider this a better way, but that's just personal preference. So you guys show how Django should do it in the last video. So this is just an extension of how you can extend those going forward. Last time we saw how we can reorganize the way we access our static files and also our templates. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to reuse templates and some of the cool things that basically templates allow us to do. So for every website, you guys will realize that every website is going to have a header and a footer, or sometimes a sidebar. So things like those that you might want to reuse in different places, Django provides different utilities and different template tags that we can use to be able to reuse the same template in different places. Let's say we wanted to have a template for a header to reuse. So here in templates, I'm going to create a folder here called partials. This is the convention you will normally see like in Django projects. So you put like an underscore and then the word partials. So the underscore is to separate this from the different apps. So in here, now we can create, let's say, a header.html. Okay, so let's say in the header, we wanted to show maybe a user's name when they are logged in, or show a login button. So for now, I'm just going to have a header here like this, nothing much really. And then another thing we see mostly is, let's say we wanted to add things like Bootstrap here, or let's say we wanted to add maybe some other framework. So we don't really want to be adding those in every file we create. So you see those two cases. One is we want to include files in different locations. One is we want to have a file that basically does the setup and we can like inherit from it. So let's also create that kind of file. So let's create this file and call it base.html. So what this file is going to do is set up everything about like our whole layout. So this one, let's call it, here I'm gonna have home, but of course I'll show you how to change this title dynamically. So whenever you create a file like this, remember now this one we are calling it base. Whenever you create a file like this that we're going to extend from, we need a way to now be able to extend from it. So to be able to extend from it, it needs to be basically allowing us to. So here, let's have a div where all our other content will go. So now here, we use a block called content like this. So if we inherit from this, which I'm gonna show you. So let's say here we have maybe a specific text that says hello. And of course, this can be a representative, like having added like CDN links or included CSS up there or some fonts. So this can be an equivalent. And of course, we will be extending this file as we go. So let's say we wanted to now extend this file in our, this one we are seeing here. So we would go to where that template is. So now that's going to be in to-do index. So before we do anything here, we want to extend. So we can go, so we want to extend the other file. So we can go over here and use this syntax here, and we say extends. So when we say extends, we want to provide a path to the template we extend. So now we already know the template we extend is going to be in partials. So it's going to be _partials /base.html like this. So if we save this and come back, you see that now we have hello here, but our other content is not really being shown. Like this content is not being shown. And one thing you will notice already is we are duplicating this already. So we're going to remove the things we know we are duplicating. So let's remove all this and save. So if we save again and refresh, nothing is going to happen because yes, we extended, but we are not actually overriding the parts we want to override. So whenever we create this and we create this block content, we need a way to now extend. So to extend, we also want to use block content, and we also want to end block here and save. So now if we save again and come back to the application and reload, you see that now we extend things and we are also able to add our own things. So that's the way you can extend things. So to reuse different things, so in the header, let's say we wanted to have a header everywhere, let's say in this file. So we would go to the base, and where we have the hello, let's use the header here. So we can now bring in the header by using the include tag. So let's also use that. So include, so we want to be including the, now let's put the path. So the path is going to be _partials /header.html and save. So when we save this and come over here, you see that now our header is here. So every page we go to will definitely have this header. Yeah, so this is how you can include and also extend from different files in Django. So in the next video, I'm going to be introducing you to a CSS framework that will make our life easier. Last time we saw how we can extend components and also include different components in the different sections. So in this video, we're going to be working on the header component. So since the header is going to be used in multiple places, we're going to need to configure it so that it works the way we want it to work. So for us to be able to keep moving fast, we don't really want to be writing down the CSS for everything, the menus, the lists, because that's not what this tutorial is about. So we're going to be using Semantic UI to like use some UI components so that we can move faster and only focus on the Django stuff. So to get started, we need a way to include Semantic UI in our application. So we can come back over here. We need the most minimalistic setup that we can find. So let's go ahead and look for the CDN. So I'm going to type here Semantic UI CDN. We also want only the CSS. We don't care about JavaScript. It's going to load up. We want CSS. So this, just going to copy the link tag, and you know where we can include it in the base. So I'm going to come back over here and include this CSS file. And now if we come back to our application and refresh, you see that now our header is looking different and we are using a different font for all this. So now to continue, when it comes to the header, I'm going to go to the header component. So over here, I'm going to bring in this HTML. So this is basically HTML. If we save and take a look here, let me refresh, you see that we have like this drop down. We have the link to create a to-do, these links to login and logout, and here we should have an image. In fact, let's first fix that. So we know we are loading static. So here where we have the logo, let's use our syntax to get in our logo. So you know we do static and then the URL. So the URL here is gonna be, of course, img/logo .png and save. So let's come back over here, and so now we have the logo being shown. So now this HTML here, you can pause the video and copy it out if you're following along, or you can quickly grab it from our GitHub repo, which I will leave the link in the description. But basically all it is just these list items with the semantic classes, so they look better. So feel free to pause the video and copy them out. I'm going to be taking off this terminal here so you guys can see most of it. So right now this is how it is. We have that div with the menu. So we have the container to make sure things don't go here or here. Then now we have the right items, which are these, and on the left we have the logo over there. So we also have these other links to basically do other things. So feel free to copy it out. I guess now you can view all of it. Okay, so moving forward, we don't really want to show links like create, to do when a user is not logged in. We don't even want to show this when the user is not logged in. We only want to show login and register. So whenever you're in the context of a template, you have access to a few things that Django basically gives. So whenever you're in a template, you have access to the request context. So the request is what contains things state like if a user is logged in or not. So what we want to do now is to use the request context. We can come back over here and we use these tags here because we've seen them before. So here we can do if request, then we want to do .user, then we want to do is authenticated. So this gives us a true or a false value. So whenever a user is authenticated, then we want to go ahead and show them the create to do and also the logout button. Okay, so that should stop over here. So I'm going to move it inside here. So I'm going to bring it here, and then so here we can have an else. So to have an else, we also want to do that syntax, and this now have else. So else we want to show them login and register. Let's move this one, and at the end let's go in now and end our if. So here we can have end if. So end if like this and save. So now if you come back to the application and refresh, you see that the user is not logged in and we can only see login and register. So all we want to do is work on these links here and make them work. So user can click here and they navigate. So to make those work is we could go here. Let's go here and create a create to do HTML, and maybe here we say create to do. Okay, let's also remove this. Also, we could also come here in authentication and have the login. So I'm going to bring in this because we need to extend the base and all this other stuff. So here in the login, we can have this and maybe say login here. Similarly, we want to do the same thing for register. So we can come here and say register here like this. So here in the header, we need to be putting these hrefs to point to URLs. So you would be tempted to just link to the templates, but what we want is we want to link to the URLs. So we need to first create the other URLs for login and also register. So let's go here and create a urls.py. So we also need the views for register and login. So we can have def register text in request. So we want to render the register template. So return render. Then the template is gonna be in authentication / register like this. So let's also have the one for login. So it's gonna be login here, and this should be .html. Similarly, should have .html here. Okay, so we need to wire these in our URLs. So if we took a look at how we wired the ones in to do, so in these URLs we have the URL patterns. So I'm gonna copy these and just come back over here and bring them in. So we're importing views. So once when the user goes to login, we want basically route to the login view, and also we work with the register. So now once we have these, we need to wire them in our main application routing, of course. So we're gonna go in our main routings folder and also bring them in. So we can do this. So here let's have the auth, and this is gonna be authentication.urls. So now we can save this. So also let's create a URL to create a to do. So here we are going to create a view called create to do. So let's also give it a name, create say dash to do. So let's go ahead and create this view. Of course we need it, create to do, and we are going to be rendering create to do.html. So hopefully if we did everything correctly, if we come back to our server, it should still be up, and clicking login. So right now when we click this, nothing works. So we need to wire that one up. So if we go back to our header, if we wanted to access the login URL, we would come over here and we use this syntax here. So like this, then we use the URL utility. So when we use the URL, we can put a name for the URL itself. So we can have login here. Similarly, we can have the same thing. And by the way, we don't need this here, so let me remove them. So we can have the same thing for the register. And save. So if we came back and click login, you see that we come here in login here, click register, and we have register here. So in the next video, I'm going to come in, we start working with the models. So thanks guys for watching. I'll talk to you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we set up our header for the project. So in this video, we are going to go ahead and start talking about models. But before we go any further, I want us to talk about how to extend the default authentication that Django gives us. So like we said, Django comes with a default authentication app. So that does things really well, but a lot of the times you're going to want to extend it. So extending it means you want to change maybe how users are created. So by default, Django is going to be using username and password for the authentication. Let's say you want to use email password. Let's say you want to use phone number to log in, those kind of things. So also they basically come with the different attributes on the user, but the ones you might want might not actually come with it. So things like date of birth may not be available, and you may want to really add those to a user. So there are different ways you can do it. One of them is to like have a profile model where you save like extra user information like date of birth or their city, those kinds of things. So that can do well, but still you may not be able to do things like authenticating by email using that kind of approach. So another way is to extend the abstract user. So the abstract user is like the model that Django itself uses, and then we add to it. So that's the approach you are gonna take. But to take that approach, you need to prepare for it. So every time you create a new project, that is the first thing you're going to want to do, because right now we have already migrated our initial table, meaning authentication is already set up. So that approach cannot work anymore. But since we are in development, we can do it. So obviously the way you would do it is you go to your authentication app, then in the models.py. Okay, so for us to be able to override the abstract user, we want to import it. So from Django contrib.auth.models import abstract user, like this. Then here let's create our own class. So this class can be, you can call it anything, and then it should inherit from abstract user. So by default, its toString method is going to be returning username. So for us, we want to be now returning the email. So here let's do return self.email. So if we save this, you notice that immediately we get issues here. So that's because we had already migrated the initial changes, and now this new class we are creating is colliding with the changes that were saved before. So we want to tell Django to use either this class or the one it was using before for the user model basically. So we can go to settings here, and anywhere around here we can do auth user model, and then you can set that to the app name, authentication, then the class. So our class is called user. So and save. So when we save, you see that now the server starts up again, and so we have successfully extended the abstract user. So if you ever get any issues because you had run some prior migrate commands, you can quickly delete your file and then recreate it. So if I did like this delete here and then maybe this restarted this server, you see that now migrations are there, and now if we run the migrations, it should be able to sync with this new model. So if you want to take a look at what's in the abstract user, it's everything that the default Django authentication model uses. So over here we have like validations for the username, we have all these other attributes that are defined on that model. So all the things, now that we are inheriting from the abstract user, we can go ahead and basically override all this stuff. So one of the things you may normally want to override will be the create _user and create super user. So these are the ones. So you want to see how they are written. like their signature, and see how you want to change those. For example, if you wanted to use like email and password, if you wanted to use email password instead of username password, there is a key called username field. So username underscore field. So you see by default it is username. So those are the things you would be changing in your new model. The last thing you want to do is in the admin.py, you want to register your new user model, of course, so that it can show up in the admin section. So here you want to import the model. So from .models import user. Then you also want to import the default user admin. So from Django contrib auth admin import user admin. Okay, then you want to add this to the admin side. So admin site register. So we want to register our model and also its admin, the user admin. Okay, so this will make sure that our model basically shows up in the admin section, and everything we make changes to here will be showing. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. So in the next video, we're gonna talk more about models, specifically the models for the to-do. So thanks guys for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we set up our custom user model. So we set it up and we are now using it in our main settings file, and we now have chances to extend it if we wanted. So in this video, we're going to be setting up the model for the to-do. So to set up the model for the to-do, we want to go to the to-do and also go to models. So here we want to set up a class. It's going to be called to-do. So we are going to be inheriting from models.model. So basically this gives us the utilities to basically construct a model. So our model is going to be having a few things. One of them is going to be the title. So we can have title here. So title is going to be a char field. Then we can have max length. Okay. Then the next thing is going to be a description. So then the description can be the text field. So for the text field, you actually don't need to specify the max length. It's not mandatory. Then the next thing we're going to add is completed field. So is underscore completed. So it's going to be a boolean field, and by default it's going to be false, like you see. Then we need to define a toString method. So $str. Then let's return the title. So self.title. So one other thing we need to set up is the owner. So we need to set up a foreign key with the user, such that when we have a user, we can get all the to-dos they have created. And of course, the way application is going to work is you're not going to be seeing to-dos of everyone. You should only be able to see yours. So here let's set up our owner. So owner is going to be a foreign key. So the foreign key, we need to set up a 2. So 2 is going to be the model we are referencing. So let's import our model. So we can go to authentication .models import user. Then we need to specify an on delete. So on delete, we can use models cascade. So this means that every time a user is deleted, we should make sure that we delete out all the to-dos they had created on the site. So that's what that does. Okay, so moving forward, another thing that I'm going to do is set up a tracking model, or a model that's going to have things like created at and updated at. So you note that things like created at and updated at, in your case you might have something else, might be repeating for all the other models. So somehow and for some reason Django doesn't provide you these two fields by default. So what you want to do is you want to create a tracking model for those. So I'm going to come over. So I'm going to create a helpers folder here, helpers, and then in here I'm going to have a models.py. So now I can create a model. So class, I'm going to call it tracking model, tracking. Then we are going to inherit from models.model. So models.model, like this. Then we will have, let's make sure we're importing models. So we'll come over here and have the same import. So here we can have created at and updated at. So created at should be created at. So models, it's gonna be a datetime field. So here we want to do auto now. So every time the instance of this model is created, then we want to make sure that for this created that we insert the current date time at that point, at that time. So we also want to update that. So updated at. So for updated at, it's also going to be a datetime field. And now here we can add. So whenever it's updated, so we can use auto now add, then set it to true. And that's gonna be using also the current date time every time that model is gonna be updated. So to be able to use this, by default, we can use this as a separate model for any other app. But what we want to do is we want to make it abstract, meaning we shouldn't be using this to create objects itself. So here we can have a class meta. So for the class meta, we want to put abstract equals true. So this means that this model should only be inherited from and not used to create new models, because this is very generic tracking model. You can't create objects from tracking model, because what it does mean, because normally if you have a user model, then you know, if I say user, new user, or user, you're creating a new user instance. But tracking model, that doesn't make sense. So the only use of this will be to be inherited from, so we can get these fields on every model we create. So we can do abstract equals true. Also, whenever we are querying for objects, most of the times we're always going to need them to be ordered by the create date in descending order. So the recent ones coming on top. So here we can also define ordering. So ordering can be created at, but we always want the descending order, so we put a -1 there. And yeah, so that means that in the to-do we can come inherit our tracking model. So let's import our tracking model. So where we created helpers, we want to make sure we can import from this folder. So let's add a danda init danda.py. Then let's import that models file. So from helpers.models import tracking model like this. Then let's add tracking model here. So we want to remove this one too and save. So when we save, let's stop the server and rerun it. It is quite stuck. So when we save, you see that now it is running. And yeah, so instead of us having to say created that, updated that in this model, we go to another model we create, we put those, another model we put those. That's not gonna be helpful. You're gonna be repeating code. So that's why we inherit from this, and basically saves us a couple of lines and makes our things more organized. So now let's go ahead and migrate this. So we can do Python manage.py. We want to first prepare our database for the new changes. So we do make migrations, and then we want to say migrate like this. Okay, so you see that now our migrations are applied. If we run back our server, things will be still working. So that's gonna do it for now. In the next video, we are gonna go ahead and start working with ModelForms. So thanks guys for watching. If the video helped you, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we were able to set up our models, and we also have this tracking model. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and look at how to use ModelForms to create a form where we can create a to-do and also be able to save that to-do in our database. So first off, I want to mention that we don't have the authentication yet. So I'm going to first disable things that require authentication at the moment, and then when we start to work with authorization, then we can enable our authentication or our user, and then we can see how we can restrict different parts. So now let's first focus on creating to-dos, deleting to-dos without being authenticated. So if we go to our to-do, you see we set up a foreign key field. So I'm going to comment out this foreign key for now, then we can comment it later. So when we change something in the models, we need to migrate again. So make migrations, then let's migrate, then just run back our server. So now here in the header, we need a link to go to create to do. So in the header with HTML, so the link to create to do, I'm going to basically move it up so it's already showing. So I can just move it here. So if you come back and refresh, we have it. So clicking it, it's not redirecting anywhere. So we need to make sure here we are going to the create to do URL. So we use our URL tag, then we go to the name. So the name of this is create to do. It's create-to-do. So we want to copy this, and over here we want to make sure it is the one. Okay, so we add create to do. So in the URLs we need to have create. We need to have a different route here. So let's say create. Yeah, let's just say create. So now if we come back here, refresh and click create, you see that now we come on create to do. So first off, you notice that our content is being sent out from the middle, so we don't have paddings on the left, on the right, and all that stuff. So in our base template, so base is going to be, where is our base? So in our base template here, where we render our content, we need to render this content in a div. Let's make sure we are moving this inside here. Then this class, let's give it some semantic UI classes. So it's gonna be UI container. Let's save it, come back here, refresh. See, now it's over here. So to create the form, so now to create the form, we're gonna go to do, and over here, like I said, you are going to be using ModelForms. So to use ModelForms, you can go to your app, and then you want to create a new file called forms.py. Then you can create a form. So class, this is gonna be called to do form. To do form. So we're gonna be importing from forms.modelForm. ModelForm. Forms.modelForm. Of course, we need to import forms. So from Django, import forms, like this. Okay, so when you create your class, you need to define other information. So you write class meta like that, and then we want to define the model name. So the model here is gonna be to do, so we need to import it. So from .models import to do. Okay, so now that we have this, our to do model will have things like created at, things like things like is completed, and all that funds is completed. So our to do model will have things like created at, which we might not need to include in the form. So we can set up another attribute here, but before we do that, just to show you how it's gonna look, we can go to our views. So our create, so in our create view, we can construct a form. So we can say form equals, we need to import our model form. So from .forms import to do form. So we say form equals to do form, then we want to call it like this. Then over here, let's set up a context. So context can be like extra information we want to send from the view to the template. So form is gonna be form. Okay, and now we pass that as the third parameter here. So pass context like that. So now if we go back to our template, we should be able to access this form. So I'm gonna go to the template. So template is over right here. So inside here we can have these two. So whenever you want to display dynamic content, you can use this, and then we want to display the form. Okay, so first off, you notice that we don't have the fields set up on our model form. So we want to go to our forms and also set up the fields key. So fields equals, if you want to show all, you can do under all like this and save. Then make sure that the server is still up. So I'm gonna pause mine and then reload it. So if you go back to the app and click create to do, you see that we have an issue. This should be a dictionary. So in the views, so we have context. This should be a dictionary, sorry. So if you come here and reload, so you see that now we have our form, and we didn't go ahead to create these fields. But one thing you'll notice that these forms, they're not looking really great at first. So what you want to do is you want them to be block. So for them to be block, you want to render this form as a paragraph. So in here, let's go here into do form.as _p and save. So if we save this and then reload, you see that now this form is being rendered as block elements. So you'll notice that we don't have the submit button and the form is still not looking great. So for it to be able to look great, we need to wrap it in a form tags. So form. So if we now move this as P into the form, we need to specify other classes for it to look good. So this class is gonna be UI form. Okay, so if we save this and refresh, you now see that things are looking a lot better. So we also have the is completed. Now we need to submit this form. So to submit this form, we can have an input of type submit. So input submit, then we can say maybe something like submit over here, and if we come back here, so now we have the button there. So for this button, we want it to look a little bit better, so that's where we can now use some semantic classes. So we can use UI button, should be 1B, like this. Let's refresh. Now you see it's looking good. So if you want it to look like this, we can just pass primary here, primary, then let's refresh. So now it looks like this. So how do we go ahead to save these changes into our DB? So if we fill this form and submit, nothing is gonna happen. That's because we also need to set up the action. So the action will refer to where we want this form to be submitted to. So here we can use our URL, and then we want it to go to the same view. So the view is create to do. So we also need to specify the method for the form as other forms. So the method is going to be post. So we're going to be posting data to this view here. So if we refresh and go ahead to fill this and submit, you see that we get this CSRF verification failed, and that's because every form we write should have cross-site request forgery protection. So Django provides us with a way to add these in our forms, so make sure you add that before you submit. So then in the view, so that's gonna be over here, what we want is we want to check if a user is posting information so we can save it. So here we can check if a user is posting by checking if request with method equals post. So if this is the case, here we can get the title. So the title is going to be request.post.get title. So that means that in the post data we want to get the title. Let's also get the description. It's going to be title, not titles. So description should be just description. So for the is completed, since it's a Boolean field, it's going to be sent to us not as true or false. So we're going to be checking to if we have, so we're going to be checking the key here. So the key is completed. Now that's what's going to be sent to us. So here we can check for is completed, and we want to say that if it's not available, we want to use this false by default. Then here we can now construct our new to do. So let's make sure we're importing to do here. So from to do's, import our to do. Okay. So here now we can create our new to do. We can say to do equals to do, like this. Then now we can say to do dot title equals title, to do dot description equals description, then to do dot is completed. So for the is completed, like I said, this value is going to be on or off. So whenever it is on, we want to set it to true. We can set it to true if is completed up there, is completed equals on. Otherwise we'll set it to false, like that. Then when we are done, we want to call to do dot save. Okay, so now, so after we save, we want to redirect to a page that contains the single to do item. That means we need to create another template and also another view. So I'm going to duplicate this. So this one is going to be called to do detail, which I'm just going to call it to do detail. Makes sense. Okay, so here let's remove everything else and only have to do. I'm just going to have detail here, and then I'll remove the form because we won't need it. So here in our view, when we are done saving, we want to return, we're going to be using HTTP redirect. So we're going to be So we want to return a redirect, so we need to import redirect from Django. So from Django http import redirect. So we want to redirect the detail page of the new created to do. So to get the details page, we of course need to have a URL first. So let's create that URL. So here I'm going to duplicate this. So this one is going to be to do slash. So on here we are going to be using the IDs. So the ID is going to be an int. So on to do slash the ID, we want a view to handle that. So I'm going to call this to do. So I'm going to call this to do detail. Then the name we can also say to do detail. Actually, just call it to do. I think it makes sense. Okay, so let's create the view. So let's create this view here quickly. So we can come down here and have a view. So def. So then we want to get request. Then now we can return render gets request. Then gets the template. So template is gonna be to do slash to do detail.html. Then the context can be empty for now. Okay, so here when we finish, we want to redirect to this. So here there's a special case because this URL expects us to pass an ID. So that means that here in this to do detail, we need to expect that ID. So here we need to expect it. So make sure you're expecting it. Then on here, remember we don't directly redirect to things like to do /1, to do /3, but we let Django handle that. So here for us to be able to make Django handle that, using the URL with parameters, we want to use the reverse utility. So I'm gonna come over here and so from Django go to URLs, import reverse like this. So when we import reverse, now here we can say, okay, we don't know the real URL, but what we know is the URL name. So our URL name is to do, but we also know that this view expects a keyword argument of ID. So here we can put a comma and specify some quags. So quags is going to be a dictionary with the key that we expect and also the value we have. So this we don't have to be rendering it. We want to use these tags instead. So save. So for the ID, every time we call save, we get the ID that was created for this current to do. So here you can do to do dot pk like this and then save. So now if you come back to the site, then go to create to do, we can enter some title, then let's enter some description and also submit. So when you submit, you see that we are redirected here, meaning that our to do was created. So that's gonna do it for now. So in the next video, I'm gonna come in, we create more to dos and also retrieve these accordingly. So thanks guys for watching. I will talk to you in the next video. Last time we left off where we are able to create a to-do item. So we can come here and add a to-do. So to-do one can be anything here. Then of course we can submit. So when we create, we see we are redirected onto the details page with the ID here. So what we want to do now is we want to go ahead and be able to retrieve all the items we have been creating. So to be able to retrieve those, we're going to go to our to-do views. So the view here we are looking at is where we want to show them now, which means we want to find a way of getting them from our DB and passing them to our template. So the way we can get those is we're going to go here. So here we're going to have a to-dos variable, and then since we are already importing to do, now we can use to do to query the to do objects. So here you can say objects.all. So since we are not implementing authentication yet, we will be tweaking this to fit the current logged in user, but for now this should do. So here let's create our context. So context is gonna be here, we can have to dos, and then these are gonna be to dos like this. Then we pass the context as the third parameter like this. Okay, so now if you go to our template, so we're gonna go to templates, to do, index. So over here, before we show a list of to-dos, we want to first check if this user has to-dos or not. So if the user doesn't have to-dos, we want to of course tell them, hey, you ain't got no to-dos right now. We want to tell them that they don't have to-dos at that point in time. So if we come here where we have the H, I'm gonna change this to an H1 actually. Then I'm going to remove this logo because we don't need it. So here we can have my list of to-dos class, I'm going to give this h1 a class of UI header so that it can stand out. So here I'll remove this UR. So to check if this has more than one item, we can come over here. We're just gonna do an if. So in here you can say if. So we want to check to-dos. So if we say to-dos and they are not there, then we want to be able to show something like you don't have any items yet. So let's have an else and also an end if. So now in here in the if, we can show a table. So I'm going to type a table here quickly. So the table can have a t head, of course. Then for the t head, so we'll have a table row and we'll have t headers. So we're gonna have 4 of those. So the first one is gonna say title. So let me duplicate this. The second one is gonna say description. The third one is gonna say completed. Then the fourth one, for now, it's gonna be empty. We want to be able to use it for actions. So you can either say actions here. Okay, so now that we have the header, we need to work with the body. So here we can say t body. So inside here, now we need the row. So for these rows, we are going to be looping over to-dos and showing each of those as a t row. So here we need to do a for loop. So to do a for loop, we want to do for to-do in to-dos like this. Then we can come here and end for. Okay, so here we can show a row. So tr. So for the first one, we want to show t row dot title. So here we can have a td. Then this is gonna be, so to show dynamic content, we use this template syntax. Then we say to do dot title. Then let's have description, and also it's completed. So here you can say description. Then here we can have is complete. I believe it is completed. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Then let's save this now. If we come back here and refresh, we see that we have a table and we have our data. So this is not looking so great here. So what we want to do is let's just apply a style from Semantic. So here we can have a class. So it's going to be UI table. This is how like they name their classes. So UI table, if we refresh, you see that now we have a table. So for the actions, we currently don't have actions, but we want to have a view button and also an edit button. So down here, we are going to have another TD. So for this TD, we will have an A. So A. So in here, in this A, we want to show an icon. So we can use the I tag. Then we want to use class. So this one is going to be the view one. So we can use I class and then icon. Okay, so if we save this and come back here and refresh, you see that now we have the eyes here. So we also need to have the edit button, but this should actually look somehow like a button. So for the A, I'm going to give it a class. So this class is going to be UI button. Refresh it. Now you see it looks like the button. Okay, so this is going to be going to the detail page, which will be here. Let's go ahead and create the other one for the edit. So here you can have pencil, and now you see we have the pencil. Okay, so looking good. So now we are able to retrieve the list and we can pass it to our template and we can see it here. So whenever we don't have items, we want to also show a message like you don't have items right now. So here I'm going to have a div. So this div is going to have a class of UI, and also it's going to have a UI, another class of message. So now in here we can, let's have a div. So this div is going to have a class of header, and here let's say no items yet. So down here we can put a helper text to tell them that they can create one. So let's say you can create your first to do now. So here let's put a link that goes to the to-do creation page. So you know href is gonna be, we use the syntax, then we bring in here, then we use the URL and then the name of that view. So the name of the URL is create dash to do like this. So let's save, come over here, refresh. So right now we already have items. So if we want to emulate that we don't have items, we can come here and pass an empty list. So if you come back again and refresh, you see that now we get this message. You don't have items yet, you can create. All right, so looking good. So also let's take it back. And yeah, so also whenever we click here, we want to go back to the home page. So we want to go to our header and correct it. So I'm gonna search for header here. Then over here, this href here should be going to the home. So we can say URL, then the name is gonna be, let's check the name for our index. So in URLs, it's called home. Okay, so now we can change this to home and save. So if you come back here, click here, let's refresh, click here, see we get on home. We can navigate back and forth. So now we are able to see our list. One of the things I want to change very quickly is not to use true and false here. I just want to use yes and no instead of true and false. So for us to be able to change that, we can go back to our index page, and where we are in the TD where we are showing it's completed, we can quickly do an if statement there. So to do an if, you already know we want to use this, then we want to say if, then the condition. So we want to be checking for todo.completed. So we can check todo.completed. Then we can say yes, that means it was completed, of course. Then let's have an else. Then let's also end if. So inside the TD is where we want to end if. We need to say no in the else part. So when it's yes, I also want to show an icon with the check, like a tick icon. So here we can have an I. So I, then we need to give it a class. So class, you guys already know, we say it's gonna be check. Then we need the icon one. It should be green, so we can pass a class for green, and you change that to green. So now if you come back here, refresh, you see that now these are changed. So every time we created to do, let's go ahead here and create new one, latest. Let's put latest. Let's just duplicate this and save. You see it goes to the detail, but when we come here, is that it's created and it's on top. So if we created one and we completed it by default, let's set 2 here. Let's duplicate here, let's check it and save, and come back here. We see that it's now on top too. So the ordering, of course, is being done by our tracking model. All right, so that's gonna do it for now. So in the next one, we are gonna come in and add some filters here to filter by completed, by incomplete, and all that stuff. So thanks guys for watching. I will talk to you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can go ahead to retrieve all our created to-dos. So in this video, what I want us to do is to add these filter options down here, so users can actually filter the current view they are looking at. So they should be able to filter by the remaining to-dos, the ones that have a no, the ones that have a yes, and also all of them. So currently what we have is some static information here. So we'll be seeing how to get these values here and pass them to the template. So apparently I've gone ahead to add tfoot. So here in the table footer, we have another row. So this is the row here where we are showing these. So we want every time a user clicks on the first one, we want to basically filter this. So to get these values first, we're going to go to our view. I'm going to have another variable to handle the completed count. Now we have already made our query from the DB. So what we want is we want to run the other operation on the data we already have. So here we can do to-dos. Then we want to use filter. So we want to filter by is completed should be true. So we can say is completed equals true, like this, and this should be just a key, like this. So this key, we want to make sure it is the same as we have in the models, which is the same. All right, so that's going to give us the ones that are completed. So if we want to count them, we can do .count, like this, and we should be able to get the count. Of course, to get the incomplete, just gonna say incomplete count. Then we can just filter by is completed equals false. Okay. Then we also need the all. See, we already have the all. The all are to-dos, so we can also count those. So we can say all count. Then we can just say to-dos.count. Okay. So let's pass these ones down. So we want to pass all count, Let's pass completed count, then let's pass the incomplete count. Okay, so now we can move to our template and we replace this 20. So we replace this 10. So this is gonna be the all count, then this is gonna be incomplete count, then this is gonna be completed. So if we come back over here and refresh, you see that we get the count here. 5 are completed, 2 are not, all are 7. So now we need to handle the filtering. So when a user clicks here, we should change what we are viewing here. So for us to be able to do that, we already know that what we are seeing here is in the variable called todos, this. So now we need a way of changing this in a dynamic way depending on what the user clicked on. So whenever a user clicks on one of them, what we will do is here, whenever a user clicks, we are going to be making another get request. So here where we have this, we are going to be making a request to /filter. Then we'll say cause, so this is for the all, so we'll say all. Then I'm going to duplicate this for the other hrefs. So it's gonna be complete, actually incomplete. Then we can replace this one. Also, this can now be complete. So if we save and come back here, let's refresh it. If we click remaining, you see you get this. Click here, see you get this. Click, see you get this. So now we need a way to handle changing these depending on what is in the URL. So let's go back to our view and handle that. So here where we pass to do's, we are going to be passing a function. So here we are going to be calling a function called get showing todos. So let's call it. It's going to need to have access to the request. So let's pass the request to it, and also the todos we want to filter. Okay, so let's create this function. So we can come back over here and create this function. So we expect the request and also the user. And also the todos. Alright, so here let's return the todos for now, so it keeps working. So yep, so if we come here and refresh, you see we get this. Okay, so now to be able to know what is in the URL, we can check request.get. So request.get gives us everything or every parameter in the URL. So that's always a dictionary. So we want to check if we have that. So if we have that, we want to check what it is. So now we can check if request.get, then let's check for the filter because that's what we expect. So if we have that, then we want to check now what the value of that filter is. So here we can check, then we can check if it is equal to, let's first check for complete. Okay, so if it's complete, we want to be returning, the todos, this, but we want to filter by complete equals true, and this should be 2 equal signs, and save. So let's go ahead and handle the other case for incomplete. So let's make sure the indentation is good. Then we say incomplete. Then here we can just do false again. So for all, we can check if it's all, but all is going to be the default one. So if it doesn't really match any of these, then we can go ahead and return todos. Okay, so the all is going to be handled by this. Otherwise, if we have the like this in the filter, then we are going to be filtering and returning this. Yeah, so whenever we have this, we want to do a get. So we want to do .get on it. Similarly, we also want to do a get here because it's a dictionary. So also let's make sure we are repressing here. Okay, and save. We need to make sure this is completed. So is completed because that is what we have in the model. So if we change that and refresh, you see that now it is showing only the completed ones. If we click on 2 remaining, you see it changes those, and if we click here, you see it goes back. Okay, so this is gonna do it for now. So in the next one, we are going to go ahead and start working on the details page and see how to retrieve a single one. So thanks guys for watching. I'll talk to you next time. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can filter this depending on the completion status. So in this video, we're going to be looking at how to view a single to-do. So every time we click this eye, we should go to the single to-do page. So to do that, we need a way to link to our URL whenever a user clicks here. So we can go to our index. So where we have the I, which is here, in the href, we want to have this. Then of course, we use the URL. Now we need to put the view name. So the view name here, we already know it is to do. Now the to do expects us to give it an ID. So you can leave a space here and pass the ID of the current item. So the current item here is to do. It's going to be to do.pk. So here we can have to do.pk like this. So let's save that. Now if you come back here, refresh and click, you see we come to the /8. Okay, if we click on another one, see it is /5. All right, looking good. So how do we get the details of this? Because at this point we only know the ID. So how do we get more details? So you can get that by going to our views. So in the views, this is where we render the to-do template. So we want to first get this to-do from our DB. So you can have to-do. Now I'm going to introduce you to get object of 404. So let's first import get object of 404, pick 4. So with get object of 404, so what it does is it takes in a model, the model we want to get the object from, of which ours is going to be to do, and then the key we want to query by. So we want to query where the ID equals this ID. So here you can just do pk equals the ID that is passed in here. Okay, so that's going to make sure that we don't, like, our application doesn't crash when the item doesn't exist and it shows a 404 page, like page not found. So Django has a default page it shows when you're in production and the user is accessing something that doesn't exist. So this will make sure that Django is serving the correct template every time this is not found. So now that we have the to do, we can create our context. So context equals to do, then the to do. Then now let's pass the to do here. Oh, let's pass the context to here. Okay, so now if we go to our to do detail, so we'll go to do detail. So over here where we have detail, let's change this to a 1. Then remember we give it the class of UI header, so it looks a bit better. Okay, so here I'm going to bring in this card view. So see what we're doing here is we are creating a div with card class to make it look like a card. Then we are using these other semantic classes to make it basically look a little bit better. And then when we save this and come here, let me refresh, you see that now here we have the detail and we have this card here. So this card here doesn't have dynamic content, so let's go ahead and add dynamic content. So we will start out by here. Let's remove, so we start out by here. I'm just going to change this to do detail. Then since we are passing the to do in the view here, now we can access the properties on it. So we can come over here. So for the title, we can just do to do title like that. Let's do the description. Okay, so for the date, we can now do created at. So to do .created at. If we save and come back again, you see that now we have the title when it was created and the description. So if we check out another one like this one, you see it has different things. So to work, so for the completed, if it's completed, we want to show the check and also show the time it was completed at. So that means that every time we change something of this model, the updated at field is going to be updated. So we can use that for the completed at time. So here we can have to do dot updated at and save. So if we save this, refresh, it shows like this. But when we come to a to do that's not yet complete, you see it is still telling us completed. So we don't want to show this. So what we want is here, we want to first check. So we want to check if it's completed. So we can do if to do dot is completed. Then we want now to go ahead and show this paragraph. So else, then we can say, we can have a p that says maybe not yet complete. Then we can close the if. So let's save that. So here we can now say not yet completed. Okay, so here we can refresh, and see now it shows not yet completed. Okay, cool. So the one that's completed can show when it was. The one that is not yet complete, so that's gonna be like this, shows not yet complete, and we can view the detail. So if we try to access manually something that doesn't exist, like here, you see we get page not found. So here they tell us we are able to see this because debug is true. But if we change debug to false, so I'm just gonna quickly go to settings.py somehow. So let me come over here and change debug to false. Okay, and refresh. Okay, so this is gonna fail because we haven't set up the allowed hosts. So we need to make sure that all domains where application can be served are added in the allowed hosts if we want to run this basically in production where we are not debugging. So make sure it is the top level. Let's also add localhost here. If we come back here, refresh, you see that now we get this error from the server. And you can customize which template Django uses, but maybe that can be a future video. Let's go to 8. You see that the application is working. So this is done. So in the next one, I'm gonna come and we start to delete this because we wanna learn how to do that too. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I will talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we took a look at how we can use getObject or 404 to show a 404 page and not throw an error in our app if a resource is not found on a server. For example, here you will see that we are trying to access this one, but it doesn't really exist. So you might be asking yourself, how do we really customize what the user is seeing here? Or maybe provide a way for them to go back to the application, because right now they are just locked out and there's no way for them to go back to the application. So in this video, we're going to be adding a custom 404 page where we can add like a link to go to the home page or login. So first off to mention, this will only work when debug is set to false. So when this is set to true, Django will be throwing for you all the errors you want. So if we came here, let's say we reload this. So this is for the developer to know what exactly is going on. But when debug is false, that means that we likely are running our app in like production. There's no reason why we should show this kind of errors because the user doesn't care. But what the user cares about is having an efficient way to use your application. So let's go ahead and create a custom 404 page that can have a link to go back to the application. So what we need to do is we need to basically create a template that we are going to be serving to the user, a custom one, not this. So the way we create that is we can create it anywhere. So I'm going to go to our template. So in our templates here, I'm going to have new file. Then I'm going to call it not found.html. Okay, so once we have this, for now I'm just going to have an h1, and then I'm going to say you are lost. So here I'm also going to have a link. So here I listed a user that here are some helpful links. Then we're just going to have a URL. Let's just have a link to go to the home page. So let's have home. So in here we will have an A. So A, then let's move home in there. We'll just say go back home. Okay, so for the href, we are just going to do the same thing we've been doing. We're just going to use our URL. So URL, then the name of the view we want them to go to. So remember we called it home. So this one is the view we want to be redirecting to. So currently our home view is this one. If you go to our URLs, this is the one. This is where we want them to go. So that means that here we basically have this one set up well and good. So now we need a view to serve this. So for the view to serve this is going to be like global to our application. So what we want to do is we want to put it in helpers. So here I'm going to have views.py. So here we need to import render because we want to render a template. So from Django shortcuts, import render. So here we can have a function. So we're going to call it handle not found. So it takes in two things. That's going to be the request and also the exception. So you notice that in our other normal views, we are not passing in the exception, but for a view that handles the 404 not found, we need to pass that exception. So here we can return our render as normal. It's gonna be, we pass the request, and also we need to pass the template name, for which in our case it is in our templates, then not found. So it's not under any folder, so we can just access it by doing not found.html. So since Django already knows where our templates are, it will find it. But if it can't find it, I would highly recommend that you make sure that in your settings.py, where you have your templates, you have this there, and Django is going to be able to find it. Okay, so now that we have that, we need a way to put it in our URLs so that Django can basically have a way to access that URL. So we can go to our main application urls.py. So that's going to be at to-do site, then urls.py. So down here, we want to enter something special called handler 404. So this now we can put a path to our handler view. That's going to be helpers.views. Then the view name is called, let's see. So helpers views handle not found. So that's what we want to have here. So now if we save this and come back to the application and refresh this, you see we get you are lost, and the user can now click here and they go back to the application. Okay, so yeah, so that's gonna do it for now. So for this to work, like we said, it has to work when debug is false, so don't let that one confuse you. So I'm gonna be pausing the video here. In the next one, I'm gonna be showing you how to handle some other errors. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Please don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can have a custom 404 page for our user if maybe they click a broken link or they try to access something that doesn't exist. So they can come over here and we provide them some links to go home. And of course guys, you can make this page pretty. Right now, I want to show you how we can handle errors from the application, or errors that come from the server. So those errors are usually 500 level. So most of them are usually caused by maybe when there's an error in the code that the developer wrote, or if maybe there is a lot of load on the site and it can't handle some things, it throws that 500 error. So to illustrate something like this, I'm going to come here and cause a developer error. So I'm going to come here and remove. We know that this doesn't exist in models, but our server won't catch it, but it will be caught at runtime when the user is using the application. So if we come over here and refresh and try to go to the home, you see we get an error. So there's an error in the application, and now this is being shown. So you might want to really customize this and maybe show a nicer message and try to pretend like you are accountable to the user for them not seeing the things they wanted to see. So for you to be able to show something that's custom here, you want to have a template, of course, the one you want to show. So I'm going to duplicate this template, and then for this template, I'm going to call it server error.html. We can say something went wrong. Then maybe to try to be more accountable, we can say we track these errors, these issues automatically, and our team is on it. Okay, so here we can maybe have a link to go to the help page or about or whatever. But now to be able to serve this, so I say go home or something. And guys, it's very recommended that when you put your app in production, you have a way of tracking these errors so that when a user gets this kind of error, you get like that error logged in your error tracking tool where you can come and fix it. Alright, so now that we have this, then we need a way to serve it. So we can only serve it through a view. So we need to create a view. So remember we have a helpers folder. So in the views, we can now have another view to handle server error. So for this, we don't need to pass the exception. We can just get the request. And then we want to render server error. Alright, so to complete up the setup, you want to go to your urls.py of the main site folder. So over here, where we have handle 404, now we can handle 500. So I want to do handle 500, and now this should be server handle server error. Okay, so let's save this. Now if you come back to the application and reload here, you see that we get a message that is more descriptive that we send to the user, but still there isn't a lot they can do about it. So maybe you want to quickly fix the issue because it would be limiting users to access the services on your website. So yeah, so make sure you set up error tracking for your applications for this work. And if you're not getting this view, make sure in your main settings.py file you have debug set to false, because this is only shown when the application is live. So when it's not live, like we talked earlier, we will only be seeing errors that can help the developer to fix that issue. So if we do this, you see that now we get a more descriptive error, where it's coming from, and all that kind of thing. That's gonna do it for now. If this helped, consider giving the video a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can handle errors on our server. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and see how to delete a to-do from our database. So whenever a user clicks delete, we need to take them to a view where they can confirm that they want to delete, and then we can go ahead and remove it. So first off, we need a view to handle that. Now we can go to our views. So we're going to go to to-do, then views.py, and create a view that will be handling the delete. So I'm going to copy and paste this. So it's going to be called, you can just say to do delete. It's going to be taking in the ID we want to delete. We're going to be doing the same thing to try to first get it from a DB, then throw an error, a 404 if we don't find it. Then we're going to be now sending it to do delete.html. So let's go ahead and create this one. So we're going to go to our templates and create to do delete.html. So over here, we need to, of course, inherit some things here. So I'm going to copy all this and then come here. So we're going to be extending the base template for us to get like things like the style. So since we don't want to show any static files here, we can remove the static. Then we can say delete to do. It can be like a confirmation to delete to do. Then we want to ask them if they are sure they want to delete. So before we do that, this is going to need to be in a form, because whenever a user says yes, we're going to be making a post request. So let me clear out all this other stuff up to here. Then this is going to be a form. So since we're going to make a post request, then we can do action. So we are going to be basically submitting the same view we are at. So we can use URL. Then the view name is going to be to do delete. We need to create it. Then we need to be passing the ID since our view expects it. So that ID is going to be to do.id, since here we are passing the to do into the context. So down we should be able to say to do.id and access that ID. So let's first create the URL before we do anything else. We can just have the same. It's going to be delete to do delete. Then this can be to do delete. Then the name, I guess this is what we used. We'll check. Okay, so for the name, we want to go here and make sure that's what we are sending and save. So it looks like we missed to put So if we come here, the view is there and the server yes is now back up. So here we need to complete up. We need to ask them if they are sure they want to. This should be UI form. Anyways, so here we want to ask them, so we can have a P. Are you sure you want to delete this to do? Then we will give them two buttons, yes or no. But since we are in a form here, we want to have our token, our cross-site request forgery token added. So we can do CSRF token in there. And now down here we can have an input. It's gonna be type submit. So the value, we can say yes for the user to confirm, and also let's give this one a class so it looks better. So we can say UI button, we want it to be red, so we can say negative. So here let's also have a cancel button. So here we can say cancel. It's actually going to be an A. Then we'll have an href. So href will just go to the detail. So for the href, we want to be going to the detail if the user decides to cancel. So here we can say URL. Then we are going to do. Remember, it's called to do. Then let's go back with our ID. So to do with ID like this. If we come back over here and refresh, you see that when we click this, nothing is happening. That's because we are not redirecting to our URL. So we can go to our to do detail, and here where we have the delete, we can add an href. For the href, we want to be going to the URL with the name to, I believe we called it delete, not sure. Then we want to pass the ID, so the ID here will be todo.id2. Let's cross check to make sure the URL is the same. To-do delete looks good to me. So let's reload, click delete, and we are brought here where we asked if we are sure we want to delete it. So if we said cancel, you see we are brought back. But if we said yes, you see that nothing is happening. That's because we need to handle the post request from this form. Okay, so here we have the form, we have the action. We need to specify the method, because by default it's going to be doing a get, which we don't want to do. So specify a post there. Now we can go to our views, and here before we render, so this is going to be running whenever we are doing a get request. So to check if the user is posting to this view, you can check request.method. Then if that's the case, then of course they will have confirmed, and we already have the to do actually. So what we want to do now is we want to do to-do.delete. So when we do to-do.delete, we want to redirect to the list of to-dos. So we can say return http response redirect, then we're going to be going home. So we can say reverse here, then we pass home. Alright, so now if we come here and refresh and click yes, you see we come here. So notice that the count is 7. So if we went back again and deleted this, notice that now the count is 6, meaning it was removed. So we need a way to show like the message like it was removed, those alerts, but we are going to be looking at that in the future videos. So now we are able to come over here, confirm that we want to delete, and it's removed over here. So that's gonna do it for now. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can delete a to-do item, so we can go remove it from the list. So in this video, I wanted to look at how to edit an item. So if we wanted to like change the title and also change the description. So we're going to still be doing this using ModelForms. So we want to be defining our custom HTML for the form content. Alright, so let's go ahead and add the edit functionality. What we want to do is, of course, we need a view, and also we need the URL to handle it. This time, let's start from the URL. So I'm going to copy paste that, and then I'll change edit. I'll change this to edit to do. We're going to need an item to edit. Then this is going to be to do edit, then this can be to do edit. Okay, so we need to have this view created. So in the views, let's come over here and create that view. So def a keyword argument there, so we'll be passing the ID, and then let's return render request. So we're going to be rendering to do edit.html, and of course we need to create this. And remember, we need to pass the form to it. Let's first create the template. So we're going to go to templates, then to do's, then we'll have edit to do.html. So over here, this will look quite similar to create to do. So I'm going to copy and duplicate this. So then we can change what we want. So we are extending our base template so we can get things like the global styles. We're not using any static files here, so we can remove that. Then now we can add our content. Let's change this one to edit. So we need the form. The form is going to be submitting to edit to do, and also we need to pass the ID. So in the views, we need a way to first get which to do this one is and pass it to the template. So I'm going to copy this since we already looked at get object of all form. So here we try to get the to do that the user is trying to access, and then we create a context for the to do like this. So we also need access to the form. Now for us to be able to basically create this form with the content in there, we need to first get the current instance of the to do, which we already have here. Now we can construct a to do form. So we can say form equals to do form like this. Then we can pass instance equals this to do like this. Okay, so now that we have this, then we can go ahead and put a comma here and also pass the form. So the form is going to be the form. We can pass the context to the render. So let's save this. This should be full colon, of course. So now let's go to the template. So in to do edit, we are already getting the form. So when we get the form, we want to render it like this as P. Of course, we need the CSRF token there. Then for the submit button here, we're gonna say save because now we are saving. Okay, so edit of course expects the ID, so we are passing the to do, so you can say todo.id. So you take a look at this, it expects us to pass that ID, so that's why we do this other second part. Okay, so now if we save this, we need a way to, if we save this and come back over here, when we go here, edit is not working anymore. Even here it's not yet working, so we need to hook it up in our current templates. So I'm gonna go to the home. So home, okay, is index.html. So index.html, where we have the edit. I'm going to come over here and now replace this to do edit, and then pass the dynamic ID. So let's also add the link from the detail page. So you can go to the to do detail where we have edit, and also add this href. So you already know we do URL, then we want to do edit, then let's pass the ID. So it's gonna be todo.id here. So let's check again. So come back, if you come here, so if you come there and click, you see that now we get the errors. So remember, we need to get errors that are more descriptive. So I'm going to go to settings.py and turn off and turn on debug. So debug should be true. Now if you come back and refresh, you should see that now we get basically the errors. So reverse for edit to do was not found. Okay, yeah, so in the form, if we come here in the form, we need to make sure it is called to do edit. All right, so now if we refresh, you'll see that now we have our form. It's even pre-filled, so we didn't have to write this stuff out. The only thing we are doing is in the views, we are constructing a form and we are giving it an instance of the to do. So now in the to do edit, we are just rendering out that form, and things are looking good already. So now let's go ahead and handle the submission. So the submission is going to be in the views, it's going to be quite similar to the create. So if we take a look at the create, I'm going to copy out creating and also the redirecting sections. So now I'm going to copy this. So down here, we're going to check if the request is post. So if a user is submitting this form, let's make sure the indentation is okay. So if it's post, we pick the title, the description, then we already have the to do, we don't have to construct it again. Now we update our to do, and then we say save, and then we redirect here. Okay, so that should be good. If we save this and come here, let's say we change this to updated, then let me rename this to updated, let me unchange it. So if we save, see that now we get updated, and if you come back to the list, you see it was updated and it was changed. So if we wanted to complete it, we came here and completed it, clicked save, you see that now it was completed. Okay, so that's how you can use ModelForms to edit the information. So in the next video, I'm gonna come and we start making, like, showing some messages every time we delete an item or we delete an item. So thanks guys for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we saw how we can edit or delete an item from our list. So in this video, I want us to show a message. So when we edit an item or when we delete an item, so a user can know if it was successful or not. So to do that, Django ships with the messages app. So they have this messages framework. So basically the way it works is for every request, we can pretty much stick there some messages that when the page is rendered, we can show these messages to the user's screen. Now we can show like info messages, success messages, warning messages, error messages. Now the only difference between these is the styling. So we want to make sure that we have like style utilities for info, success, and all this. Now since we are using Semantic UI, they have this message, basically the message component that we can use. So you see, we can supply a success. For them, they call it negative, error, they call it success, they call it positive, then error, they call it error or negative. So they have info, they have warning, which I think also exist here. That means you can use these classes here because they already, like, we already have the style, at least for info, and so things like info and warning. So let's go ahead and put it to use and see how we can use it. So we need first have a way of correcting all the messages we need to show on the screen. Now the Quickest way to do that is to use a partial. So we're going to go to our templates. So here where we have partials, we're going to create another file for messages.html. So here for every request we can have access to the messages. So right now I'm going to first check if the current template that's being rendered has some messages to show to the user. So you can say if messages, so let's end if, of course. So now in here, if there are messages, then we want to loop over them and show them in a list. So we can have a for loop. So for message in messages, then you want to have an end for. So then whenever we have a message, we need to show them in a div. So here you can have div. We'll have some classes to basically represent how we want it to look. We'll use some semantic classes. So first let's have UI there, then we can pass message there. Okay, so for each of these messages now we can show them. So you can access each message from message like this. So we can do message.text, but when you do this, it's the equivalent. So you can do message there, and now we can go to where we want to show the messages. So let's say we want to show the message here on the home. So when a user deletes, we show it here. When they edit, we show it on the detail. So we need to include this partial in those templates. So you can go in the to do templates, then we want to go even in this to do for create, because when they create, we want to say created. So here we can include, we already know how to include. So you can say include. So it's gonna be partials. So remember we start with underscore, then we are including messages.html. So let's also include this in the, this should be in the index. So let's take that to the index too. So on top of the table over here can have it. We also need to, this should be messages by the way, because that's how we named the file. So let's also go to the detail. To do detail should be messages. So let's save this. Now if we came back here and try to do something, let's say we edited this, let's complete it, you see that nothing happens, and that's because when we edit, we don't basically add that message to the messages. So what we want to do is when we edit, I'm gonna go to views. So whenever we edit successfully over here, let's first import messages. So from Django.contrib.messages import add message. So whenever we edit successfully over here, we can say add message. So it takes in request, then the level. So to get the level, so the level has to be a constant that Django knows. So instead of us importing it like this, let's go ahead and import messages as a whole, because we're going to be using more things from there. So now down here we can say messages.add message. So now this is going to be a success. So I want to do messages.success. Then here we can put our message. So we can say to do update success and save. Okay, so now if we come here, refresh, let's go to edit, let's edit this. You see we get to do update success. So let's go ahead and add a message when we create a to do. So let's do tests, let's do this, save. We also want to add a message here when we create, so it's gonna be quite the same. So I'm gonna copy this and go to the create page, to the create view. So here we can say to do created successfully. All right, and save. So now if we created one new and tests, let's save it. You see you get the message to do created successfully. But one thing you will notice up front is we need this to be green. So we need it to look like this. Like we said, this can be success. And in the Django framework, so these here are tags, which means that every time a message like this is created, we have access to the current tag it is using. So if it is success, we can basically apply a success class to this message of ours. So we can go back to our messages. So over here we can use message dot tags like this. Okay, And normally, if we were not using like this template, if we wanted to show success, we would put success here. So now that means that with the Django framework, with the Django messages framework, it already knows that we're going to be most likely having classes that will be success, info, error, like that. So now if we do that and save here, let's go ahead and edit again. So if we save, you see that now it is looking good. Okay, so that's good. Let's go ahead and complete up the one for the edit. So if we said here, you see that now this works fine. So let's go ahead and view and work on the delete one. So delete, click yes, and you see that now we should show it here. So when we delete, we also need to show that message. So I'm gonna basically copy this. So you see that most of the things are going to be the same. So this is gonna be to do deleted. Okay, so when we create, I hope we had already added a create. Yes. If we come to one, let's delete it, click yes, so you get the message. Now if we created a new one and added a description and saved, you see that now we also get the message. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. Feel free to take a look at the documentation if you have any special use case that's not working. I know that with Bootstrap, you might need to change something in your settings with PY to cater for the danger error, because Bootstrap uses danger. At least Semantic uses error, which Django knows, but you want to replace error with danger if you're using Bootstrap. Or you can create your custom class for error, doesn't matter. But yeah, feel free to look up online. If you have Bootstrap, I have some specific series you can check on the channel and see how we did it in some other projects that use Bootstrap. So that's gonna do it for now. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So we have been able to make our CRUD for all this to do functionality, but notice that every time we navigate to different pages of the site, so we go to edit, the title here keeps home. So we would want this to really be dynamic, so it relates to the current page we are on. So for us to be able to do that, we want to go to our base HTML, and here, instead of us hard coding this title here, what we want is in here, we want to use the title block. So here we can do block title, and then we can, of course, for every block we open, we need to end it. So now we can say end block, and the title can go here. So for every template that extends from this, we can pretty much override the value here. So that means that if we go to the to-do detail, like here, we can have block title, and then we can say maybe to do. If it's a dynamic one, of course we can get it. So let's use the title here. We can do something like to do dot title and save. So if we come back to the app and refresh, you see we have a new one here. So that's it. So that means we need to really duplicate this for the other sections. So I'm just going to copy this whole block title, and can go to the home app here, then we can say home or whatever you want to put. Okay, we need the end block, of course. Sorry, I lost it out. So let's go also update delete. So here we can have delete to do. Let's have the other one for edit. So let's do the same in these authentication ones. This can be login. Let's also have one in register. Alright, so coming back to our application, if we go to the home page, you see home. If we click create, you see we need to add one for create. Okay, so if we refresh, see you have created there, and now things look a little bit more standard. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to our Django tutorial. So in this one, we're gonna be starting to register a user. So apparently we don't have a way for users to sign up or sign into our application. So let's go ahead and work on that. So before we get started, I want to mention that I won't be focusing on creating the HTML of this or the CSS, because that's not the point. We just want to focus on like Django features, since I already assume you guys know CSS and HTML. So also for the CSS, you will see a lot of classes that have to do with semantic. So those classes are coming from Semantic UI component, and if you wanted to use like a card, we would be doing it in this kind of way. So if you ever feel puzzled about a class and you want to know more about it, just come in the Semantic UI docs, then you will see the components it ships with. So for us to get started, we want to actually have a form here that the user can click. We're gonna go to our register template. So over here, I'm going to replace everything in here with some HTML, then we can go over it. So if I save this and come back to the site and refresh, is that we basically have a form that says to do's, registration, and then it has like this input. So to work over it, you will see that up here we inherit from the partial, from the base partial. So the base partial, you already know, it basically adds things like Semantic UI, and also adds ways for us to send a title. Then it includes the header, which is this one. Then down here it allows us to enter our custom UI, which is now this. So in here you see that we have basically a grid, a column inside, and then inside we have the form. So the form is pretty simple. We only have the inputs and then the icons. So for the inputs, one of the most important things you need to keep track to note is each input has a name attribute. So these name attributes are pretty important, because when we submit this form, we use the name attributes to access the data that the user sends us. That's why you see we have the name for the username, the name for the email, the name for the password, and also we want to confirm a user's password. Also, we have a submit button that the user is going to be using to submit our form. So if you want to use this layout, you can basically copy it out, or you can look in the GitHub repo and you copy out the template. Okay, so this is how it is. So first off, what we need to do is we need to handle this form submission. Now notice that our form now has a post method, and then it's going to be posting to the current view, the view with the URL name of register. So we had configured that already, so that is in the authentication, then URLs. So you see we have register here. So let's go to the view. So right now we are only handling the get. So every time the user comes here, we send them the register HTML template. So we want to handle when a user submits the form, so when they come here and click submit. Okay, so to handle that, we want to have an if. So want to if request dot method equals post. So if that's the case, then we want to go ahead and pick out the email, the username, and the two passwords here. So we can do email equals request post get email. Then let's also get the username. Also, let's go ahead and get the password like this. Let's get another password. So it's gonna be password 2, like that. So these are the names. Like I said, these are the names that are here. So down here you see this is password 2, and then this is password, then this is email, this is username. So this will be giving us the data that the user sends from the form. So if we wanted to do some validations here, we can maybe check. Let's add something about the password. So we can check like the password length. So if len password, let's check if it's less than 6. So we can say less than 6. Then now we can maybe send a message to the user. So here we can do something like messages. You guys already know about the messages framework. So let's import messages here. So from Django contrib import messages. So here we can say messages, add message. Remember now this one is gonna be an error. Of course we pass the request first. Then here we can say messages dot error. Okay, then the text. You can say password should be at least 6 characters. So as we do these validations, we want at any point in time to know if we have an error that's from what the user has submitted, so that we can know what to do. So we don't want to create a user when we have any error. So I'm going to come over here, then I'm going to set up the context. So here I'm going to set up a context. So context here, I'm going to have a property called has error. So the value is gonna start out as false. So every time we have an error, then we want to update it. So here, since we have this error here, we can come in and say context. Then we want has error, since we already know it is there. Then we set it to true. Okay, like that. So then another thing we want to do is we want to compare the passwords. So we want to make sure the passwords that the user enters are the same. So I'm going to duplicate this check here. So we can say password is equal to password 2. So we want to check if it is not equal. So to check if it's not equal, we can do is not equal. Then we can say password mismatch. So also we update if we have an error to make sure that the current value in the has error is updated. So another thing I want to do is whenever a user sends us an email, before we save it, we need first validate if it's an email. So for us to quickly validate an email, I'm going to quickly pause this server and install a package called validate mail. So I'm gonna say pip install validate email, validate_email. Okay, so that's gonna install the package. Now let's run back our server. Then here, let's import validate email. So from validate email, import validate email. I believe that's how it's called. We also need to do a check to check if the email is valid. So we're gonna go here, do another check, make sure we have the correct indentation. So here we'll check if not valid email. So this takes in an email and it returns us a true or false depending on if this was true or false. So if it's false, then we want to say enter a valid email address. Alright, then I believe that's it. We also want to make sure that the user is supplying a username. So here we can check if we don't have the username, which we can do from if not username, then we say please username is required. Okay, so now that we are done with this, we want to make sure that the user doesn't sign up with a username that's already taken. So for us to be able to check that, we can do if, then here we need to use the model to query our database. So from our models, so from .models, import user. So down here we can say if user.objects.filter username equals username exists. So if it exists, then we want to tell the user this username is taken. Please choose another one. So you can say username is taken, choose another one. Alright, we want to do the same thing for the password. So I'm going to copy for the email. So I'm going to copy this and also have a similar check. So here we will check email equals email, then we can say email is taken. This means that we have handled all our validations. The user isn't submitting data that we don't like. So here what we want to do is we want to be able to create this user, or if we have any issues, we want to be rendering this template again. So here we can check this value we created in the context. So we can check if context, then we want to check has error. So if this is true, so instead of us doing is equal to true, it's not needed since we are already checking a boolean value. So we can check if this is true, this is what it means. If we wanted to check the difference, we would say if not, so that would check if it's false. But now we want to check if it is true. So if it is true, then we just want to return this. We just want to render this again. So now since we are already adding the messages, they will be able to show in the template. But otherwise, then we want to go ahead and create the user. So to create a user, we're gonna say user equals user, that's the model. Then we want to say objects, then we want to call create user like this. So when you call create user, you see it takes in the username as a must. So you can say username equals username, then let's pass in the email. So you can say email equals email. Alright, then we need to set the user's password here after we create the user. So you can say user.set underscore password, then we'll be setting the password that they entered in the field. Remember we've checked it, remember we got it, then we check if it is less than 6 characters, then we also check if it is equal to the corresponding confirmed password. So okay, so now we can go ahead and create a user knowing that we validated properly. So after setting the password, we want to call save. So here we can say user.save. So when we save, then we can maybe show another message, a success message, and maybe take a user to the login. So then I'm gonna come over here. We want to do messages.add. This one is gonna be a success one. Then we can say account created. You can now log in, and this should be 1N, of course. Okay, so I believe now we can test it out and see where we are with all this. So I'm gonna save and come back to the site. Then I'll refresh, and if I click submit, you see we get all these errors showing up on the screen. Okay, so let's fill in the username. So if we say Christ truly, then the username is okay. If we submit, you see that now the password is the one which had an issue. So let's go ahead and enter all this information. So that's Christ@gmail.com. Let's enter the password. Then let's enter the password that does not really exist. So if we submit, you see that we get the password mismatch, but we have a problem, guys. The problem is we are losing the data that we had put in the form, even when the issue we had was on the passwords. So to fix that, we want to go here and get everything that the user is sending from the form and send them back to the context. So here, what we'll do is we'll say we're gonna have a key called data. So this is gonna be equal to request.post. So post will give us all the things that the user had sent. So now if we go to the template here, so for the username, if we want to persist the previous username, we want to set value. So when you set value, then now we can use these literals to put their content, and now we can get this from data. Then it's going to be data.username. Okay, like this. So now if we come back to the site, fresh, let's enter this, submit. We are still losing it. Let's make sure we are saving it. Then in the views, so in the views, that's here, we need to make sure we have request.post in data. Then down here, when we render this template, we want to make sure we are sending that context. So context. Alright, so if you come back here, refresh, let's go ahead and type something, click send. You see we get the errors, but the name is persisted. So let's do the same thing for the email. The passwords, we'll leave them for the user to recomplete them. So we can come back here and also add a value for the, let's get it for the email. Alright, so now if we came here and entered another email, then let's enter the password. I'm going to enter the password that doesn't match. So if I click submit, you see we get password mismatch, and these are really kept. So let's enter passwords that match. So password. If we click submit, you see account was created. You can now log in. But we won't show this message on the login page and not here. But to check if our validation for the username and the email uniqueness is enforced, we are going to try to submit using the same user. So let's do this. If I click submit, you see we get email is taken, username is taken. Okay, so which is good, which is what we want. So let me create another user here that is not taken. Submit. You see everything is good. So now what I want to do is I want to redirect to the login page after we finish this. So one thing I've noticed is here in the URL, we need to have a slash here in our URL configuration. So I'm going to go to our main application routing. So that's going to be here. Then after auth, we need to put a slash there. Okay, so come back over here. That's not going to be there anymore because we changed it. But now if we come here, you see that now auth is there. So after we finish the registration, we want to redirect to the login. So here we can say return. Actually there's a function called redirect. Then we can redirect to the login. We need to import this from shortcuts. So we can import from render and also redirect. So let's try again. Let's come back over here. Let's put test user. Let's say test sender. Let's put the password. Let's put another one and submit. And you see that now we come over here. So the message is not being shown here in the login. That's because we have not included our messages template tags inside the login. So let's quickly do that, because so what we want to do is we want to have this partial, and in the login we want to make sure that we have it somewhere. So let me put it over here, and now if you come back here, you see that the message is there. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. In the next one, we are going to be now logging in a user. And yeah, so if you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Welcome back. Last time we were able to register a user, so we can come here, supply a username and a password, and we're able to validate if the username is unique or the email is unique. And when everything is successful, we can create the user account and we bring them here. So in this video, we're going to go ahead and create the login form and also log in a user. So what I'm going to do is here in the login template, I'm basically going to replace this and then we'll walk over it. So what we are doing is so this basically adds things like semantic, a way to add the title and all that stuff. So then because we want to load an image here, we load static, then we have the block content. So I'm actually going to move the block content in here. So we have the block content. So here we basically have a semantic card, and then inside there we have the form. So the form, it has the method of post, meaning you're going to be making a post request. So it's good to always use the post request for things like login credentials, because you don't want to expose these things in the browser URL. So if you use the get, they would get exposed in the URL, but you don't want to do that. So here we have a cross-site request forgery token. So down here we have the username field and also the password field. Now you will notice that the username field has data.username as the value. So this one here, we need to be passing it in. So that's pretty much it. It's a very simple form. So now we need to handle when it is submitted. So the action is going to be login. And if you want to use this, of course, you can take a look at it. You can copy it out, or you can just look in the GitHub repo, check for the exact file, templates, authentication, login, and you can just copy it. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go ahead to the view and see how to handle the user login. So I'm going to go to the authentication views. So that's going to be here. We already have the login view. So what we want to do now is to handle the post request. So we do if request.post, if request.method is post, then we want to grab the username and then the password. So you can say username. Let's also grab the password. Okay, like this. So here what you can do is for us not to worry more about validations, I'm going to come to the template and make these fields required. So here we can add required, and here we can add required. So the user can't submit it without filling in these details. So in the view, what you can do now is we want to try to authenticate this user. So to authenticate the user, we're going to need some few utilities from Django. So I'm going to come back here and import some things. So from Django, contrib.auth, import authenticate and also login. Okay, so now that we have this over here, we're going to try to authenticate this user. So we're going to try by doing user equals, we'll call authenticate. So authenticate takes in the request and then the credentials we want to basically verify. So here we pass the request, and also we want to pass the username and password. So we say username equals the username, and then the password equals the password. So if this user exists, it's gonna give us back the user. So what you can do here is we want to check if not user. So if there was no user, if we didn't find a match, then what we want to do is we want to still redirect to this page and show a message. So here we can say we can create a message by saying messages dot add message. So it takes a request, then we want to pass the type. So it's gonna be messages dot error, then the message is going to be invalid credentials. Okay, so when we have that error, then we want, of course, to re-render back our template. So here we can re-render back the template. Now, if we have the user, meaning if this was able to authenticate, what we want to do is we want to call login. So login takes in the request we want to log in. So here we can do request. And also, whenever you call login, you pass the request and also the user. So we want to pass the user that authenticate gave us. Okay, so when everything is good, now we can maybe say welcome the user who has logged in. So we're still gonna use this message. So here we can say messages with add message. This is gonna be a success. So let's now say welcome. I'm going to use an F string here. Then we can say welcome. Then we pass user.username. Once all this is done, we want to redirect to the home page. So we can say return redirect. So we'll be going to the home page. So remember home, we want to reverse. We need to import reverse. So now we are going to the to-do home. So that's gonna be, I believe the route is called home. So if we come back here in the URLs for the, by the way, let's first import to reverse. So from Django URLs import reverse. So if you come back to the URLs for to do, you see that the home has the name home. So here, if we say reverse, then home, it's going to return for us that URL. So looking good. So let's go ahead and see what is there. One thing you will remember for sure is whenever the username has an issue, we are currently saying please preserve it. So whenever we have an issue, we want to preserve the name. So we want to be sending this data in the context. So we can still go back to our view and do something like we had done for the login. So here we can create a context. Context is gonna be, we have data in there. It's gonna be request.post, so that user doesn't lose the data in the form if they have an error. So now here, when we are re-rendering it, we can pass the context again, which will have the data, this one, and this one will contain the request.post.username. And so in the template, we can quickly pick it up like this by doing data.username. So let's save and go back to the browser. So I'm going to refresh here. So you see we have our form and things are okay. This navigation should work. So now here we can put the name. Then I'm going to use a password that is wrong. So if we click login, you see we get invalid credentials. The password is kept. Okay, so now let's enter a password that's correct. And now you see that what happened was we were able to get, what happens is we get an error. They're telling us that login takes one positional argument. So login only takes in the request, I believe. So if you come back here, login should take in only the request. Okay, so let's try again. I'm gonna reload here and try to log in. So it's gonna be same user, password, click login. Okay, so you will see that it's taking long here. That is because we are having a collision here. You see our route, our function is called login, and we also have login from Django. So this is now causing an issue in our application. So let's go ahead and rename our route so that it doesn't really mess up with our, like the Django views. So I'm gonna stop the server here because it's running into an issue. Then we need to update the URL. So here, let's make sure you're updating this URL. So now if we run back the application and come back over here, let's try to log in. Password is password. Click login. Login is missing position user. Crazy. Okay, so here, where is it? So here we have login. We need to pass the user here, as you can see. So let's log in. So initially we were solving a wrong issue, but now I believe we got it. So let's put a user, click OK, and you see that now we are logged in and we are welcomed. Okay, and the header updates, and now we have the things that the user should see when they are logged in being shown. So this is gonna do it for now. So in the next video, we're going to be filtering this list by the current logged in user. We're going to be showing the username here and also adding some other configuration in regards to who is logged in. So thanks guys for watching, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Last time we saw that we can log in a user and we tell them welcome by their username. So in this video, I want us to now use dynamic data for the current logged in user here, and also basically be able to filter these to-dos for the current logged in user. So what we want to do is, first we want to put the current logged in username here. So to do that, we're going to go to our header. So we're going to go to header. So apparently what we are doing is we are showing this create to do even when the user is not logged in. Now that we have the authentication, we can move it in the if user is authenticated block. And now here where I have user X, we can substitute it for the current user name. So it's gonna be request.user username. So now if we save and reload, you see that now we have this. Okay, so the next thing you're gonna need to do is we're going to be connecting a user to our model. So previously, if you go to our models.py for the to do, so that's gonna be to do models. You see we commented out the owner field. So when it comes to the owner field, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete out the migrations and rerun everything afresh. So here we can delete this. Let's also delete the database. It's gonna get recreated. Let's also delete the migrations for the authentication. This is gonna be the one. Let's remove it. And now here we can now make migrations. Okay, then now I believe we had deleted the one for the to do. Didn't see it getting created again. Oh, this is too bad. We need the migrations folder here, so we just made a mistake there. So let's create it, new file, migrations. We need this by default. So let's rerun again, make migrations. It's going to create the to-do, migrate. Okay, let's run back our server, and everything should still be okay. So let's come here. So you see that we are accessing this URL even when we are not logged in, but don't worry more about that, we will fix it. So here let's create a user. It's gonna be some user password. Okay, let's log in, and now we are logged in. So let's go ahead and create. So to create a to do, we want to be adding the current logged in user as the owner of this to do. Okay, so we're gonna go to the views for the to do. So over here where we create the to do, that's gonna be in create to do. Here we want to say, before we save it, we want to say to do dot owner equals request dot user. Okay, so now that we have this, that's gonna be able to add that owner as the current logged in user as the owner of this to do before it saves. And when we are editing, there's no much to worry here because we are already editing the existing to do, so we don't have to set back the owner. Okay, so the another thing I want to do is whenever we are showing to do's, so over here I want to filter by the current logged in user. So here we can say filter. So I want to filter by owner, so the owner is going to be request.user. Okay, so now if we come back here and refresh, you see that we can't see. And if we create one tests, oh yeah, so now we have an issue coming on here. So we see that down here they are suggesting us which owner we should add to this user, but that's not what we want to do. What we want to do is we don't want to be supplying the owner, and we want it to be supplied from the view. So what you can do is you can go to the forms.py, and instead of us supplying all, here we can supply basically the title, description, and is completed. All right, so now if we come back here, refresh, you said that is gone. So let's create a new one. Let's just save, and you see that it's created and it's here, and when we come here it is on there. And now these are being filtered for the current logged in user. So yeah, so that's gonna do it for now. So in the next one I'm going to come in and we're going to now work on logging out a user. So if the video helped you, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. Last time we were able to connect our current logged in user to our to-dos. So in this video, what I want us to do is to go on and log out a user. So to do that, we're going to start off in our header where we have this UI for the sign out. So going to the header, I'm going to search for it here real quick. So on here, you see that we have a form. So this form here has an input type of submit, and that's where we have this sign out link. So what we want to do is we want to connect this one to a view so that it can make a post request when we click sign out. So here we want to use our URL. We'll create a view called logout. So it's going to be logout user. Since Django also has logout, we don't want to basically have conflict with it. Then let's go ahead and create this URL. So we're going to go here and also have logout user. So path, it's going to be logout user. Then views, it's going to be logout user too. Let's give it a name. Name will also be logout user. So let's create the view because it doesn't exist yet. So we're going to go to the views, and down here we do a def logout user. Then here we pass request, not request and user but request. So here what I want to do is basically log out the user, since the only time this request is going to be hit is when they are sending a post request. So to log out a user, it's actually really simple. So what we want is we want to call logout. So I'm going to import logout from Django contrib auth. So here we can have logout. Alright, so what we want to do here is we want to call logout, and then we want to pass it a request we want to log out, and then let's show a message for the user. So I'm going to bring this one in. Then here we can show a message, then we'll return a redirect too. So here we show a message saying successfully logged out. Okay, so looking good. So let's remove this. Then we are going to be redirecting to the login page. So login here. Now we are still having some issues. That's because in our URLs has no views. Oh, we don't need this. This should be a comma. This should be a comma. So save. Now you see that the server is on. So if we come here and refresh and click here, click sign out, see that we are missing the token in our form. So we're gonna come here inside the form and also have it's gonna be csrf underscore token. Okay, so let's come back again here, refresh. So you see it's gonna go ahead and log out the user. So now let's log in again. So we can now log in and also log out. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. So in the next video, I'm gonna come and we start protecting some endpoints to be accessed by this anonymous user. So if you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we left off when we were running on this issue that a user was trying to access the route when they were not logged in, and in that route we need the user to really be logged in for the app to work properly. So what we want to do is we want to protect these views so that if a user is not logged in here, we send them to the login page. So to be able to do that, we are going to be importing some built-in decorators. So here we want to do from Django contrib auth decorators. Then we want the one called login required. So now that we have the decorator, we can wrap it on our view. So here we can say at login required like this, and yeah, that should be able to do the job. So if we came here and refreshed, you see that now we are sent to this URL. So this is accounts/login/next. So the reason why we are sent here is because by default Django expects our login to be hosted here. So we need to change something in our settings. So we're gonna go to our settings.py. Then we want to specify the login URL. So here you can say login URL. So this one is gonna be, of course, ours is on /auth/login. So that's what we wanna put here, like this. So if we come back, let's go to the home page, refresh. You see that now we are brought to the login page. Good. Okay, so every time we try to access home, you see we can't access because we are not logged in. So let's go ahead and make sure that all these other routes have the same protection. So we're gonna go here, also here, even here. So now, since the user can only see only the to-dos they have created, you see, before we delete the to-do, we want to first check if it is this user who owns it, because someone can quickly enter a param in our URLs and they trick us into deleting it. So here we want to also add a check. So we want to do if to-do.owner equals request.user, like this. So if that is the case, then we want to delete it. Just do this. Otherwise, we need to tell them that something went wrong. So let's make sure this is done for that. Otherwise, we don't want to delete it, so we can keep this here. Okay, so that's just a check to make sure users don't delete things that don't belong to them. Perhaps we should do the same thing for the edit, so people don't edit what don't belong to them. So we can come here on the edit. So here, before we save, we can check that and things should be good. Okay, cool. So if we come here, refresh, let's try to access create. We also redirected. Okay, if we try to access another endpoint, let's say we access detail. So that's gonna be to do this one. So this, we also need to protect it. So to be able to protect it, of course, no, page not found. Yes, we also need to protect to do detail and to do edit. So here we want to have a login required. Also, we want to protect detail. Where is detail? I guess that's it. Okay, so it looks like this doesn't exist. So now you see when we are logged in, we can access, but if we log out and try to go back here, you see that there is no way we can access that stuff. Alright, so that's gonna do it for the video. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you in the next one. Last time we saw how we can protect the homepage from the user accessing it if the user is not logged in, and also the other views by using the login required decorator. So this one we're going to be seeing how we can protect now the reverse, the login page, if the user is logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here. So if I log in, you see that we are logged in. But if I went to /auth/login, notice that I'm able to access this page even when I'm logged in. So we shouldn't be able to access this page when we are logged in. Similarly for the register page, but you see that now our application allows it. So what I want to do now is I want to be able to protect these pages also from the user accessing them when the user is already logged in. So how do we do that? So you will think that there might be a decorator called something like logout required, and I just want to mention that it's not there. But what is there is something called user passes test. So this user passes test is basically a utility that we can use to create a custom decorator that we can maybe wrap on the view for the login and register to prevent them from being accessed. So I'm going to go to our helpers. So you know we have a folder called helpers. So helpers here. Then I'm going to have a decorators.py file. So here we're going to create a decorator. Now to create a decorator, we are going to use user passes test utility. So we're going to say from Django.contrib.auth decorators import user passes test. So here let's create our own decorator. So it's going to be a function, of course. So this function, we're going to call it user should not access. Remember, we are going to be wrapping it on a view function. So here it's going to be taking in that view function. So we can say view func. So it makes sense. So down here, we basically want to check this view func and decorate it with some more functionality. So what I want to do now is I want to create a variable here called user logout required. Then this is going to be equal to user passes test. So user passes test takes in three things. This is the test func, the login URL, and also the redirect field name. So we need to have a function that returns a true or a false. That will be the test func. So what I want to do now is I'm going to say here check user. So I'm going to call this function check user. Then the second parameter is the login URL. So the login URL is where we want them to go if this returns false. So we want them to go to the default route. Okay. Then the next one is gonna be the redirect field name. So remember with Django, every time we try to access, let's say, homepage and we are not logged in, it redirects us and then gives us the next parameter. So for us right now, I'm going to leave it here. Then I'm going to show you how to fix it. But we want to work with this function. We need to create this function and work with it. So this one gets called with the user. So now here we can check if user is authenticated. So is underscore authenticated. Then we want to return false because we don't want them to log in. We don't want them to access that view when they are authenticated. So otherwise we return false like this. And by the way, we can just return not. So we can say return here not user.is authenticated. Okay, and this should not be a function. So we can just return this and that's gonna do. So here what we want is basically we want to call this and pass it this view func. So we can say return, let's call it, and now we can pass it this view func here. And what's gonna do is it's gonna call user passes test. So the value that gets returned here is what will affect the behavior of our view. So we're gonna go to views.py for the authentication. So we're gonna go to auth views.py. Then for the login, we want to say they need to be authenticated. So we called our decorator. Let's check it out. We called it user. Auth user should not access. So that's what we want to use. So we're gonna go to the views and do this. Of course, we need to import it. So we're gonna go here. Same thing for the register. We don't want to access it when we are logged in. So here we need to import that decorator. So from helpers.decorators import user should not access. So if you save this and come back over here, refresh, you see that we are brought to the login page. Now you will see that here we have this next parameter, but we really don't want it. So if we want to like the login, let's go to auth login. You see we are brought back here, but there is this next and we don't want it. So what we can do is we can come back to our decorator. So for the third parameter here, like we said, instead of passing the redirect field name like next or whatever, now we can pass none here. Okay, so if we come back, refresh, so let's go here. Let's now try to access the login. So we can say auth login or register. You see we are brought here and things are good. So that's how we solve that problem. I pretty much believe that with this you can create any custom decorator you want using the power of user passes test. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the past videos we have been able to sign up a user and we can log them in. So in this video I'm going to be showing you how you can restrict access to people who have emails that are verified. So you will notice that most of the websites these days, or most of the apps, they will require users to first verify their emails before they can really access services on the site. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So every time a user enters here their credentials and they submit, we want to send them an account verification email for which they can click from their email and we'll bring them back to our application and activate their account. And yeah, so it's going to be fun. Let's go ahead and build it. Okay, so we start off where we have the user model. So our user model actually inherits from abstract user. So abstract user is the base model that Django authentication uses. So by default, they don't have the is verified or a way to know if the user's email is verified. So now, since in our custom model, we are inheriting from it, we can add to it. So we're going to add another attribute here called is email verified. Okay, so it's going to be a boolean field. By default, it's going to be false. So now that we have made a change here, we need to basically migrate these changes. so our database knows about them. So we want to do manage.py make migrations. Okay, so that's gonna add the is verified. Then now we want to migrate to make sure everything is synced properly. Okay, so now that we have these changes, we want to change a few things about the way we are basically logging in a user. So you will note that if we go to our authentication and then registration, so we'll go to the views, then the registration view, you see that every time they create an account, we basically create it and then we tell them to log in, and that's okay. But now on the login, we want to go to where we authenticate the user. So here after authenticate, we want to check if their email is verified. So we can do if user.isEmail verified. So if it's verified, then we want to log them in. But if it's not, so here we want to check if not. So if it's not verified, then we want to tell them, hey, you didn't verify your email, please verify again. So what we want to do is I'm going to go over here. So over here, we can send them and we can return a message, something like email is not verified, email inbox. Ensure to check the spam too, if you will. So every time this email is not verified, it may not be verified for some reasons. One of those might be because a user maybe didn't click the link, or they clicked the link at a point when it was expired. So we need to provide a way for them to request that email. So at this point in time, we have the user. So in here, we have the users. If the user authenticates properly, we have their email here. So what you would do in that case is you would send them to a template where you can have a button, let's say a button to resend email, and then when they click it, then you resend the email. But for now, let's just focus on basically sending them the first email and also activating them. So here, you see when they are not activated, we are not going to be logging them in. So now we need a way to send them the activation email. Now to send an activation email, we're going to go here in the registration. So that's going to be here. So before we redirect them, we want to send them an email. So here I'm going to put a function called send activation email, and we need to create it. So I'm going to go up here. So I'm going to pass it the user, all right, and also the request, because we're going to need this. So let's go up here and create this function. So on here, I'm going to have a def send activation email. Now it's going to take in the user like we saw, then the request. So here, what we want to do is we want to basically have a few things. One of those few things, we are going to need to have an email subject, and also we're going to have like the message you want to tell a user like, hey, please use this link to activate your account. So also we need a way to have them redirect to the same website that we sent the email from, and go to the login or go to our activation route. So over here, we need to first have a way of knowing which domain we are running on. So I'm going to have a variable called current site. So to get the current site that our application is being served on, we need to use a utility from Django sites. So from Django contrib.sites.shortcuts, I believe, yeah, import get current site. Okay, so here we need to do get current site. So get current site takes in the request. So we have the request there. So that's going to give us something like localhost, or if we are on some domain, it gives us some domain.com or whatever the domain would be. Okay, so now that we have the site, we need to construct a subject. So here we can have email subject. So this can be something like, hey, like activate your account. So now we need to construct the email we are going to send them, so the email body. So here what I want to do is I want to set up email body. So for the body, we are going to be using a utility called render to string. Now basically what render to string does is it takes a template, like an HTML template, and then it can pass dynamic values to it. So let's import render to string here. So yeah, import render to string. Okay, so we'll be creating that template in a few, but moving on over here, we want to say render to string. So we need to create that template. So over here, I'm going to have an authentication, then I'm going to call it activate.html. So we need to send some things to it. So over here, we're going to have a context. So for that context, in that template, we're going to need to have access to like the user. So we can like say the username like hello Alex or whoever it will be. So now we have the user there. So also we need to have the domain, because we want to construct a link that they can use. So we can pass current site there. All right, so then the other thing will be, so guys, if you think about it, we are going to be sending emails from one server to the other. We will also be using an SMTP server. So all those things, so for us to be able to transfer that information across different servers, we need a way to ensure compatibility between those systems that we'll be interacting with. And also we need to make sure that our information is secure. So here we will have a UID. So the UID will be basically the user's ID, but we are going to need to encrypt it and also have it in a format that can be understood by other systems. So over here, we are going to also have some utilities. So we're going to go here from Django HTTP and import some things. Okay, so once we have these, we're also going to need to encode the user's token. So whenever we send them a link, it's going to have that token. So we need a way to encode those. So we're going to import some utilities also from Django. So we're going to say from Django.utils.encoding import. We're going to import force bytes, force str, and also force text. Okay, so this is going to make sure that whenever we are sending out data from our application, we basically encode it into byte format, and whenever we are getting it back, we can now use force str or force text to read it back into native Python objects. So also I'm going to have to import this code here, this error code here, so we can be able to use this. Okay, so moving on. So here where we need to pass the UID, like I said, we don't need to send our exact ID of the user, something like ID1 or ID2. We need to encode it in base64 format, so people don't like start to guess it in the URL or something. So here what we can do is we need to do URL safe base64 encode like this. Then what we want to do there is we want to say force bytes. So force bytes will be transferring the ID. So you know our ID is an integer. So what this will do is it's going to convert it into byte format. So let's pass user.pk. So that way it can be safely transferred over different systems. Okay, so here let's put a comma. We also need the token. So the token will be that token string we sent to the user that we'll use to identify if it was generated from our server or if it is still valid or it expired, those kinds of things. So to get the token, so Django has a specific utility to reset passwords, but they don't have utilities to verify users' emails, or they don't have a way for us to be able to generate tokens that we can use like one time. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to create a tools file. And we are going to be building on that password generator class that Django uses and to like manage passwords. So we're going to be using it here to create a utility that we can use to make a token that can be used one time. So what we want to do here is we want to import that class. So it's from Django utils. So we're going to do, it's actually Django contrib auth tokens import password generator. Okay, so here we're going to create our own class. So we're going to call it password generator. Then we're going to inherit from password generator, so to get everything that password generator has. And then we are going to be overriding a function called make hash value. So here we're going to say make hash value. So you see that it takes in the user and then the timestamp. Now the way this make hash value works is basically it gives a way for us to create that token and have a way of verifying if that token had changed depending on the return of this hash value. So to be able to create a hash, we're going to need to use some utilities to make sure that the hash we create is basically compatible. So now we're going to need to create this hash. So this make hash value, we need it to return a value that whenever compared again will tell that it had changed. So how do we tell that it had changed? So the cases for those will be if a user, let's say, has already activated, we can return here a value that every time the user activates, it changes. So over here we're going to return a string. So the string is going to be, we're going to be using these utilities. So we're going to say str, then we're going to turn the user dot pk. Then I'm going to be adding str again here. Here we can pass the timestamp also, and most importantly here we are going to be concatenating their user dot is email verified. I believe that's how we called it. Now every time this hash changes, then that means that whenever we are now comparing again the hashes for this user, this will have changed, and we can know that, oh, this was used before, and hey, you shouldn't be using it again. You'll notice that now we are using str to basically turn these into strings, but this is a boolean. So the best way to actually make this a hash string value is to use a utility called 6. So I'm gonna pause the server here and install 6. Actually, maybe maximize this and install 6. So I'm gonna do pip install 6. Okay, so here we can do import 6. Now here, instead of us doing str, then let me do this. Then we're going to be doing 6. Then we're gonna do text type, and then it's gonna be that. So similarly, this is gonna be 6 text type, the timestamp. Then this is also gonna be 6. Then text type. Then there is email verified. So now we need to return this. Now we're gonna do this return like this. Let me actually maximize this. So over here we need to import that utility. So I'm gonna say from utils import password. Actually it's called token generator. Let's see how we called it. So I should be token generator, not password generator. So token generator. Okay, so over here I'm going to create a function. It's gonna be called generate token. So this is gonna be equal to password token generator. Okay, like this. So now we can use generate token to generate the token basically. So you can say from utils generate token. So now if we go back to what we are doing here, we can now say generate token. Then whenever we call generate token dot make token, so make token takes in the user we want to make the token for. So we can pass the user there. So now we need to create this activate template. So I'm gonna go to our templates. So that's gonna be here, authentication. Let's create activate.html. So first I'm going to load this tag called auto escape. So escape, then we'll turn it off. So we don't want Django to escape any characters we'll put in here. We need to end it also. Alright, so in here now we can construct our message. So we want to say hi, then the username. So the username, since we are passing the user to this template, so that's gonna be here. We can just do user.username and do user.username. Then we tell them please use the link below to verify your account. Okay, so now let's create the link. So the link, we're going to start off with HTTP because we didn't get the protocol from the view, but you can also get the protocol and also pass it here. But for most of the sites, if they have HTTPS, then it's gonna be redirecting all HTTPs to HTTPS, so it's still gonna be fine. Okay, so here we need to pass the domain since you're already passing it. So we can say domain. Then here, so remember, whenever they click on the link, we need to take them to a view where we can verify from. So I'm gonna put here the view. It's gonna be something like our domain /auth/activate, and then the URL is going to have two things. It's gonna have the encoded user ID and also the token we generate for them. So here we can have our regular syntax, then we're gonna have URL. So the URL, we are going to create that view and we're gonna give it a name called activate. So also it's gonna be taking in two parameters. So in the view, you'll notice that we are passing UID and then the token. So here I can get UID here like this. So that's gonna be equal to the ID. So since it's encoded, I'm gonna say B64 here, because that's what it is. So also here we can pass the token. So the token is gonna be the token we generate. Okay, so now this looks good. So let's go ahead and create the view. So we're gonna go to the views.py, and the view is gonna be simple. So down here we can have def activate user. So it's gonna take in request, and then we know it's gonna take in two other things. So it's gonna take in the encoded user ID. So it's gonna be UID B64, then it's gonna take in our token. Okay, so here what we want to do is we want to be getting the user ID, okay, from the encoded one. So I'm gonna have a try except block here. So I'm gonna be accepting exception as E. So the reason why we're doing try except is while trying to decode this token, we might get some errors. So we don't want our application to crash when that happens. So we're gonna create an ID. So the ID, we're going to try to now get it from the encoded one. So remember how we did false bytes when we were turning the ID into bytes? So here you can say false text. So false text, we are going to be passing a decoded version of our ID. So we pass this, then we pass UID B64. So this should now return for us our user ID like 1 or 2 3. Okay, so now the next thing we will do is try to get the user. So we're gonna say user equals user. So that's the user model objects get. So get, it's gonna be pk equals this ID. So here what you can do, so here if we have an error, then of course something will have gone wrong. So we'll set the user here to null, to none. So down here I'm going to make a simple check. So we're gonna check if we have the user, and also I'm going to check if the token was not used before. So to check if the token was not used before, we do, I think we called it generate token, and then we call check token on it. So check token takes in the user, so pass user there, then the token we want to check. So we already have the token. So if this is true, so that means this is valid. So we want to go ahead and now activate the user. So now to activate the user, we do user dot is email verified, then we set it to true, and then we need to save the user. So we say user dot save. Okay, so now we can tell them your account was activated. You can go ahead and log in. So let's do messages dot add message. It's gonna be successful. Then we say email verified. You can log in. Then we can now return them to the login. So we can say return redirect. So we can say reverse for login. Okay, so otherwise if something goes wrong, then we want to maybe tell them to request the verification email. So over here I'm going to just return, so let's return render. So we're going to be rendering just a template that says something went wrong, request a new one. So the template, let's have it in auth. So it's going to be authentication, then we say activate failed .html. Okay, so when it fails, we need to pass the user if the user is there. So we can have a context here. So to pass the user, we can do user, then we pass the user. So we can check if that user is there in the template and maybe tell them to request a new one. So we need to add this to our urls.py. So we're gonna go over here and also create this. So path. So here it's gonna be activate user. And by the way, the user will not see it. So for us, when they come to the site, we will check them and then redirect them. So it's gonna be views.activate user. So the name, remember in our template, we said it should be called activate over here. So that's why we have this here. It's gonna be activate user fine. Okay, so now stuff are looking good. But you might be asking yourself, okay, how are we going to send the email? How is it gonna go? So for us to send the email over here, we're going to be using a class called email message. So I'm gonna import it from Django core mail. So from Django.core.mail, import email message. So now over here, once we've created our email, what we want to do is now say email message. So we want to give it things like the subject. So you can say subject equals the subject, email subject. Then we need to pass it the message. So we can say, so the message is going to be the body here. So we can say body equals the email body. Then the next thing that we want to pass is, if you look here, we need to pass a from email. So a from email is the email they tell a user that this may be something like accounts@ourapp.com. So someone who is sending that email. So we're going to have a setting. So we're going to have a setting in our settings.py that's going to be the from email. So what you can do over here is let's import settings here so we can access what's in the settings. So from Django conf import settings. So now here we'll be creating it. So we can say settings dot from email from email from user. So this is gonna be, of course, be from email. It's gonna be like that. Save it. Then we need to now specify the email of the user that we want to send the mail to. So to specify the email, it has to be a list. So we're gonna use this syntax here and pass the user email. So the user email is gonna be in user.email like this. So let's make sure that here we pass the to key. So now that we have this, we need to send it. So here I'm gonna create a variable to hold this. So down here we say email.send. Okay, and save. So now if we run back our server, you already know that we have not set up how to send the email from the user. So Django makes this one really easy. We just need to tell it about a few things. Now, the things that it requires us to tell it about is we're gonna go to our settings.py, and first off, remember we need to set up the email from user. So we're gonna go to settings.py. So that's here, settings.py. Okay, email config. So email from user. So for the email from user, this can be anything, but I'm going to be using Gmail to send out emails. So Gmail provides us an SMTP service where you can like log into an email and then perform things like sending an email when you're not using the Gmail applications, but rather through the SMTP. So I'm going to bring in these other email settings that Django needs. So one of them is going to be the email host, the email host user, the email host password, and whether we should do TLS or not, and then the port for the email. So over here, what we want is here, I'm going to be, so over here, you'll notice that I'm putting these values from the environment. So for now, I'm not going to be putting them from the environment, but I want to say that whenever you are doing this, make sure you're putting them from the environment. Now we already have a .m file, so you can maybe come over here and export them. So you can say export, let's say from email user. Say something like startupacademy@gmail.com. So with the .env, you actually don't need to specify this. It's gonna be passed to a string. So now over here we can come and say, okay, our host user is gonna be os environ get from user. Okay, so the host, we are going to be using the Gmail SMTP service. So the host now is I'm gonna be hard coding it here, but feel free to move them to the environment before you push to GitHub. That's what I'm gonna do too. So here you do SMTP gmail.com. Then the host user is gonna be my user. So whenever you have a Gmail account, that is what you want to use here. So I'm going to be using the same account you saw me set up, and then for the password, this will be the password of your Gmail account, your current password of your Gmail account. So you can use this only when you don't have two-factor authentication set up on your Google account. So if you have, then you can look into how to use app passwords, or you can create another sample Google account just to handle the testing here. So here what I want to do now is, so the use TLS will be true, and then the port is 587. So this is the setting you're always gonna have if you're going to be using Gmail. So I need to set up my password. So over here in my .env, I'm going to now export the password. So the password is gonna be anything. So I'm not gonna be showing you guys what that is, but it can be anything. Feel free to enter your password over there. And now when we make changes to the environment, we need to update our application by sourcing in the environment again, and then restarting the application. So now here everything is set up correctly. I'm just gonna pause and make changes to the environment to make sure that my password is correct and it doesn't fail to work. Okay, so I've gone ahead to change my .env to use a real password, and now we can go ahead to test out the app. So the app is still up and running, so we're gonna open this. So this is gonna open up. We're gonna go to create account. Now I'm gonna sign up a user that we had not signed up. So when you click submit, oh, this email is taken. Let's use this one. So when you click submit, you see that now we are getting some issues. So you notice that up front we are getting reverse for this is not found, and you see that the arguments we are passing in is UID-B64 and then the token. So that means that in the urls.py, that's gonna be here. We need to be passing these. So over here we need to make sure we are expecting them. So we expecting this, and also the token. So make sure you have those. Okay, so this should also be a placeholder. we're gonna do token there, and yeah, so now if it restarts and we come back over here, let's go try sign up another user. So let me use the other Startup Academy email, password, submit. Oh, email is taken. So it looks like all my accounts are taken. So I'm gonna pause the server and first delete all these users. So we're gonna open up the Django shell. So Django gives us a way to really interact with the database or application in the terminal. So we do that through the shell. So now I want to delete all the existing users. Now we can delete those by using the model. So I'm gonna import the model. So from authentication, .models, import user. So here you can say user objects should be .all, user objects all. Then we want to delete all of them. So you can say delete. Okay, so that's gonna go ahead and delete for. So also it deletes the to-dos that those users had because we have a cascade on delete. So now to exit, you can hit Ctrl D, and then let's run back our server. Okay, so here if we try it again, enter a password, click submit, and let's wait for it. Okay, so when it's done, you see that we get account created. You can now log in. That's because we need to change a message when we send an email. But what I want to show you is I want to open up my Gmail account here, and when it opens up, you see that now we have this email here. So you see that we now have this email here in my inbox. So this email is telling us, hi, this is the username I just added, and then it's telling us we can use this link to activate. So when I click on this link, notice that we are brought here. We are told that our email is activated, and now we can log in. That means that everything is working. But now when I click it again, you see that now things fail. So they are failing because it is looking out for activate failed, and this means that our link can only be used once since we are trying to use it twice. So on that view or on that template, which let's create it so our application doesn't break like it's doing. So on this template, we can say maybe something like, let's put a paragraph here and say something went wrong with your link. Okay, so if you have any cases here, you can maybe tell them to request a new one, or you can do anything you want here. Okay, so if we refresh, you see that now this is the template that will show, but the account gets activated at first. Okay, so to test it out, first off, you notice that when we finish, we didn't get the message that they sent us an email. So we want to go to our views. So on the sign up, after we send an email, actually this should be not action but activation. Let me change it. Activation. So whenever we send an email, we won't tell them we sent you an email to verify your account. We want to actually test it out properly. So I'm going to open up the shell and import user. So from authentication, models, import user. So here we say user objects all, delete like this. Okay. So now, stop the server, let's run it again. So now if we come here, let's go to the register, and I'm going to enter a user. So here can be password. So I can do the same user. It's going to be this. Now sign up, and you see we get this, we sent you an email. So if we come here, if we came here in the shell and try to verify if the user's email is verified, so we're gonna go to Python manage the PY shell. Let's import the user again. So from authentication, models, import user. So we say user objects. Right now we know we only have one user. So if we say all, it's gonna return, it should be user objects, not objects. So objects. So you see this is one now. So we can check is email verified. I believe since the user so this returns an array with Querysets. So let's pick the first and run that. So you see that now it is false. But now let's check our inbox. So I'm gonna do this and run back the server. So if we come to our email again, you see that now we have this new email, and when I click it, you see that now it's verified. So to verify that it did actually verify, we're gonna do shell again. Let's import our authentication model again. So from authentication models, import user. So now to check the user, we can say user objects, or by the way, here you can do first. Since we have your one user and we know it, we can do first. Then you see that is the user. Now we can check his email, verified, and you can see that now it is verified, meaning that now this way a user can continue to use our application, they can log in. So one thing that I want to show you guys is one thing that I've noticed is whenever we send an email here, so let's try something fresh here. Let me just put a dummy because this one I'm not following it. So whenever we put an email here and try to submit it, you see that it takes a while to return to the user. So the user doesn't know what's going on. It is actually loading for a long time. That's because it is sending out an email. Now, we really don't want to make a user wait that long, because what are we really doing? Sending an email is something we can do in the background and tell a user that, hey, we sent you an email, and then they can wait for it. Okay, so to speed it up a bit, I'm gonna have to come over here and create a thread. So with Python, we can use threads. So threads allow us to run different processes in one program. So that means that our application now can focus on like interacting with the user, while some threads handle things like sending an email. So here I'm going to set up a class. I'm gonna call it email thread. So this will inherit from threading.thread. Okay, so over here we need to have a constructor. So in the constructor, it's gonna be under init. So the constructor is gonna be taking in self, of course. Then we'll be passing basically the message we want to send. So here I can pass email. So down here we can initialize this email to the one that the user passes. Then we want to do threading, thread, init, self. Okay, so to send the mail, we need to implement a function called run. So run takes in self, of course. And now here we can run a task. So we want to send out this email. So you can say self.this email. Then we want to run send on it. So it should be just send. Now we need to create an instance of this class and pass the email we want it to send basically. So we should be importing threading. I was hoping we are. So import threading here. So instead of us sending it here, we can offload it to the other thread up there. So here we need to initialize it. So you can say email thread. Then you see it has to be instantiated using the email we want to send. So we want to pass it, and then we want to call start on it. So with threads, when we call start, it's gonna come and run what's in the run. So remember, email now is an instance of the email message, and it has the send property on it. So it's gonna now come here and call send. Okay, so now if we come back to our application, so I'm gonna come back here. So now I'm going to be using a real email to make sure it is still working. So here, let me use this. So for the email, I'm going to use this very same email. So if we submit, you see that now it is instant. And now if I go to my account, so I'm gonna go to my account, you see that, yeah, our email has arrived. And yeah, so if we click it, our account gets activated. So here we can continue, we can go ahead and log in. Okay, so that's gonna do it for the video. So if you guys ever get issues sending that email, make sure you have insecure apps allowed in your Google account. So to do that, you want to go to your Google account. So here I'm gonna go to manage my account, and then you want to go to security. On security, you want to look for less secure apps. So on less secure apps, you want to turn this on. So if we turn this off, things will fail. But make sure you turn it on and your account doesn't use two-factor authentication. If it does, please look into how to use app passwords to send out the email. So yeah, so I hope you found this tutorial helpful. If you did, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So up to now we have built all the features we wanted to build. We have the authentication, we have the CRUD for tattoos. So in this one, I want to introduce you guys to unit testing your Django applications. So I'm going to be showing you the tools that Django avails and the different ways you can go around testing your Django applications. So the reason for that is testing is really important, especially for any project that you're going to put in production, because the way software works is we are always making changes to the software. We're always updating some code to make it more performant. So whenever you have a code base that don't have tests, it makes room for you making errors when you're changing things in the future. So the way this should be done is whenever you're writing the app, so whenever you start to work on a feature, let's say you're working on registering a user, you need to make sure that you work on a feature, and at the time you're delivering that feature, it has all the tests that will keep it intact, such that in the future when you're changing things, you don't accidentally change something and then it breaks the registration. Similarly, this is very common when you're working in teams. So whenever you're working in teams, everyone is on their business. Now, of course, teams will always have like coding conventions to make sure that maybe people write code in a specific way. So almost on every team you're going to work on, you're going to be needed to write tests. So the more tools you have at your disposal, the more life is going to be easier for you. So what we're going to be doing now is we are going to be adding tests for all the features we have written, so that later when someone is maybe making changes to this cool project, they actually don't break anything, or whenever we are really updating packages, we can still be sure that things are still working. So let's go ahead and get started now. Now to write our first test, we are going to start out by writing a very simple test to make sure that a user can access the register page and then the login page. So to get started, we're going to go here. So every time we create an app, so when you say python manage.py start app, you're going to get basically the app folder created. And in that, you're going to find the test.py file. This can be a good starting point to write your tests for this app. Okay, so since this app has many modules, it's always ideal to have like a folder for the tests from which we can have different tests to test these files separately. So I'm going to delete the default test.py file that we get. And then in the app, I'm going to create a folder called tests. Now in here, first I'm going to have a danda init.py file. So this makes this folder a module, so everything we put in this folder can be imported. So in here we can have a file to test our views. So I'm going to have a test views.py file, and also I'm going to have a class to test our models. So test models.py file like this. So in here, let's start from the views. So we want to make sure that the user can access the route for login, and that route should be able to render this template and at the same time allow them to basically log in or create an account. So let's start with the registration. Let's now add a test to make sure that the user is able to access the register page. So here we are going to be using classes, and that's because with classes we can quickly inherit all the major testing features that Django gives us. So here I'm going to have a class. I'm going to call it test views. So in here we're going to be inheriting from a class called test case. Now we need to import test case from Django, of course. So from Django.test import test case. All right. So over here we can have a test. So we're gonna say def test underscore should show register page. So since this is a class, we need to pass self, so that we can get access to everything in here and everything we are inheriting in test case. So test case gives us a request client. So think of it like a browser. So we can use it to request things like web pages. So whenever we inherit from test case, we have access to something called client. So we can say self.client, and then over here you can see that we can make requests. So whenever we are accessing the register page, we are making a get request. So over here we're going to say get, and here we need to pass a path. Now since we are using Django, in here we want to be accessing the path by the name. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do reverse, and then I'm going to put the name of the URL route. So that's going to be URLs, and then the register has the name register. So that's going to be this. We need to import reverse. So from Django URLs import reverse like this. So this is going to make a request to this URL. Now whenever it makes a request, it gets back a response. So we can save the response inside a variable called response. Now over here we can check if this request was actually able to work. So here, if we went ahead to do self.assert, so now when you do self, you can view all the different options that you can have here. So you can use their assertion method. So you can assert that the response status code returned 200. So whenever we make a request to this page like this and everything was fine, it's going to send us the web page and also a response code 200. So that's why we are asserting that it should give us 200. So also to make sure that it's actually serving us the correct page or the correct template, we can also assert that it gave us a template. So we can say assert template used, and then here we can pass the template. But to pass the template, we also need to pass the response and also the template here. So here we can say, so now our template, remember, is in templates, then authentication, then register. So we can say authentication/register. And here we are not putting templates. That's because Django already knows where our templates are. And when we say assert template used, it's going to know that it needs to check the templates. So now that we have the test, we need to actually run it to see if it actually works. Now I'm going to open up another command line here, so it activates environment. So over here, let me bring in my .env like this. So here to run the test, you want to run python manage.py, then you put test. So I'm going to run that. So what you're going to see is that we have a failure. So something is failing really, and that's because when we made a request here, yes, it might have been 200, but the template that was used from the application is not really registered. So at this point, the test has an issue and we need to correct that. So we want to check for the correct template name, and it is register.html. So we want to make sure it is this. Let's run back the tests, and now you can see that we get okay and it passed. Good. So now this means that whenever, let's say, we are working on our application somehow, and then let's say we are like in Git and we delete this line somehow, maybe an issue happened. So what will happen is whenever you run these tests, and later I'm going to be showing you how to run these tests in GitHub before we add any other change, you said things will fail, and then we'll go back and see what changed and correct it. Similarly, let's say someone changed this view to use login. Let's say here we come and say use login or login user. Let's say someone made that change because these problems actually happen. So when we run the test, you see that it fails, and that's because the test now is guarding against any code changes here. So whenever you write your tests and you make sure they were working at the point you added your changes, that's going to be extremely beneficial for you and your team and everyone who will work on that project in the future. So that's how you write your first test. Now I'm going to go ahead to add other tests. So we also want to have similar tests for the login. So let's also check that we can access the login page. So I'm going to go here, bring in the same thing. So should show login page. So here I'm going to change this to login page, and we know this is login, so it should also give us 200. Similarly for the template, we can check that it's using login.html. So that means if someone accidentally deletes login, let's say, let me first run back the test. Now you can see that two tests are passing. So if someone came over here and deleted login like this, and maybe they were pushing a change, they might even be working on things that are not even related to this, but somehow the file gets deleted. So whenever now they run the tests, it's going to fail. It's going to say, hey, something went wrong. There's no template. It doesn't exist. Your test tells me there should be that template. So they can go back, reach out, and make sure that this issue is corrected before we move forward. So let me go ahead here and undo. So I get back my template. So that would happen actually. Someone would come and undo, and now they have back the file. And now when they run the tests, they are passing, and yeah, good. So continuing here, you might be asking yourself, now we are only making GET requests. So we basically are making the requests to view the pages, and very well we are able to make sure that some things are kept in check. But how do we really verify that a user is able to sign up or how do we really verify that whenever a user clicks the button, they go ahead to get these errors here? Because this is also very important. Users should always get these errors, since these were the specifications for implementing this feature. We don't want someone to accidentally come and I change like our password restriction and we don't know about it. So let's say we wanted to add a test to make sure that the user will always see this password error whenever the password is not there, and also these other errors. We would do it this way. So first, we are going to test for a scenario where they don't supply the username, because you see the username is required and all this other stuff. So over here, remember, we have the client and we can use that to make requests. So over here, I'm going to have a test. So test should sign up user. Okay, so let's first test for a very positive scenario, making sure that the user can sign up on our website. We know we are going to need the username, the email, the password, and then the password confirmation of that password actually. So over here, we're going to have those values. So I'm going to go ahead and create a user. So I'm going to do self.user. And guys, we're going to be like doing a refactor of this later in a few to show you guys how you can really structure them better. But for now, this is gonna show us exactly what we want. So I'm gonna do self.user. So for this, we are going to have a username for this user, for this test user. So here I can say username, any name will be fine. So also let's also have the email. So let's make sure email at gmail.com. Let's also make sure we can get the password. That's also going to be password. So let's make sure the password is also confirmed. So it's also going to be password. So I believe this should be password too. So we want to make sure that these are the names that our template will be sending to the view. So if we went to the template for the registration, we will see that the password is password, the name is password too here, and then I believe this is username. Yes, and then this is email. Yes, good. So that's what we have here. Now, since this is a valid user and we expect that every time the user makes a request with this data for the first time, they should succeed. Let's go ahead and make an assertion for that. So over here, we're going to make a post request. So you can say self.client, then we're going to post. So the reason why we are posting now is because in the register, this form is supposed to be making a post request, and that's what we want to do. So I'm gonna say post. Now we're going to be posting to the registration URL. So the registration URL has the name of register. So that's what we want to put now. So after you specify the URL, you want to now specify the data. So over here you can see that the second parameter here is going to be the data. So here you can pass self.our_user. All right. So this actually should make the request. So I'm going to go ahead and put a response here, because it's also going to return as a response. So we expect this to create a user. Now, to create a user, we can tell by different ways. So for now, we know that every time we create a user here, they are going to be redirected to the login page. So that's what we want to assert. We want to assert that every time this user gets created, we are sent to the login page. So to check that here, we can check self.assert equals. Then we want to check, let's check the status code, because that's what we're going to be checking most of the times. So whenever we sign up a user, they should be redirected. So over here you can see we are checking for a 302, which is the redirect status code. So if you run back this test now, you see that they all pass. And that's because we made this post request and then we're expecting them to be redirected. So now let's test for a scenario where we don't want this user to sign up if their username is taken. Okay, so over here I'm going to duplicate this. So you will actually find that like most of the things you're going to be doing are going to be quite similar. So I'm going to bring up here, and now let's say should not sign up user with taken username. Okay, so how do we really emulate this? So how do we really emulate this and make sure that we can test it properly? So the easiest way to do it is to make the same request using the same payload, because we know that the first one is going to create the user. So the first one is going to create the user in the DB. So if you make the second request in the context of the same test, it should be able to fail. Okay, so that means that we're going to really do this. We're going to deprecate this. So this is going to be, so first let's remove the first one. So at first we are going to make a request to register with the same user. Then we are going to make another request to register with the same user now. So we're going to first make a request to register the user. So that means the user is going to be created now. But now if we make another request, that means it should fail, telling us that these really are taken. So to test it, we are going to be expecting a status code, like a conflict. So there is a status code called 409. So this basically represents when on a server, a similar resource already exists. So this is what we want to check for. Now to check for this, we need to make sure that our code is actually giving this one to us. So actually this brings up a very nice point about why testing can be very important. So it also enables us to refactor our code and to make sure that it is really written in a standard way, because at this point in time, we're expecting that whenever we make this request we make a similar request with the same data, the server should send us a conflict telling us that similar data exists on the server. So now we can go back to our views. Okay, so that's gonna be here. Now here, we can now return this. We can now return this over here. So that's gonna be username is taken. That's gonna be here. We can say return this, and then also we can set the status code. So to set the status code, you can do status equals 409. All right. So if we save this and then we come back to our tests, we also want to make sure that whenever you're writing a test, it is really handling one case. So we don't want it to mess up with really other things. So here I'm going to change the email and also the passwords. So here I'm going to change the email so it doesn't really crash with the passwords. So now if we run back the tests, so we're going to say test again. And you see that now they pass. So also you'll notice that something is really fading over here. So this is about sending an email. So we also want to make sure that we are not really sending an email in test. So Django does a good way of not sending an email in tests. So for now, what we're going to do is over here. So I'm going to go on this function for send mail. So over here in settings.py of the whole app, over here, I'm going to add a simple helper to really tell us if we are running in test mode. I'm going to add this line here and also import sys. So over here, I'm going to import sys. So what this does is it checks which environment we are running in, and then it gives us a true or false. So over here in the view, we can check if, yes, I hope we are settings.testing. So if we are in testing, we don't want to send this. So here we can check if not, then we want to send the mail. So we don't keep getting this error in the console down here. And we'll get back to this. I'll also be showing you some techniques on which you can mock different things as we go. So here if we run back the test, it should run perfectly. Okay, so now I think you guys have seen why this can be important. We are able to go back and refactor our code and to make sure that the code is written in a way that is enforced by what exactly the user should see. Let's also test the same case for the email. So we're gonna have this. I'm gonna do this. Should not sign up with a taken email like this, and then you should not sign up with a taken email. So here we can make sure we are using the so here we can change the username and make sure that the first request is done with the same email and the second one is done by the same email. And also I'm going to create another user object here. So you can say, so here I'm going to have another test user object. So we're going to do test user 2. So this one over here, we can make it the same email, but let's change the username like this. And now here we use test user 2. It's going to be self.test user 2 like this. So now what we expect is this should fail and it should give us that on server there was a conflict because we are going to be making 2 requests using the same email. So this is going to succeed, but this should fail and it should tell us that there was a conflict on the server. So if we run this test now, you see that it fails, and that's because our code is not really responding to the way the test should be. So this brings us into a scenario where we have to write our tests first and then we adjust our code to meet our tests, which is a technique called test-driven development. So now we need to make the that the application really behave in a way that the test expects, because this is what we believe in. This is what is easy for us. This is what the user wants to see. Okay, so now we need to go back to our application. So we're going to go to the views, so views, and also make sure that the application, so whenever a user is using the email that already exists, it is also returning 409. So we're going to go to where we have the email, and also we need to return this 409. So I'm going to go here and add a return. So every time we get the email is taken, we can add this return, and we are returning a 409. Okay, so now if we run this, yeah, it's going to work. And now we expect that our application is still going to work fine, because it is really being controlled by this test over here, all right, which is like the real world scenario. So now that we have this, I want to show you how you can write a test that checks if the message to tell the user that the username is taken is being shown. So since we are using the messages framework, so over here in register, we've taken username. We can now check if the user is able to see that message on the screen. So to be able to check which messages are available, we are going to have a variable here called storage. So we are also going to import another utility called getMessages. So over here, we're going to import it from Django messages. So from Django.messages, import. So it's actually from Django.contrib.messages, import getMessages. Okay, so then over here, we can now say getMessages. So getMessages takes in a request. Now you'll notice that here we are in trouble a bit, because what we have is a response and not a request. Now to get the request itself, what you can do is over here, we can use the response that we already have, and then we want to call WSGI_request. So this will give us the request that was used to make this call. So now that we have this, what you can do is over here, I'm going to actually make a PDB here to show you guys what exactly will be happening. So I'm going to say PDB, import PDB. So PDB is a Python debugger. Now we can use PDB to put breakpoints in our code, and then we can inspect it on the go. So right now I'm going to now run back the test. So you see that when it gets here in the test, it pauses. So now we can inspect what is in storage. So if we do storage, so it's going to give us a storage object. And what we want to do is we want to go ahead and loop over it. So we can say for message in storage, let's go ahead and print the message. So you can do print message like this. So if you run, so when you're in a debugger and you want to make it continue, you can put C and then click OK. So now if we rerun this, you'll see that over here, you see that now we still have we sent you an email to verify your account. And then we also have the username is taken. So the first message was sent for this request, this one. And then the second one was added for this request, meaning that this is okay. Okay, so let's check that this error exists in the second response. So to check this, what we could do here is we could create an array. So we could create something like array, maybe errors equals empty. And then we append to this array every message. And then basically here we assert in, so there is assert in, so we assert in this error, then we want to say it exists in errors, something like this. So to do that, over here we can quickly say errors.append. So we can append message. So message has a text attribute on it, so that is the one that gives us the exact text string. So now if we run back the test, I'm going to remove the PDB. I'm going to print the errors over here. So now if we run back the test, just rerun it, see that it fails, and that's because message has no object test. This should be message. So we want to do message.message. Okay, so let's rerun it. Now you can see that they all pass. Okay, so just to finish, I want to show you how you can rewrite this using lambda functions so that it's like one line. So what you can do here is, instead of us having to do this for each of these, please append here, we can quickly create a new list here. So we're going to be using the map function in Python. So the map function basically takes in a function and also a list, and then it runs the items in that list in that function. So here what you could do is you're going to be using, it's going to be a lambda function. So we're going to do lambda, then we can do x. So it's going to be an anonymous function. They are called lambda function in Python. So now we can do x.message. Okay, then we want to say that it should exist in storage. So map returns a map object, so we need to turn this into a list. So we can now wrap this in list like this and save. So now if we run back this, I'm gonna rerun it. See that it fails. This should be message, not messages, just like we did before. So now if we run this, you see that now it passes. So yeah, so this is how you can get started testing your Django applications. So in the next video, I'm going to be showing you how to test, how do we log in a user and make sure they are testing things like to-do, like creating to-dos, deleting them, and all that good stuff. So thanks guys for watching. I hope this was a good introduction to writing tests. I hope it gave us a general picture on why tests can be important and how they can make you think more about your code. So that's gonna do it for now. Thanks guys for watching. I will talk to you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this one, we're going to be looking at how to test models. So I'm here in my authentication models, and we don't really have a lot of code. So if we went to our to-do models, so that's going to be to-dos over here. You see that we also don't have a lot of code. So the main goal of testing models is to make sure that our model class is set up in a way that it can really create instances. To test models, we actually don't really need to like access the page and stuff. That's because we are writing unit tests and we only want to be able to test just this, only this, without really making a request from a user. So what you can do is here in the models, what you can do is we can import the models. You can say that's going to be authentication.models import user. Okay. So here we can have a class, we can call it tests models. So test model, so this is gonna inherit from test case also. So we can do test case because we want to access assertion methods. So here let's import test case. So from Django.test import test case. So here we want to create a user and then check if that user really has an email assigned, or if this string object returns the user who was created. Okay, so now that we import user, we need to write a test that actually tests that the user string representation returns the email. So over here we can have a function. So I'm gonna say def test should create user. So to create a user, we can say user equals, we can now use our model. So we can say user objects, want to do create user. Let's take the username. So the username here, it's gonna be, let's say username, and then let's say the email, it's gonna be email@app.com. Okay, let's set the user's password. So set password 12@. Let's save the user. Now that we have the user, we can check if the toString method returned the email. So that's gonna verify that this user was created successfully and they have an email. So over here we can say self.assert equal, so toString of this user should return this email. So we're gonna do email like this, then let's add it here. Okay, so now if you run back the tests, you see that now they all pass. So that means that in our application, wherever we're using str user, we are enforcing that it should always work. And in that case, that means that if someone really came into our application and they changed this to maybe return a username, which is possible. So someone may not know that somewhere in our application, we are basing on the toString method to be the email, and we are using it in some cases. So someone may change this, asking himself, oh, why did they do it like this? So we can change it. There is no harm in that. So if for that kind of case, if they make something like that and they run back the test, it's gonna fail, and that's gonna make them, so that's gonna fail, and all the tests that were really depending on that will fail, and then they're gonna see that they shouldn't have changed this. So now we can refactor it, make sure that it's still working. So if you run this, things are good. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and test out the model for the to-do. So I'm gonna go over here, and similarly we're actually gonna have the same thing. So I'm gonna copy this to-do test. Then I'm gonna go to our to-dos. First off, we delete this tests module, and then we create our own because we want to group all our tests together. and make them simpler. So here we can have tests and tests. Then let's have init. Okay, so in here we can have the test model. So for this, we clearly know that our model expects to have a user. So whenever we are creating a to-do, we need to have a user created first. So over here, we are going to create a user like this. Actually, we're going to reuse something. Okay, so now we will have a user here. So after we get a user, now we can now create a to-do. So here we can say something like to-do equals to-do. So let's import to-do. This is gonna be from to-do dot models import to-do. So here I can say to-do. So we can now say, so here I can say title equals buy milk, description equals get it done. So now if we call to-do dot save, so now if we call to-do dot save, we should be able to assert that the string representation of this to-do, so assert equals, so string representation of this to-do will be equal to, let's see, let's make sure that's the case, will be equal to the title. So currently the title is going to be buy milk. If someone changes that code, we should catch it before we imagine their changes. And later I'm going to be showing you how to use GitHub Actions to make sure that these tests are ran on every push. So if we run back the test, you see that now it actually fails. That's because here when we are creating the to-do, we didn't pass the user. So here we can also pass the owner. So owner is going to be the user here. Okay. So now if we run back this test, you can see that it passes and everything is good. So that's gonna do it for now. So in the next video, I'm gonna be showing you how to properly arrange this test and make sure that we are not really repeating ourselves when we are really writing things like test data and also the requests we make. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next video. Bye. So last time we saw how we can test our models, how to test our views. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to properly arrange these such that we don't really duplicate ourselves and we make our tests more descriptive and more faster in the long run. So up front, you will notice that the code we wrote here, you see this code I'm highlighting? It is the same code we wrote here, you see? So that's not cool. So also, if we go to our test views over here, you will see that this data here, we are like pretty much hard coding it. Similarly, it is the same data here. So what I want to do in this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can properly set up your tests to make sure you don't really duplicate different things. So what I like to do is I like to set up like a utils folder. So I'm going to go outside here. Then I'm going to set up a utils folder. So I'm going to be utils. So since you're going to be importing from it, we need a Django init. So Django init over there. So also you notice that over here we are importing from test case. Similarly over here we're importing from test case, and that's because we really want to be getting access to what they offer. We might not want to even be inheriting from it every time. So over here we need to set up a class that's going to be doing all the setup of the things we need for every test we run. So over here I'm going to have a class. I'm going to call it test setup. Okay. So it's going to inherit from test case. So over here, now we can import test case. So from Django Test, import test case. Okay, so over here, so for the life cycle of a test, there are two functions that actually run before a test runs. So one of those functions is called setup, and also another one is called tear down. So I'm going to have tests tear down. Okay, so this is the function that runs first and then the test can run, and then this is the function that runs after the test has run. So over here we can set up things like the test data and also things that each test should have before it runs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go where we have this here where we were coding this user, and then I'm going to cut it out and bring it in our base. So I'm going to bring it here. I'm also going to add a print here. So I'm going to do test started. So I'm also going to put a print here just to illustrate what will be happening. So here I'm going to say test finished. Okay. So now that we have this, we can come over here in this test views. Remember, we removed the user here. So we can come back over here, and instead of us inheriting from this test, we can inherit from our own. So here I'm going to import our util. So from utils, it's going to be .test setup. Let's import test setup. I think that's how I called it. So we called it utils. Oh, we are writing tests inside here, so that's not what we want to do. So let me take it away. So we're gonna have a file here called setup tests. So that's where we're gonna have this code. Now we can it's gonna be util / test setup test import test. No, not test case. Import test setup. So this is what we want to import here. And now that we have that, we should be able to say self.user, which is this, and it should work fine. Okay, so now if we came here and run back our tests, let me first save this file. Just rerun it. You see that here, for every test that we have in the test views, we see that it starts and then it finishes. It starts and then it finishes. So this is what these two do. And then the user, since we are inheriting from this, we can say self.user anywhere, even in the subclasses. So this is a subclass of this parent class. Okay, so that's how that one goes. So also let's solve this issue where we are basically creating a user like this and also having to duplicate the same code in the test for to do model, I believe, here. So instead of us duplicating this one, I'm gonna cut it out. So you see, and then I'm gonna go to the test model for authentication. So over here, I'm also gonna cut it. So I'm gonna go to our setup. So that's gonna be here. So I'm gonna set up another function. So besides having these lifecycle methods or these lifecycle test functions, we can create our own. So here we can have a function called create test user. Okay. So create test user takes in self. So over here now we can basically create a user. So since we want to use what this user will be returning, we can return that user. We can do return user. So I'm going to import user up here because we need the user for authentication. Models import user. So that means that every time we call create test user, it's going to create the user and also return for us that user. So now over here we can come. So over here in the model, we can come and say user equals self dot create. Yes, here we called it. So test setup, we said create test user. Okay, so this is what we want to call. So in this model, we can come and say self dot create test user like this. So that should return for us the user, and we can use the user here. So I'm also going to go to this other class, so this other test here, and also do the same thing. So we can do user equals self dot create test user like this. Okay, so now that we have changed this, we need to change where we are importing from. So I'm going to go to this import for the view, and then I'm going to replace it. So we're going to import this test setup. That's going to be here. So we can replace this. So this inherits from test case by default. That's now what we want to inherit from. So let's inherit. Also, I'm going to go to this other to do. Make sure we have the same thing. Also this test case. So now if we run back these tests, you'll see that things are still working and we are not duplicating stuff here. Okay, so this can be useful. Of course, this is a very simple application and I'm just showing you like the simple scenarios, but in your application you might have a lot of things. So you can see the importance of this at scale. So similarly, this, instead of us doing this, of course we know that this user has an email, and that we can access that email by doing user.email. So you can do this, should be user.email, since this is a user instance. Okay, so now if you run back the test, should work fine. Okay, so same thing for the to do. Now going forward, we are going to be needing to test things like permission. Let's say a user is logged in and they want to delete a to do. We want to check if they are the ones that created it. So I'm also going to have another function to create another test user. So here we can say create test user. We can put 2 here, so that we can create two users. So this one will have a username. Let's have 2 here, email 2 here, and also this should do. Now we can return the users. So that means that now we have created a way that we can create 2 different users at the same time. So that's going to work in a way that we can be able to say user1 equals self.create test user, and then here we say user2 equals self.create test user2, like this. And now we can check things like permissions. We can create a to-do using one user and check if another user can delete it, those kinds of things. So let's also remove it. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. I hope you learned a little something about this test setup and tear down methods and how you can create some functions that you can reuse in other places. So in the next video, I'm going to be showing you how to test some things on the user login. So thanks guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So up to now we are writing our tests. We are making sure that they are running. Actually, let me make sure I remove this log here. Don't need it. So we can make sure that the tests are running fine and everything is good. So in this video, we're going to be talking about how to get test data and also how to use fixtures. What fixtures are? So they are basically a way you can generate test data to use to test your models, your templates, your views. So we have different projects that are really good that can make your life really easy. So one of them is this model bakery. So what it allows you is to create an instance of maybe a model by just doing bake.make. So you say bake.make and then the module path, and then it's going to be able to create for you the instance. You won't have to hustle around having to get the test data, supply the first name, supply the last name, all this kind of thing. So it's going to be able to do stuff for you. So that's well and good. So I really encourage you guys to take a look at Model Bakery. So what I'm really excited about is this package called Faker. So Python has this package. So Faker basically is a popular module. So it has different bindings, even for, I think, Node.js, even for JavaScript. So you can use this to do very many things. So for now, you're going to be keeping it simple. We won't be using Model Bakery or any other high level fixture module. So we're going to be using Faker to actually look at what things we can get from it, because I believe with Faker you can actually use it for very many things, even outside Django. It's a very important tool to have if you're really like testing out things all the time. So we are going to be looking at it and we see how we can really use it to get some test data instead of us start coding this. So to show you here, we need to install it. We need to install Faker. So here we can do pip install Faker. Okay, so that's gonna go ahead and correct it and then install it. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to import Faker. So we can say from Faker import Faker, like this. So here we can create a Faker instance. So we can say self.faker equals Faker. Okay, so now with this Faker, we can go ahead to actually start generating things like IP addresses, things like paragraphs, things like names, things like image URLs, and those kind of things. So of course we won't be covering everything here. So if you want to use it, you're going to be coming on here and checking, how do I generate this? How do I generate this? So if you use this once or twice, you're going to be golden. Everything is going to be, so all the common things are going to stick. So how do we generate a username? That's easy. We can say self.faker.name, like this. So over here, I'm going to console log this so you guys see what's going on. So I'm going to do a print like this. So here, if we run back the test, let's install Faker. So here, if we run back the test, so I'm going to run the tests again. You can see that we get this. You see? So using this test data can give you a different perspective, especially with the edge cases that you may not catch from the data you supply in the tests. So over here, you notice that this username should not actually have like spaces. So currently our application is not handling that. So we would need to go back and handle that. So guys, you can see there are very many edge cases, and with these tools, we can at least be sure that there are some things we can handle. So over here, let's make sure, since this is always going to be 2 names, we can make sure that we are taking the first name. Okay, so to take the first name, we want to split it by the space, and we want to take by the space and the first section of the string. So here, if we console log this, let's run again. You can see that now it's using one name. So here, okay, so let's now get the email. So with the email, we can do self.faker.email. Okay, so to get the password, this can be anything, but you want to make sure that it is the same. So here you can have like password, self.password. It's gonna be equal to self.faker. So we can generate a paragraph by doing self.faker, then we can do paragraph. So even these, you can be passing like arguments to really obstruct which paragraph you get. So if you wanted to get like a sentence with like 5 characters, we'll do something like NB sentences. So a number of sentences in a paragraph, you do NB sentences equals like 5, and that should give us, let's also console log it. So now we can use this over here. So it's just a way that you guys can get test data. So I hope you guys take time to really explore this library, and you can refactor your tests to not use dummy data all the time. So if we run this test again, you can see that things are still passing and things are good. So yeah, so that's gonna be it. I just wanted to show you guys a way that you can stop using hard-coded text and at least put some dynamism in your tests. And that's gonna be availing different scenarios that you did not expect in your data. So that's gonna do it for this one. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. I hope this was a little helpful. If it was, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you soon. So as we are testing our code, we are going to need a way to tell how much of our code we've tested, what sections of our code are not tested, and actually be able to know that most of the important parts of our application have tests that are actually protecting them from changes that can cause side effects, which sometimes is called regression. Okay, so now to be able to tell what parts of our code are tested, what parts are not, so we are going to be installing a package called coverage. So here I'm going to come in and say pip install coverage. Okay, so what that is going to do, it's going to go ahead and install the module. So once it's done, now we need to run our python manage.py using coverage. So to run it, you want to do coverage run manage.py test, like this. So if you run this, it's gonna go ahead and do the same thing it was doing. So also I want to be throwing in the verbosity flag here. So that's just supposed to be here -v2. Okay, so similarly you see that we don't have more details, but if we wanted to get the coverage report, so what we could do is we could come over here and add an ampersand and then say coverage report. Okay, so now if we run this, what it's going to do is it's going to do the same thing, but now as it finishes to test, it's going to go ahead and now give us a report about our test coverage. So now you see that we have tested 44%. That means that we still have a lot of things to test, but some of the things we will notice up front is it actually went ahead to test things that we might not need to test. So it went into the virtual environment and tested those things. So the reason why it did that is because by default, it's going to be testing everything in our project. So if you wanted to limit where the tests, where it should correct coverage from, or where it should look for the tests, we want to now say coverage run. We can say coverage run, then we specify a source flag. So you can say /source, and then in front we can specify modules. So if we want to test only authentication, we can do authentication and then run that. Okay, so now you see that it's gonna run, and now it's gonna be faster, and now it's only testing authentication. If we want to test another module, what we could do is we could come on the source flag, and then we could put a comma and put another module. So here you can do like to do. So if we run this, you see that now it's gonna go ahead and run, and it's going to now run for our 2 apps, which is what we would want to do. So as much as that is well, good and fine, sometimes you might have more apps, sometimes you may have more apps and more code to test. So always doing it like this might not be practical all the time. So an easier way to do it would be to specify which files we should not correct coverage from. So let me rerun this. So we see which ones we don't really need. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to the root of the project. So that's going to be over here. And then we're going to create a file called coverage.rc. Should be actually .coverage.rc. Yeah. Then what you can do here is you can specify different files we want to omit. So you can do omit equals, and then down here you can put a tab and then specify which files you don't want to really include. So we know we don't want to include the files in here. So what you can do is over here, you can say, I'm going to use everything in Venv. Okay. So now if we run back the test, remember now we are not specifying the flag for where to correct from. And now you see that we are not correcting from the virtual environment. So we can do this for other files that we don't want. So we also would not want to be testing the tests. That wouldn't really add up. So we can come over here and say we don't want to test the tests. So things like static files, we don't want the runner to even look there. So even things like migrations, because that's code that's auto-generated, so we can also keep it there. So also we have these files, so these are under init, we can also really omit them from the tests. So here we can also do star danda init danda.py. Okay, so now if we run back these tests again, you see that things are quite faster, and now we are really having some files that we really care about. Okay, so now this looks good, but to be able to view which lines are not tested, you can run this command and then you can run it and tell it to generate for you HTML. So if you wanted an HTML file to visualize what files are not tested, which files are tested, which lines, then you can put and coverage HTML at the end. So what that's gonna do is gonna go ahead and run. And when it finishes to run, it's going to create a folder called HTML.cov. So over here, you can see it created a folder, and this folder has all the details about our tests. So I'm going to come to one of these and I'm going to open it up in live server. So that's going to open it in a browser. And when it opens up, you can now see like how we are doing with the testing. So I'm actually going to go back to the root so we see exactly what's happening. So see how we get a nice table with each file, then you get a nice table with each file and how much of the code has been tested and which ones are not tested. So if we open up a file like views.py for authentication, you see that we have tested out all this. So where you don't see a red, that code is covered by tests, all this, but this is not really covered by tests up to this point. So down here, this is covered, these are not covered, these are not covered. Okay, so now we can decide to go back and write tests for all these until we actually go ahead and make sure it is 100%. So to wind this video up, so you would not really want to be pushing this folder to GitHub. So it's also good you add it in a .gitignore. So here you can come and say .html cov like this. And guys, and now that's gonna hide it. And now guys, you can also generate XML files. So instead of generating only HTML, you can generate XML like this. And this is important if you want to like send this data to a coverage reporting tool. So yeah, actually we're going to be doing that in some of the next videos. So now if we say XML, it's going to create this coverage.xml file, which is a representation for this HTML. So that's going to do it for now. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. So last time we saw that now we can be able to use coverage to check to know which parts of our code need to be tested. Also, we saw that we can now be able to generate an HTML.cov file that we can run in the browser and be able to see which parts of our code we need to test. So in this video, we're going to be trying to at least raise our coverage, make sure that most of our code is tested, and in a goal that we can test up to 100%, which should always be your goal actually. So what I want to do now is let's go ahead and test out that the user can be able to create a to-do, and maybe they can be able to view it or delete it. So let's first test out the to-do creation. So to test it, we're going to go to our test views. Then here we're going to have a test views file. So to do ourselves a simple favor, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this one test views.py. So over here, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to now remove this. So we're going to have a test. So we're going to say test should create a to-do. All right, so text itself here. So what we want is, we want, of course, now make a request. So we want to make a post request and create a to-do, but we already know that for us to be able to create a post request, we need to be logged in. So we need to first log in, and then we can create a post request. So in the test setup, we already have a function that goes ahead, that can create a user, and then it can return that user. So what you can do here is, we're gonna go here and say user will be self.create test user. So to create a to-do, we are going to now make a request to the create to-do URL. So the create to-do URL has this name of create to-do. So what you can do is, we could come over here, and now we say response is going to be equal to self.client.post. So we're going to be posting to, we're going to use reverse to get the URL. So we use reverse such that if we change, let's say, the URL path, we don't actually have to refactor everywhere in our code. So let's import reverse here. So from Django.urls. Okay, so the second parameter should be the to-do we want to send. So it's basically going to be an object. So we need to specify the owner. So the owner is going to be this user, because we already have the user when we create the user. So now we can create our dictionary. We can have a title, and the title can be hello, do this. Let's have a description. And now we can say, okay, do remember to do this. Okay, so now this is going to make a request now. So whenever we create the resource now, we need to be redirected to the page that contains this to do. So here we can have an assertion. So we can say self.assert equal. So we need to assert the status code. So we can say self status code. It should be 302. All right, so now let's go ahead and save this. Now, if we go ahead and run the tests again, you see that now our tests still pass. So I'm going to come over here, and then we check out, make sure they are all passed. Now you see that they are 10, and now they all passed. So also we can do some assertions using the model. So now that we have the model here, we will know that before we do this request, we would not have any to-dos in our database. So here we can actually have an assertion before we actually make the request, and then have another assertion to verify that this request changed. So here we can have to-dos will be to-do objects dot all. So we can have an assertion. You can say self assert equal, then the to-do. So here we can check to-do count. So it should be 0 here. Okay. So after we make this post request, we can really assert that now, if we made another query to check how many to-dos we have, we should have them saved in our DB. So now we can come over here and now check. So we can say updated to-dos gonna be .all, and now the count of updated, it should be 1. So let's make sure we add that, and now we run back our tests. So let's run them. You can see that now they fail. So we need to really know why they fail. Okay, so here let's print the response. Let's run it. Okay, so this actually makes sense. So we are actually getting redirected here. So this is correct, but now this is not correct, and that's because our user is not logged in. And this brings up another point that I want you guys to note. So whenever you write assertions in a test, make sure you write more than one assertions, and you assert more than one scenario of all the scenarios that can happen in the process of doing something. So here you see that yes, we returned 302, but that itself is not enough to make the test pass, because we also return 302 when the user is not authenticated, and we are redirecting them to the home page. So now you can see the importance of having more than one assertion. So now what I want to do here is to actually make this one pass, and before we actually make the post request, we need to first log in a user. So in the tests for authentication, so what to do is create the user, and then we go ahead and make the request to login. So what you can do is you're going to make this very request here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, we are not going to be using the response. So I'm only going to get the request that logs in a user. So in this code, we are going to create the user, and then we log them in like this. And now we can go ahead and make our other assertions. Okay. So now if we run this, we expect it to create user, login user, and successfully create the to-do because the user is logged in. And this is what we see now. So now the tests are passing and everything is good. So I guess that shows us the importance of having more than one assertion in our tests. And I hope it's something we can pick up as we go. So now our tests are on 74%, but surprisingly, our views.py file is still at 45%. So I'm not going to be making videos to test out all these things. I'm going to take time and test them out and push them to GitHub, so that when you guys are looking at the code, you have the code that's tested to at least 99%. Okay, so this is going to do it for our testing series. So in the next sections, we are going to be looking at how to integrate a continuous integration server, specifically GitHub Actions. Make sure that all our changes are always checked before we add any new code to our project in the future. So thanks guys for watching. If you found this one helpful, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will talk to you in the next video. So with Django, you can use any type of database. It mostly shines with relational databases, so the likes of Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server. But the most popular one you'll find is going to be the Postgres database. And the reason why Postgres is popular is because it's open source and it has really been around, so it has been proven to really work and handle a lot of use cases. So in this video, we're going to be setting it up with our application. In this one, we're going to be doing it on a Mac. Then later, I'll make a short video to show you how to do it on Windows. So first, we need to download it to our machine. So you're going to need to come to here, postgresapp.com, and then you want to go to downloads. So when you go to downloads, you're going to find that you can download the latest release, and then down here there are like additional releases and all this. Down here you can see that you can download this Postgres.app, and then it can come with different versions of Postgres. So this is what you're going to download here. So I'm going to click download, and then it's going to go ahead and start downloading here. So I'll keep it, and then I'll wait for it to get done. Okay, so when it gets done, you're going to have this downloaded in your downloads. So you want to double click on it. So when you double click on it, it's going to open up this installer. Then of course you want to download this. You want to drag this Postgres into your applications. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and copy the files. So let's give it a minute to do that. Okay, so when it's done, we can come over here and then search for it. So I'm going to search for Postgres and then open it. So it's going to go ahead and ask me if I want to open it. I'm going to say yes. And then I'm going to close out this. Then here, when it opens up, you can see that by default, it's going to be running Postgres 13. So down here, if we click here and click plus, you can see that now we can create a new Postgres server, and then we can basically choose between these versions. So this is the advantage of downloading this last option. So this way, if you ever want to choose between different versions of Postgres, or you want to test out something on a different version, you can create it here. Okay, so I'm going to cancel this, and by default this is not started. So if it's not started, you want to start it. Okay, so when now you start it, it's going to be showing you that now it's running, and it's going to show you some default databases. So over here, if we click on something like Postgres or template one, it's going to go ahead and open up in something called a share. So in here, it opens this default database. So this is going to open up, then it's going to show you that now it is running this Postgres. It's running on port 5432, and then we are connected to a database called Postgres. So if you ever wanted to switch databases, so within Postgres app, you can see that we have a database for Mac and template one. So if you ever wanted to switch between these, you can do this C. So C stands for connect. Then you can switch them. You can switch them like this. So if you do this, you can see that now we are connected to Mac. So one thing you might be asking yourself is, don't we need some kind of authentication? Don't we need to add a password somewhere? So by default, when you set up Postgres, it's not going to require you to set a password for this. But if you want to set a password, you can as well set it. Okay, so I'm going to switch back to Postgres by doing C. C is connect, then Postgres. So now we are back in Postgres. So if you wanted to create like a database for our website, we would run an SQL command called create database. Then you give it a name. So let's call ours to do list db like this. Then you want to put a termination at the end. So if you don't put this semicolon, it will not work. So this is how SQL works. So you want to make sure you're putting a semicolon at the end. Then click enter, and then you should be able to see create database. So if you want to verify that your database exists, you can do this command and then you put an L. So if you do this, this is going to list all the databases that we have, and among these you should be able to see that now we have to-do list DB. So that's it. If for any reason you want to delete your database, you can do drop database. So when you say drop database, then you want to give a database name. So now this is going to be to-do list, and then you want to put a semicolon at the end, then run that. So then you can see to-do list. If we run back this, you see that now it's gone. Okay, but that's one of the commands you never want to do anywhere. So before you do it, make sure you don't need that data or you have backed it up. All right, so let's recreate it. Now when you recreate it and you want to connect to it, you guys know you can do C, then to-do list. Okay, so now we are connected, but we don't have anything in the DB. So if we do an L, so if we wanted to see like the relations in there or the tables, we could do a D, and now you can see that there are no relations. So from here, everything else is going to be managed by our Django applications. So now we can quit. So if you want to quit this SQL shell, you can do this sign, then you do a Q like this. That's going to take you out from the shell, and now you're back to your computer. So one of the things you're going to notice here is when we install Postgres, here, and then we click on any of these, it opens up in a shell. But what if we don't want to really be coming to open it up here, or what if we want to open the shell anywhere? So I'm going to bring up my terminal here. So here, if we run psql, which is the shell that the Postgres app uses, if we run this, you see that now we get psql command not found. So we need a way to add this psql to our shell. So right now, so if you're using bash, so right now I'm in bash, we are going to be looking for a file called bash rc. But if you're using something like zsh, you can now look for your corresponding file. But with bash, what we want to do is, let's first see where we are. What we want to do is you want to go to the root of your user now. Then you want to, I'm going to open vim, then I'm going to open a file called .bash profile like this. So this is going to open, and here we can add a path. So when it opens up, you want to go in insert mode by clicking I, and now here I'm going to leave a space down here. So what we want is we want to now come, let me bring up Postgres again, bring up tab like this. Then I'm going to open one of these DBs, so we get a path. So now we want to use this path here. So I'm going to copy this up to bin. So I'm going to copy this up to bin. So in here, now we can have another export. So we can do export. We want to do path equals. So we're going to use the same syntax here. And also guys, be careful when you're writing this, because it can mess you up or it can mess your commands. So here I'm going to put path like this. Then we want to put a full colon, and now we can paste there this link. So now to save, you can click escape, and then you want to save and quit, so WQ in Vim. So that's gonna do that. Now if we want to, if we came here and did PSQL again, you should see that now it's still not found. So we want to now source this PSQL again to get the updated changes in that file. So you can do source.bash profile like this, and now if you run PSQL, you can see that now it is working. So yeah, so now we can pretty much connect to a DB we want. We can do C, then we connect to our to-do list like this, and we are there. If we do this again, if we do this D, we don't have relations yet. So now let's connect this to Django. So we are going to go to our application. So that's going to be here. Then we want to go to our settings.py file. So I'm going to go to to-do list, then settings. We want to replace what we have now. So we are going to need to keep the engine. Now the value is going to change because now we are using Postgres. And now we also are going to change the database name. So remember, our database name is called to-do list DB like this. So also we need to specify some other things. So one of those things is going to be the user. So we're going to have user. Then we also need to specify the password for that user. All right. Then we will have to specify a host and a port. So we're going to have host here, host, and then a port. like this. So by default, Postgres is going to be running on port 5432. So let's have that one in there. The host is definitely localhost. Then the password. So our default authentication doesn't require a password. So this can be anything. So now for the user, so if we came here and listed the databases, so you can set, we have the databases and then the owners. Now our database here, the owner is Mark, as you can see. So that's what we want to have here. So here we can have Mark in there. Okay, then the name, of course the name is good. So for the engine, when we are connecting to a Postgres database, we want to do Django.db.backends.PostgreSQL. So now if we save this, you will see that now our application has stopped work. And that's because it's looking for a emoji called psychopg2 and it's not seeing it. So I'm going to stop the server here, and then I'm going to do a pip install. I'm going to be installing emoji called psychopg2 binary. So this is the one we want. So let's go over here, and this is the one we want to install. So I'm going to come over here, and I'll type in this command, and then it should go ahead and install it. So once it installs, let's try to set back our server. And now you can see that our server is connecting to our database, and it's able to tell that we have some migrations. So now we can go ahead and run these migrations. So I'm going to stop the server and migrate them. So we can do Python manage.py migrate, and that's going to go ahead and apply our migrations. So if we run back our server like this, it should be good. And now if we go to our terminal here, so remember we are still connected to the DB. If we did an L, so if we did a D like this, you can see that now all our tables have been created in our database. So yeah, so everything is going to be done in the applications. But if you ever wanted to do any managerial things, then you can do that stuff using the shell. Okay, so that's gonna do it for now. One last thing I want to show you is when you ever have your database credentials like this, sometimes you might be connecting to a remote DB. So if you're connecting to like a remote DB, you don't want to expose these to GitHub. So for you guys, that should already stick, and it should be something you always consider. So I'm going to go in .env, and I'm going to set up a few variables for this. So I will have export, I'll have DB name. So let's now have that. Then let's have the password. So DB password. Then let's also have the host, very important. So host DB host like this. So this is gonna be localhost. Then the DB password can be anything. So test for now. But if you're like on a production server, you're going to need to have a password set for your DB. Then for the name, so the name is to do list DB like this. So let's also hide the engine. So DB engine. Okay, and I'm just gonna come over here and copy it and bring it here. So I'm gonna copy this, bring it here, and the name is okay, the password is okay, and this is okay. So now in settings.py, we can use the OS module to include this. So we can do environ get. So this is gonna be DB engine. So similarly for the name, just gonna bring it up here. You can say DB name. So for the user, similarly we would have that. So DB user. Let's have the password, the host. It's gonna be DB host, DB password. All right, so it's good to hide the port, because if someone looks at this, they will directly know it is definitely Postgres, and it will make you hiding this not make any sense. So let's have DB port also. So let's create it. Make sure we create it. So we're gonna go over here. We have export DB port 5432. All right, so that's it. So now if we stop the server, things should still work. But if it somehow fails to connect, you want to now stop the server and then source in the .env. Oh, we have an issue in here. So here things should be export. This should be export like this, and not double. So now if we source it in, see it's good. If we run back the server, you can see that it's still good, and our site is still on. So if we try to do this, so if we try to log in, you can see that invalid credentials, so we are able to connect to our DB. So that's how you get started using the Postgres database on your Django website. So I'm pausing here. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll talk to you later. So in this section, we are going to be getting an introduction to the Django admin. So Django comes with this admin app that basically allows us to manage the data in our application. So to get started using it, we need a user who has a staff status. So basically who is a super user. Okay, so to create a super user, I'm going to go to the terminal. So here we are in our project in our virtual environment. So what we can do here is we can say Python manage.py create super user like this. So when we do create super user, they are going to ask us the name of the super user. So I'm going to say super user at app.com like this. Then the email address can be super user at app.com too. Then the password, I'm going to put password here. Then I'll confirm it as password. So they're going to tell me that the password is too common. I don't really mind. Then when we click yes, we see that the super user is created. So now this super user can directly log into our application. They don't need to go through the normal registration process. So now if you run back our server, so we're going to bring up the server again, and now we are going to go to our application. So when we come here and we go to /admin, so we're going to go to our base of the base of the application and go to /admin. So we are going to be brought to this login page. So this is the login page that the admins can use to log into our backend. Now here, they need to have a username and password. So we can use the ones we just used to create here in the terminal. So I'm going to put the ones, so we used super user at app.com, I believe. So I'm going to copy my user, have it in there. Then the password will be my password. So I can click login, and then we are going to be brought to this page over here. So right now this page has a few things. So first off, you realize that we get access to the models we create, and most of the time this is what you're going to be using this one for. So you get access to the models. So right now you can come here and see all the users we have in our application. You can see all the users, or if you have other models, you can see them here. We are going to be adding the to-do one here in a few. So I'm going to be showing you how to do that. Now here you can see basically all the details about the users. Now there's more you can do with this. You can even use it to document your whole website, but we're not going to be going into that. So here you see that you can select these users. You can select them one by one, or you can select them at once. Then here we have something called actions. So these actions, you can basically do something to what you have selected here. Now you can be able to create custom actions. By default, it's going to be having one to delete the selected items, but you can be able to create custom ones here if you wanted to. So to add our to-do model here, we can go to our application. So on every app we create, you're going to see that this to-do app, it comes with an admin.py file. So in the admin.py file, this is where we can register our models so that they can show up in our admin section. So here to register them, we have the admin imported for us. So we also need to have the model, so we can import our model. So to import the model, it's going to be from .models import. It's going to be to do like this. Then we can use the admin. Then we say site. Then we say register. And then we give it the model we want to register. So when we save this now and come back here, so I'm going to come here and refresh. And now you can see that we have this one registered. So if we click on it, we should be able to see all the to-dos that have been created. But we don't have any now. But when you come to the users, so over here, you can see that we have filter options. We have options to search. We actually have pagination here. So it could show a number of users at a time, which is pretty interesting. So if we wanted to, by the way, so if we open this one up, you can see all the fields that are on this. And one thing you'll notice up front is the is email verified was not added here. That's because we changed the admin of this model. So if we come back to the application and come over here, you notice that here we are using the user admin, but we want to create our own model admin. So over here, you will have to set up a class. So I'm going to call it user admin, and then I'm going to disregard this. So this one can inherit from admin.model admin. So when we inherit from model admin, then we can have a way to specify more options here. So things like how it should list these headers, how it should list the filter options, how it should paginate, those things. So now that we have this model admin, what we can do is here we can set up a few properties here. So right now you see it's displaying username, email, first name, last name. Let's say we don't want first name, last name because our users really don't, not all our users have them. So over here we can have list display. So now here we can say, okay, display only the username, the email, and the staff status. Actually, this is staff like this. So that's gonna depend on this key here. So that's gonna be is staff. So if we go to our abstract user, let's check if there is a staff. So is staff. Yeah, so this is the one we want to set to. So moving on here, we have set the 3. And now if we save and come back to the admin, so I'm gonna go to our authentication. Then I'm gonna click here. And now you can see it is showing only staff status, email address, and then the username. Okay, but now we have lost our filter option. So whenever you use a different model admin here or you create a custom one, you really need to specify all these other details. So to specify the details, so that is what you're going to be doing actually for most of the models you create. So here what you can do is we can add like a way to search. So you can have search fields. So search fields can also be, so we can also specify search fields. And now if you come back over here and reload, you see we have a way to search, and we should search basing on this. So it should match any of these. Okay, so another thing you can set can be like the pagination. So the pagination is normal. You can write your pagination with like list per page. So it's like list per page. Then you do that. So you say list per page and then you set it to a number. Now, if we set it to 1 like this and refresh, you see that it's showing 1 and then it's showing these pagination options. Okay, so we can use that, but 1 is not realistic. So we can keep it to a reasonable number like 25, right? So that's gonna do it for like the options we can add here, how we can add like models, and we can also be able to create instances from here. So here we can even attach like owners. So since the models have relationships, we can be able to do all this stuff here. So I'm gonna add some here just to illustrate a few features. So let's save this, and then so by default you see that since when we add it, it's gonna be using this key here to show what you see here. So the key it uses is the one we return in the toString method. So if we go to do in models, it's that here we return the title, but if we return like the description, if we return the description and then refreshed here, it's using the description, but now they are the same thing, so they don't change. So let's create one that has a different one. So yeah, this is a title, description. Okay, let's attach this one to this. Save. It's using the description. If this toString returns the title, then it should be showing the title. But we normally would not want to show only one. So what we would want to do is have the headers like we saw in the authentication model, and also have the other details like the search. Here we don't have a search yet. So basically what you can do here in the admin, instead of us just registering it like this, we can just have our own class. So we can call it to do admin. So then here we can have these options. So I'm going to go to this authentication. So it's going to be here. Then I'm just going to copy the same. Normally they're going to be the same. So list item, of course, now here will change. So we're going to have title. Let's change this one to description. This one can be is completed, and then we save. So if we come back here and refresh, our server is off. Oh, this should be model admin. So after we set up the class, we need to add it in the register. So we can come here where we have register, we add the model, and then it's model admin. So we put a comma and then the model admin here. So if you come back here, refresh, you can see that now we have those options there. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually format this one a bit better. So now this looks quite good, but you will notice that our admin section is basically styled the same. We don't really have any customizations on here. We have things like Django administration, and then we have These are the things we might not really want to keep. If we go to the login page, if I come here, you see it says Django administration. We might want to change this, change the colors a bit. So what we can do here is we can override the templates that Django uses. So if I come to our application, so I'm going to go to our environment, and then I will look for Django. So Django is here. So when Django then contrib, then you can go to admin. So you can see the admin is an app, just like the other apps we have in our application, and it has templates. All right. So these templates, we can override them if we wanted to. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be seeing how to override some of these. Now here, you see they are basically arranged kind of like the structure we have. We have the base, then there's the base site, and there's a lot of stuff in here. So let's say we come in here and then we search for, you see where there's logout here. So if we came and changed this, let's say we change it to hello there, and we are in the virtual environment, by the way. So now if we come here, let me log in again. It's gonna be this one. And come here, you see that what we put here is being changed and it's being shown here. I guess you can see that. All right, so we can basically come in here and change almost everything we want. So we can override it, then put XXX here, not XX, set to YYY, just to show you how it's changing. So we can come here and you can see that these things change. Now you see that this is defined in a block. That means that we can be able to change everything in here if we override this template and we specified our own block user links. Okay, so as much as we can come in here and change things and they are going to update, in fact, we could even be able to change the colors. That's not what we'd want to do because this is in a virtual environment. And that means that if we use this in another section or if we like do another pip install, it's going to override things. So we don't want to do it here. But what we can do is override this. Since we have already set up our templates, we can go to our templates. What we can do is we can set up a folder called admin. So I'm going to do a new folder here. I'm going to call it admin like this. So inside admin, then we need to override a template called base_site.html. So that's one of the templates we saw in Django. So over here, we need to extend the template for base. Now I've already closed here, but if you went to Django, then contrib, if you went to contrib, then Django, you see that there's a template called base. So over here, we are going to extend it. We can say extend, then it's going to be, since the admin is an app, we can say admin/base HTML. By the way, I need to see it. So VNV. So over here, we have overridden the base site. So we see that the base site is what is showing the Django administration here. Now this is what we want to override, this block called branding. So I'm going to copy this and then we can go to our base here. Then we can override the block branding. So instead of us having Django administration there, I'm just going to replace everything here. So I'm going to remove everything and then we can put there our to-do list. So we can say to-do list or the name of our app, whatever it is. So now if we save this and come back to the admin section, so I'm going to come here and refresh. You can see that now it has already changed. Okay, good. So if we logged out here and came to login, you see that now the name of our app has changed, which is good, which is nice. So let's say administration, just to keep the Django forever in it. But you see that now you can change that and you should be ready to go by just overriding that template. All right, so if we reload, things are good. Let's say we wanted to add our logo here. What we could do is we could just do normal stuff. So instead of us just having only the H1, we could have our image. So I'm going to go to our header. So quickly, I'm going to scroll to header. I want to pick our logo. So I'm going to cut this one out, actually copy it. Then I'm going to bring it here where we have this H1. So here, can bring it in and save. So if I save and come back here and refresh, that it's not showing. That's because we are not loading static. So we need to first load static too. So I'm going to copy this static tag, then I'll bring it here. So now if you come back here, you can see that we have our to-dos, then our logo, then we have our title. Okay, so if you wanted to put this one inline, we can basically do the pre-node CSS. So here I'm going to put a div here. And I'm just going to copy. Then I'm going to move everything here in that div. So I'll move them here. So for this, I'm just gonna give it a height, just make it smaller. So I can give it like 50 pixels. So if we reload here, you see that it's small. To put it left and right here, I'm going to have a simple style. So style, it's gonna be, we can have just display, flex, then you can have flex direction. That's gonna be raw. Save, come back here, refresh. You see that they are now here and here. Wanted to make it really be in the center, we can just say align items center, and now if we refresh, you can see that it's in the center. So we can basically push this one aside a bit. So we can come over here and also give this one some style. By the way, after this, I'm going to show you how you can use an external style sheet. So here you can now maybe give it a padding left. So padding left, let's give it like 5 pixels. And now if we come here, refresh, so to get that padding. Okay, let me make it a little bit bigger. And you can see that now you can have this and have this at the same time. So let's reduce the logo size a bit again. So let's make it 40, just so it looks consistent. And now you can see that this is good. So I'm going to remove this X, so we have to do the administration. I think it would look cooler. So we can go to here and we can just keep administration. So if we refresh, come here, so that now that's different. So let's log in here again. So we see how it's looking inside. And you can see that it's also here, which I think looks a lot better. Okay, so if we wanted to change the style or the color of all this stuff from this green theme that it's using, this bluish greenish theme that it's using. So what you can do is you can come here to this where we're overriding the base template. So this is what every other template inherits from. So down here we can have another block. So this block is going to be for extra style. Okay, so here we can now link to our CSS file. So to link to our CSS files can be anywhere. So here I'm going to have a link. So it's going to be a CSS link. Then we are going to be linking to, of course, when we are referencing static files, we don't want to hard code it. We want to use our static utility. So here we can now say static. So we have a folder called admin in our static. So in CSS, we'll have admin.css. Okay. So now let's go and create this file in our static. So when we say static, Django is going to go to settings and then try to find where we said it should look for static. So if we came here and said and looked for where we said Django should look for static, you see that we told it to go to do site, then static. So that's where we want to go. So we're going to go to do site, then static. So we have CSS, that's what we are referencing. Then we're going to create admin. Then we can have admin.css. So now here we can basically override this. We can inspect and see what IDs or classes this has. So if we highlight this, you can see that this one is called header. And then it has this branding. It has all these details. So we can come over here and now override branding. So here you can say, okay, the ID of header. So the ID of header, we want it to have a background color. So let's say background color. Let's say I wanted to change it to like this. So let's change it to that and save. So if you come here and refresh, so it should be CSS, then admin.css. So here I'm going to do admin slash like this. So it matches with the path that where our admin CSS is. So saving that and now coming to refresh, you can see that now our color is picking up. So we don't want to use this actually. So I'm going to bring in this simple color here. It should be better to work with. So if we refresh, is that it is looking like this, which I think is quite better. Okay, so to change the background of these headers from the default one, we can come here and select them. So I'm going to come and select where we have authentication. So this is an A and it's under caption. So here, if let's say we came here in the CSS and change the background. So we can do background. Let's add red, and then you can see that changes it. So we want to add this now. So to add this, you notice that this is under app authentication, then module. So that means that all these other apps also have the module class. So if we come here and select them, let's say we select this here, you can see that it is also under the app module, then app auth, then module. So we want to select module, then we can select caption, then the A, and then you can style that. So what you can do here, we can do .module, then caption. So to select the caption, it's just going to be caption. Then we can give it a background. So here I'm going to use a background that's like some greenish. So it's going to be 30CAA 0 like this. So if you come and refresh, you can see that now that is taking over here. So if you wanted to change, let's say, the color of this user, so you can just go through the same process. We select, and then we select, we get where it is, then we change it by basically the styles might have. So you can select something like .model user, then air. Since it's the only one, it's going to be able to update. So that's just the basics of how you can change that. So for things like this, let's select it and see if we can change it too. So this is in breadcrumbs. So that means that we can now select all our breadcrumbs like this. So here we can have .breadcrumbs. Let's have the same background color for them. So that means we can actually put it up here. So we can just do this. Refresh, come here, refresh. Oh, it logged us out. So let's log in. So let's log in. So let's click here. So this is not changed yet, but you can see that these ones have changed. Let's also change it and give it a normal background, the one we want. So it's breadcrumbs. So breadcrumbs is a div. So let me move it down. Oh, we have an error in our CSS. It's embarrassing. So let me move it down. So I'm going to come over here and have breadcrumbs and have div. Then breadcrumbs. Let's move this one down like this. So let's refresh it. And now you can see that it also picks it up. Okay, so we could just go through everything and change them wherever we don't like them. So for these buttons, we could also change them. So if we came and selected them, so you will see that these, basically they are input type submit. So you could look out for input type submits and change those. So to select all the buttons, we can have all the selectors of the buttons for CSS. So here we can have something like this. So we can select like all buttons, all inputs, with the type of button, and everyone would want to change it. So something like this. So we're going to change the color to meet like the one on top here. So if we refresh here, you can see that this now all picks up. So yeah, this save one is not picking up because it might have a different color. So I would encourage you to explore around, see what things you can change. So you can also take a look at the documentation if there are some things you're unable to change. But that is the basic idea of how you can approach changing things and how the admin works. So you can also be able to add things like reset password here if you wanted to. So look it up. You'll be able to find good resources. I hope this was helpful, and I will talk to you in the next section. So up to now, we have written some tests for our application. So if I come here, I can run our tests by doing Python manage.py test, and they should be able to run. If there are any issues, we should be able to identify them here. We can even run this with coverage to see like what parts of our code are tested, what parts are not tested. So we can do something like coverage manage.py test. Then we can have and coverage report. We can even see HTML by saying coverage. We can also see the version of HTML that has all our coverage statistics by doing coverage HTML, coverage run. So it's going to go ahead now and run our tests and then give us coverage of the things we've tested and the things we have not tested. The reason why we are adding tests is because we don't want our code to break in any way. So if you're working with other people on the project, it can make it hard for you to know if their tests didn't pass before maybe they brought in a change. And there literally would not be a way for you to know if their tests passed. So what you can do to prevent like those kinds of issues, we can integrate CI tools. So what CI tools allow us to do is they check our code every time we make changes to it. So the way that you can check our code is when we push it to GitHub or any other version control system we might be using. Now there are several CI providers that provide tools that can enable us to do some checks on our application and make sure that things are fine before we add those changes to our main application or our production application, or depending on the workflow we might be employing. So we have things like Circle CI, things like Travis CI. Most recently, we have GitHub Actions. Now I'm going to go to GitHub here, and then I go to Actions. And here, basically, there are repositories that can enable you to quickly set up a workflow for most of the common projects. We would want to have an action that should go ahead and test our code before we can merge it or before we can bring in new changes. So what you can do here, we are going to be using GitHub Actions. Now here, we need to first create a Git repository, of course. So I'm going to click here and then say new repository. So over here, now I can call this project, let's say Django, I'm going to call it Django Tutorial YouTube. So for the description, I'm going to leave it empty for now. And then I'm going to just create the repository. So when it creates, we can push our code to it. So now we can copy this and push to our repository. So I'm going to go here and then paste in this. So that's going to go ahead and add this remote for this project to our local Git, and then it's going to push the code here. So when we refresh, you can see that now we have these changes pushed to our GitHub. So now if we want to set up actions, we can click on actions. Since this is a Django project, they are going to suggest for us some workflows here. So let's choose this one for creating and testing a Python application. So we're going to say set up workflow. So if we come here, you see that it's going to want to create a new file in our application. And then what it's going to be doing is here, we need to give a name to our workflow. So we're going to be changing this. So they are calling it a Python application, which is fine. Then here we define when we want to run this workflow. So here, this specifies that every time there is a push on this branch, or when there is a pull request that brings changes to this branch, then it should go ahead and trigger this workflow. So then here we have jobs. So jobs specify exactly what we want to do. So here what we want to do is build our app. So now here we specify the environment we want it to run in. So you can be able to run your application on Ubuntu, on Windows, also on Mac OS. So these run on GitHub containers. So we don't have to worry about setting up like containers or this system. So whenever this workflow is triggered, GitHub is going to avail an Ubuntu machine where our application can run. Here we have the steps. These are the steps that define exactly what we want to do. So first you can see that we use an action that already exists called checkout.v2. So this is responsible to basically put our latest code from GitHub and then run it on our container that GitHub provides. Then we say we want it to have Python. So to have Python, we also use another action that already exists. So these actions are here. If we go to GitHub/actions, so you can see that like that one for checkout, we should be able to find it real quick. So since almost every project would want to do that, there's no reason for everyone to code their own action. So we can use the one that already exists. So that's why you see the actions uses. Then here we say we want the Python version. Then after that, we can have another step to install dependencies. So after we install dependencies, we upgrade pip. So here we can run tests. If we wanted to lint, we can have another step to lint. And then we can basically like run our tests. We can report coverage to our coverage tools and all that fun stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this file. So Python app YAML is fine. So I'm going to create a pull request for it because it might fail and we don't really want it to fail. Then I'm going to click propose new file. For this pull request, I can say init GitHub build workflow. Then let's create the pull request. So when we create, you see that immediately our workflow kicks in and it starts to build our application. So right now, you notice that it's running the workflow. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the details so we see exactly what's happening. So we'll see that now it was able to set up, but our workflow failed. So we need to correct this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. I'm going to copy the branch name, the one we created. Then I'm going to go to our application. Then I'm going to fetch it. So we need to say git fetch origin, then this. So that's going to get it locally. Now we can check it out. So we can say git checkout this. And now we should be able to have the access to the new file that this pull request introduces. So that file is .github. and then python app.yaml. So over here, you see that it's trying to install Freecate and then PyTest and then run the requirements txt. So we don't have the requirement txt, I believe. So what we want is to first create it. So over here, we can do pip freeze, and then the requirement txt basically goes to our virtual environment and then picks all the dependencies we are using, and then it adds them to a file. So we're going to call this file requirements.txt like this. So if we freeze, you can see that over here, we have this file created and it has all the packages that our application needs to run. So going back over here, you see that here in the install dependencies, it's okay. It's going to upgrade. Then it's installing this. So we might not need to install this because if we needed them, they would already be in our virtual environment. So what we can do here is we can use pip to install them. So let's do pip node 10. Let's have pip install -r .txt like this. So we don't need the lint one. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the lint. So like this. And now here, the one for testing, we are not using PyTest. We're using the built-in unit test module. So here you can have test with unit test. So here we need to run a command that we run when we are testing. So the command we run basically is python manage.py. Then it's called test. Okay, so also, since our application is using environment variables, so things like the secret key, they are in the virtual environment. We need a way for GitHub to access them when it's running this. So to avail them, what we want to do is we want to set up something called GitHub secrets. So to set up the secrets, you want to go to your project, then you want to go to settings. So when you go to settings, down here, you will see something called secrets. So you want to click on secrets, and then over here, you can be able to add the secrets for this project. So those will basically act as your environment secret. Okay, so on secrets, what we want to say new repository secret. So here we can set up everything we have in our .env in GitHub, so GitHub can access them. So we want to go to .env, and then here we can get everything we have here and avail them in secrets. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these and have them in here. Okay, so I've gone ahead to bring in all my environment variables onto here. So now continuing in our workflow file. So over here, before we run the tests, what we want, so after the name, what we want is we need to set up the env. So the things we need from the env. So we can come over here, and then where the name starts from, we can have env. So then on the new line, I'm going to tap this one in, and then I'm going to bring in all our secrets. So these are all the secrets that I've defined over here. Now some are not here, but if we needed them, we can get them. So let's make sure we tap this one back because it should be on the same line as name. So make sure, yeah, so you want to make sure that you're careful with this YAML file. You can look up YAML syntax. You're gonna get tons of resources online. So now let's go ahead and update this. So we're gonna add commit and then push again. I'm gonna go to the actions. So you see that now we have this init build workflow. So if we click on it, so you can see that now it is running. If we click on it, we should be able to see that the steps. So it first sets up. This is like some background stuff it does. Then it checks out. So for the checkout, it goes ahead to use the checkouts action, then gets our repository, installs Python, installs dependencies. So over here, you can see it installed things. And now it failed on unit test. So if we click here, we should be able to see which ones passed, which ones failed. So here we can see that they failed. And checking on the reasons, if we come here, you can see that the database is not specified. Okay, so that's because over here, if we come to over here, we didn't specify it. So we can also specify it. I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to go to our action, and I'm going to go to our secrets and also get the engine because we specified it there. So we can come here and also get this DB engine and have it in our secrets. So over here, we can have DB engine, then it's going to be this secrets, DB engine. Again, make sure our formats are good. Let's make the new push. Okay, so when you push again, it's going to go ahead and restart the workflow build. So if you come here, I'm actually going to click on actions. It has already failed. Incredible. There's an issue. DB port is already defined. Who defined it? Crazy. Okay, so let's retry. So let's come back here. We can see that it has restarted. It's gonna build. So starting the workflow. So now if we come back again here, you see it installs. Then now, so you see it installs, but now when it comes to running unit tests, you're going to see that now it fails. It's not able to connect to our Postgres server, and then that's why it is failing. So we need a way to tell GitHub Actions to set up Postgres and run it as a service in the background, such that basically our application can be built in there and tested. So what we can do in our action file, so here after we define the system it should run on, we can set up another attribute called services. So I'm going to go ahead and actually format this one. So for services, we can say, okay, we want Postgres. Then we can define the image it should run on. Then we can define the environment variables. So since this is a Docker image, then we can go ahead and map the Postgres port to this port. So application is going to be listening on to this port. So now I can copy this port and make sure that our secrets are using that port. So I'm going to go to settings, then go to secrets. Then for the port, I'm going to update it to this 5433. Initially it was 5432. And then over here, we specify some flags to make sure that our application waits for it. And for this information, this is just for the environment. It's really, we are using this environment in GitHub. So it's really not a big deal. So we can come back over here and really in this environment, just reuse this. So we need to set up the DB name. So we can come like here. So here I have DB name, we change that one too. So I'm going to update it to the one we are setting up on our Postgres password and user. So let's change those two too. So the user, the DB is GitHub action. So the user is also Postgres. So let's change that one too. So let's have it too. It's going to be DB user. And then let's have it. Okay, so now if we run back this test, I'm going to add and then push it again. Then let me push. So when we push, it's going to run. And then we always want to make sure that our YAML is good. Otherwise, we're always going to be getting issues here. So I believe it looks good. So let's check again here on our pull request. So it's running. You can see it's started. There's an in progress badge. So let's open it up a bit. So if you want to see all your actions, you can click on actions. All our actions have been failing. We haven't gotten one right. So if you click on one, then we can go to build and also try to track to see what's happening with it. So it's setting up containers. Let's see. So we see that now our test passed. It passed that step properly. So if we click on it, you can see that now our test passed properly. So yeah, that's good. So at least our tests are passing in CI, which feels good. So as it finishes, I want to talk more about GitHub Actions. Now here, I'm going to search for events that trigger workflows. Then over here, this page can open up. So over here, you will find a list of all the events that can trigger workflows in GitHub. Now you can use GitHub Actions for very many things. So almost everything that happens to your project in GitHub, it can be automated using a workflow. So from things like greeting a new contributor when they come to your organization, to things like sorting issues, to things like checking builds before we deploy to production. So you can come over here and take a look at all the things that can trigger an action. So you can find all the events that might fit your need. So now we can see here that our tests are passing, and now we can go ahead and bring in these changes to our main project. So before you bring them in, if you wanted to enforce a specific coverage to make sure that the build should fail if the coverage doesn't meet a specific threshold, then you can come back here in our test script. So where we are testing from. So here, then we are going to run this now using coverage. So you can say coverage, manage.py, coverage run, manage.py test. Then we want to say and coverage report. Then we add a flag for -- fail. then dash under, then our threshold. So we say under equals. So now let's come in and say, okay, so we know that our coverage currently is 75. So if you put something like 95, let's say we wanted to make sure that all our code is at least tested to that threshold. And now we run back this one again. So I'm going to do a git add, then git push, git commit, then git push. Okay, so fast forward, you see that our tests step failed, and it failed. So if we expand it, you see that it tested, and then it saw that we reached on 75, but then it failed our workflow build. So it is telling us that the coverage failed, and the total of 75 is less than the one we set for 95. So this is how you can set it up, especially if you have like a private repository and you don't want to pay for coverage reporting tools. So the next step I'm going to be showing you is how to use a coverage reporting tool. So we're going to be using Codecov. So Codecov analyzes your code coverage, and then it can add some badges on every pull request that you want to merge in. Then it can show which files someone did test, which files someone tested. It can also fail the build if you specify that it should fail, if maybe the coverage drops in one way or the other. The option to use a coverage reporting tools is what you always would want to go with in most cases. So to use this, we want to go back and set up another step over here. So you saw how we set up a step to test with unit test. So we're going to set up another step to upload this coverage to Codecov, and then we can get some analysis on all the pull requests we make. So what we can do here, we are going to have the same thing. We are going to have kind of the same step here. So I'm going to copy that and then bring it here. Then I need to make sure that our indentations are good, which I kind of miss all the time. So we have that, we have env. Then here, let's say report coverage to Codecov. Then we're going to set up the envs, of course. We need them to be able to run coverage test, to run the test. So maybe to mention, whenever we set up these builds here, they are going to be running in these steps. So when we have the step for test with unit test, it's going to first complete before this is run. So that means that here we don't really need to run this one again. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that whenever it runs this here, it goes ahead to actually create an XML format for Codecov from which Codecov can read. So over here, we can have, I'm going to remove fail under, or I'm going to keep fail under. Then let me set it to like 75 where we are. And then we are also going to now run coverage. So we're going to say coverage. You know how we said HTML and it would give us an HTML file? Here we're going to say XML. So Codecov requires us to have an XML file, the one it can analyze. So now over here, so after we specify our environment on the same line with env, then we can have users. So we're gonna be using an action that already exists. So I'm actually gonna bring it in here. Then let's make sure it's indented. So we're gonna say users. So we're gonna be using this GitHub action. So this GitHub action, you can check it out here if you want to take a look at more documentation about it. So I'm going to bring it in here. Then it's over here. So to use it, you should be able to see how you should be able to use it. So you see, we need to have a Codecov token. Let's go in Codecov and set it up. So I'm going to go to Codecov, then I'm going to log in here. I'm going to click login, and then I'm going to choose GitHub. All right, so when you choose GitHub, then it's going to load the project. So when we come over here, then we want to say add new repository. So when you say add new repository, then we can choose the one we want to add. So since they don't have a search for some reason, then we want to navigate to /gh, then / the repo name. So that's here. So that's /gh. Then the repo name is Django tutorial YouTube. So that's what we want to put here. Okay, so let's put a name. Okay, so when this now comes up, it's going to go ahead and set it up, and now it's going to give us the token. So what we can do here is we can keep the token, and let's take it to our secrets. So we can go to our secrets, let's go to our project. Then we want to go to settings, then secrets. So let's set it up here, new secret. Okay, Codecov token. Let's bring it in. So let's copy this. Let's now save it. Where is it? So let's save it here. And save. Then I'm going to trigger a new build by just like making a change in the file. Let me add commit push. Okay, so let's check again. Maybe this time it's gonna build. So now you can see that our report coverage has passed. You can see everything it did under the hood. And then after, you can see that now our build passed. So if you come back to the pull request, you notice that now we have more than one check. So if we expand these checks, you see that now also Codecov was able to like run our tests. So on the next builds, it's going to be comparing them with this previous build. So now we can be sure that our things are good, and we can go ahead and merge these, bring them in. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this change. So that means that every other build we make from our application, every pull request we raise, will have to be tested. If a previous test fails, then it's going to fail, and we need to really look into how to fix those issues. If our coverage drops, it's also going to fail. And yeah, so this helps us to actually not be like, of course, it took us some time to get this file correctly, but once you set it up, you're going to be golden. It's going to save you from a bunch of errors. So to finish it up, I want to show you how you can add badges to your README to make sure that other people can see that your things are passing. So to add badges, you want to go to Actions. So this is the badge for GitHub Actions. And then what you want to do is you want to click on like you build. Then over here, you can click there, and then you see create status, badge status. So this is going to be the status of your current, of your default branch, basically your default one, which is what you want. So now you can go to your projects. I'm going to check out main. Oh, we have changes, git status. So git if. Oh, I don't care about this. So git checkout main. I'm going to force it. Then since we have a push, since we have a new push, we can pull, and that's going to give us the changes. Then now, let me create a new branch to create a README so you guys see how it's going to check again. So update README. So now we can go to our README file, and instead of us having only this, we can have the badge to show the status of our build. Also, let's also have the coverage badge. So we can get a coverage badge by going to settings, I believe. And then here on badge, you can now get this badge here. So we want the markdown version, so you can copy this and also have it here and save. So you see it's 75, and then we can increase it anytime we are going to be able to see what's going on. So let's commit this. So git add commit, not got, add status badges. Okay, so let's push it. So we're gonna be pushing it. Okay, so when we push, you can go ahead and make a pull request real quick. I'm gonna click create. So it's gonna go ahead and now make our checks again. So you can see the check has started again. And yeah. And also with GitHub, you can set up a way to not even enable the merge button if things have failed. So there's much more you can do in here. So let's wait for it to pass. If it doesn't pass, then we can go ahead and fix the things it wants us to fix. So I always look at CI as like a saver, like a time saver, in ways that it's going to be able to save you from a bunch of issues from the server if you take time to really set up your workflow, set up your testing environment, and test all the code that you write. And pretty much for any serious application, guys, please, 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 always make sure you test, always make sure you set up a CI, because other than that, you're going to be finding yourself in problems which you could have avoided if you took time to set these things up. So it looks like our things are still running, and they are finishing now, and things are passing. So if you come back to the pull request, we should be able to see that now we have this tick success, and we should be happy about our new changes, making sure. So here you can see, okay, there was nothing that was added. If it was, this would fail. If something really, so if we added some code that needed to be tested, this would fail, and we need to really test it. So here, let's merge these changes, and yeah. So if you come to our project, you can see that we have this So yeah, so you might be wondering why it's 75. So I'm gonna be taking time to really write other tests to make sure it is up. So you guys can see how I write tests for almost everything on there. And maybe you can learn a thing or two. So that's gonna do it for this video. So this video was quite a long one, but I hope you sticked around and I hope you learned a little something. I would want to hear what you do with GitHub Actions, and I hope this can actually improve your future workflows or your current workflow. I'll talk to you in the next video. Thanks for watching. So last time we're able to set up our CI and our application is able to now run, and we can be able to tell that it ran the tests, the coverage didn't drop, and all that good stuff. So right now what I want to do is I want to show you how you can be able to deploy each pull request to Heroku and test it and make sure that the live changes are working the way they should work, even when they go to the main branch. So what you want to do is you want to have a Heroku account. So in Heroku over here, you want to come in and now say you want to create a new, and then choose a new pipeline. So a pipeline enables you to really structure the deployments of an application in Heroku into different environments. So they give you a staging environment and then a production environment. So they also have a feature called review apps, which enable us to actually be able to deploy pull requests before they are merged. So over here, you want to say you want to create a pipeline. I'm going to give it a Django DJ to do pipeline. So the name can be arbitrary, doesn't really matter so much. So then for the owner, doesn't matter. Then here we need to connect it to a GitHub repository. So in here you need to connect GitHub. So I've already connected GitHub. If you don't, you're gonna see a link to connect GitHub. And then we want to get we need to add the repo. So our repo is Django tutorial YouTube. That's what we want to have over here. Let's search for it. It should show up. Then we click connect. Then we can say, okay, create. Okay, so when you say create, we need to come over here and enable review apps. Now it's gonna say that it's gonna ask if we want to create pull requests. So if you want to create a review app for every pull request, yes. And a review app is basically a deployment of a pull request, like the new changes. So we're gonna say yes, destroy them after 5 days. Cool. Let's enable them. And yeah, so right now it is enabled and there are no open PRs. So also over here, you notice that we can now deploy our application, our local application for Django in Heroku on staging here. So to deploy it, you can click add app and then you want to search for an existing app. So since we don't have an existing app, then we can create a new app. So the app name can be maybe Django to-dos staging, okay, something like this. Then let's go ahead and create it. So you can click create app, then it's gonna create, and then we can click in it. Then in the deploy section, we should be able to deploy it. So here it's already connected to the project. Then we can say okay, deploy main. So we can say deploy branch main here. Also, it's always good you enable automatic deploys. So this allows you to not come to deploy every time you merge a pull request all the time. So you need to click enable automatic deploys. Okay, so here it is trying to deploy the application. So it's gonna go ahead and try to deploy it. It failed to actually finish our build. So what we want is we want to adjust our application and make it ready for the production environment. So we can go to our settings.py and we need to change a few things over there. So also one thing we need to set up here is the static root. So the static root is where Django will be moving all the files in deployment. So here you see that the command for disable correct static failed. So Django runs the Python manager.py correct static that gets all the static assets you have in your projects, things like CSS, JavaScript, images, and then optimizes them, prepares them for a live environment. So it has to move them from wherever they are into this static folder. So you need the static root for it to be able to do that. So now that we have that, we need to set up our application to work on Heroku, to work fine on Heroku. We are going to be using a module called Django Heroku. So we need to install that. So if we went to the browser and searched for Django Heroku, you can see that there is this py package. So we can click here and then install it. Also, when Heroku is running your application, it's going to need to run a web server that can serve a Python application. Now the popular one you would see is GUnicorn. Okay, so we also need to install this. Now I'm gonna come down here and install it. And guys, for people who are on Windows, make sure you're still using Git bash, because like I said, I really intend us to go on the same pace. So if a command doesn't work for you and you're not using Git bash, then I don't know, get git bash again and use that to run all the commands. So now that we have gunicorn and we have Django Heroku, we need to freeze the new dependencies into the environment file. So another thing in the settings.py, to use Django Heroku here, we need to do a few things. So basically we need to import it. So over here you can import Django underscore Heroku. Then down at the end, like at the end of the file, then we want to do Django Heroku.settings, then locals. This is going to be able to set up everything that Heroku needs to to run our Django application properly. So also another thing we want to do is to tell Heroku how to really run this application. So Heroku works with these files called proc files. So we are going to come to the root of the project and also create a proc file. So like this, make sure your P is capitalized and these are not capitalized. So make sure it's that. Then here, we can define the things we want Heroku to do when it's deploying. So we're going to define, so among others, when it's building, it goes through a phase called release. So in that phase, we want to run our migrations. So we want to say manage.py, make migrations like that. Then we want it to migrate after that. Then we need to set up a process that's going to be serving our application. So we can say web. So when we say web, then we can now specify a process that's going to run our application. So we're going to be using gunicorn like we saw. So we can say gunicorn. I'm not sure if we installed the correct one. Yes, we did. So we can say gunicorn. Then we want to put a path to our WSGI file. So our WSGI file is here. So you can say to do list, actually to do site.wsgi. We can come back over here and we can, I'm going to create a new branch because we're still in the other one. So -b, then let's deploy. So now that we have this, we also need to set up Heroku. We need to set up environment variables in Heroku. So you notice that this fails. Notice that this failed. And if you are using if you were using the Heroku CLI, which we are not using now, then you want to run this command and set this correct static to 1. So for us to be able to set it, we want to go to settings. So we can click reveal. So over here we can set it. Then we set the value to 1. We're also going to be setting some of these environment variables here because things like sending emails need to still work even when the app is on Heroku. So we can set up the secret key. Secret key. Can set up the secret key. It can be anything. All right. Let's also set up this one so it hosts on the email. Okay. I'm not going to be showing you guys mine. Make sure I use your email. Actually, for the email, let me just, the email is okay. Can keep it. I will just not show you the password. All right. So let me set up the engine. So I believe it might need the engine to be able to know which database we need. So let's set up that. Okay, so the other things you can add them on demand as it complains about them or if it needs them. But for now, this should do. So if let's go ahead and now give the status. And now let's commit these and also push this. So we can say git add all git commit -m deploy app. So since we didn't check out from main or from master, then we can first refresh, then we can first rebase it. So we can do git pull rebase origin, it's called main. Make sure you have the latest changes so we shouldn't get conflicts on the PR. So it has rebased properly. Now we can push. So from a rebase, you need to first push. So we can do this, not -d, never seen that, -f. So we need to first push it. Okay, so now that it has pushed, we can go ahead and create a pull request. So we can say deploy, say prepare, deploy basic app. to Heroku. Okay, so then we can say create pull request. And we already know it's going to go through our previous processes of rebuilding our application and checking it for new changes. Should be able to show us problems if they are there. So you see now GitHub Actions is picking up. But most importantly, if we come here, you see that we have this branch is pending to be deployed, meaning that when we set up the review apps in there, it's going to be picking up every pull request we make, and it's going to be deploying the new changes. So if we say show environment, we should be able to see that. But one thing I want to show you guys is when it comes to review apps. So let's go to our pipeline. We need to set up the environment variables separately. So to set up the environment variables, it has already failed already. Let's check why. So set up the environment variables, we need to set up this one too. So we need to go to settings, then we can go to here, then we set them up. So we're going to be duplicating the same process we did. So secret key is very important to have. All right. Can be anything. I'm just going to get all this, bring it in here, save. Okay, so now we need to retrigger the build because there's no way it was going to work the other way without having had this in the environment. So I'm going to make a simple change and also push. So can do git add, commit, then let me push it. So every time there's a push, you see how it picks it up. So let's check the log this time. All right, so it's going to detect the app. It's a Python app. It's going to install Python and everything else. So it's going to check the requirements txt, then it's going to install those. Okay, so when it's done, it's going to show you that built app over here. And then it's going to give you a link to the deployment URL. So we can copy this. So when we copy this, we can go to our browser. So like here, we can now run it. So now you can see that our application has been deployed. Basically our pull request has been deployed and things are good. So if you come over here, you notice that our checks failed. Let's check why they failed. So unit test has failed. I believe we added code that we didn't test. So missing this. Oh, so we are having an issue. We are having an issue with the static files. So we need to really find a way around that. But you can see that the pull request has passed. And now that means if we merged it in, remember we set up automatic deploys on staging. So every time there is a new push to main, it should be able to deploy automatically. You see it's set up. Now we are sure that since the pull request has been deployed, then there is no reason why, or there is no way why it would not build on the push to the main, because it's already tested. And this actually comes in handy where you don't really want to be shipping something and then you find an issue and then you go back. So if there was an issue, we would be solving it at this layer before we can merge it, or at this step. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and since our build failed, I can't really go ahead to merge it in. We don't know what that can cause. So I'm going to find a solution to the problem, then I'm going to be coming back. So let me first go to Stack Overflow and look for this issue here. So since we are sure that our application has now been deployed on Heroku and will always be deployed on every new change, I'm going to be pausing the video here. This issue, I'm going to resolve it. It wasn't supposed to be in the video. So yeah, so I hope this showed you a way you can really deploy your Django application to Heroku, and to also utilize the review apps feature. Similarly, be able to set up different environments here. By the way, when you come in this pipeline over here, you can be able to let's say you wanted to move this app to production. You can move it here and Heroku will take care of you can have like a branch that's basically has the code on production. This one can be, let's say, on main, and these can be like the development ones. So I believe this is a good workflow that Heroku Sets gives us. So I hope you learned a little bit about all this stuff, and I hope you found it helpful. So I'll talk to you in the next series. And by the way, I want to thank you guys if you sticked around up to this point, because I know it has been a long series, or it's been like long video if you're watching the one video. So I want to appreciate your time. I want to appreciate you watching. Please feel free to leave any comments you might have. If you have any questions, if there are some things you want to chat about, you can always reach out to me on my social. It's also down there in the description. And I will see you in the next videos. I'll see you in the next video series. So yeah, have a good one.